square around it certainly will be seeing plenty of activity as workers will converge there later today or later this morning in a few minutes, I guess, to be meeting and pressing home their demands to the Minister of Labor, who should be addressing that particular gathering. I think usually they have the president, but these days, more often than not, we see that the Minister of Labor is the one who's sent to represent the president, representing himself as well, or herself, as the case might be, as well as the president. It'll be interesting to see what eventually, what they say today, because there's been talk of, is it a wage award now, or is it minimum wage? Have they been able to agree on something? I guess we'll be able to get more on that shortly. Kimberly.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see how that plays out. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at what some of the dailies right now. But we also need to, okay. Yes, we'll go ahead and have a look at some of the dailies this morning, but of course, don't forget the platform is also going on right now.
Well, yes, just as Chamberlain said, Channel Television is panning now to the May Day edition of the platform organized by the Covenant Nation. And of course, yes, as Chamberlain said, we'll go to the papers.
Okay, let's go ahead and check out some of the dailies this morning. And we'll start with Daily Independent. FG approves 35% salary increase for civil servants. That is a big one on the front page right there. Vanguard, May Day. FG approves pay rise for workers as labor leaders lament hardship. So, well, yes, as expected, that is the big one right there for quite a number of papers because it's May Day. Nigerian Tribune, equally in the same path. FG approves 25%, 35% salary increase for civil servants. New structure to affect workers on remaining 6 consolidated salary structure. Yeah, that's a big one you find right there. But beneath that lead story, petrol scarcity, marketers to flood markets with 300 million liters. Ipman agonizes over 200 billion naira debt. So there you go. Well, this Nigeria, May Day, sad day as workers groan under hardship. So quite a number focusing on May Day. Daily Trust, May Day. NLC rejects 35% pay rise, insists on living wage. Committee yet to submit report on minimum wage. Its worst moment for workers, ascribed to Atiku. Reps, MBA students reject electricity tariff hike. You also see that one there. Or The Guardian, endless wait for living wage. Inflation, Naira depreciation plunged Nigerians to lowest wage earners. So they've got a table with which they compare and how they arrived at that lead story on their front page here today. Business Day, petrol crisis mutes workers' day as scarcity sting lingers. Motorists, commuters, businesses suffer. Nigerian workers have never had it so bad, ascribed to Atiku. Or leadership, fuel crisis, scarcity may worsen over 200 billion naira owed marketers. NNPCL blames speculators, say 30-day supply available. Lawmakers invite Tinubu, Lokwabiri over scarcity. Interesting one, isn't it? Okay. Blueprint, Northern governors on insecurity. We must develop our economy, human capacity. Consider command and control center, revitalization of NNDC. With political will, insecurity surmountable in 6 months. Described to Bami. So that's the perspective of Blueprint this morning. Have a look at New Telegraph. May Day, FG increases salaries, pensions for civil servants by 25/30%. Backdates payments to January 2024. ASU demands better welfare for Nigerian workers, asks FG to hold brain drain in varsities. Kyula commends workers' commitment to national development. Nigerians subsidizing corruption, inefficiency in government, ascribed to Atiku. And then beneath that lead story, electricity tariff hike, NBA to institute legal action against FG. NANS to protest against blackouts, others May 7. South-South governors urge government to review poor supply in Niger Delta. Nasarawa Assembly orders AEDC to restore light to communities within 14 days or quit. So, there you go. But those are some of the dailies this morning. Okay, so there you go. That's some front pages for you this morning, but not to worry. We're going to go ahead and bring in the president of Nigeria Labour Congress, who is joining us virtually this morning. Already the wage awards announced by the government. We've seen some dailies also reporting the perspectives of labor. Let's go ahead as well and bring him in. Good morning, Conrad. Thank you for joining us on the program today. And perhaps we can just say Happy Workers' Day, can't we?
Yes, Happy Workers' Day in that situation.
Okay, no matter what, we have to keep our heads up. Well, the government has announced this increase, 25 to 35% already. We get some inkling that Labour may not exactly be happy with that. So let's hear from you directly. What is Labour's position on this matter?
Well, I think the announcement now appears mischievous because there's no wage increase that government is announcing. It is like having an annual increment, harmonization of a particular pay between the core civil servant, and the public service. And then the other, the public service are being paid, for instance, for some time now. And suddenly you want to equally add in the core and the non-core civil service for them to start receiving at the same rate. Some others were collecting, and suddenly by yesterday, the government decided to add even the military and paramilitary and few other sectors the same money. Now that does not translate, to now a new salary scale, because some others are equally getting that rate before now. So for them to announce it now, it's an issue that we are worried at the NLC and even I think the TUC are already there.
So we understand that some discussions were ongoing. So could you give us an idea? What was the mindset? Where were all the parties in terms of the agreement? Where was it headed?
Well, the discussion before now on the issue of national minimum wage, has been on the best way. In fact, Mr. President promised that he was going to give a living wage to Nigerian workers. And the last minimum wage of 30,000 expired on the 18th of April. And then by now, we are assumed to be on the regime of new minimum wage as of today. And then discussions were supposed to be concluded. The federal government would have, through the National Assembly, legislated on it before now. But we saw that the discussion entered voicemail because the federal government, refused to reconvene the meeting that was adjourned. We had public hearing in the 6 geopolitical zones, and we came back to collate, the submissions. And the committee asked NLC and TUC to do their submission, which they did, and came up with about 615,000 naira. Now, the moment they got that, up to this moment, no meeting had taken place, and we're moving into this. So the minimum wage payment is in arrears, whenever it is concluded. So that's where we are.
Well, I understand that Labour was still asking for living wage. What would living wage mean?
Well, living wage is such a wage that would at least keep you alive. It's not a wage that will make you poor and poorer. It's not a wage that will make you to borrow to go to work. It's not a wage, that will lead you to be in the hospital every day because of malnutrition. That's what we mean by living wage.
How much?
We have tried to look at 615,000. If you want me to give you a breakdown, I'll give you a breakdown.
Go ahead.
Yes. We asked for a housing and accommodation of 40,000 naira. You know, I will ask for electricity of 20,000. Of course, that was before the current tariff increase. Nobody can spend even this amount currently. We look at utility that is about 10,000 naira. We look at kerosene and gas of about 35,000. Look at food, you know, for a family of 6, you know, we looked at a food of 9,000, you know, for them in a day. It's like that will amount for 30 days. We are talking about 270,000. Look at medical, 50,000, provided there will be no surgery or whatever. And then clothing, 20,000. We looked at education, 50,000. I don't know, for those that try to put their children in private school, they will not be able to be covered by this. And sanitation of 10,000. So I think where we'll have another bulk of the money is transportation, because the workers stay in fringes. And because of the cost of PMS and whatever, that amounted to 110. And that brought the whole thing to 615,000. And I want anybody to subject this to any further investigation and find out whether there will be any savings when you pay somebody on this rate.
Well, I don't even know where to start, Mr. Joe Ajero. Let me start again by wishing you a happy Workers' Day. I like your outfit. I mean, I like the fact that every May Day, workers usually have, no matter how dear it seems, no matter how bleak or whatever the quarrel might be or disagreements might be with the employers, I always like the fact that labor always makes a showing that day in the outfits that they choose.
Textile union.
Yeah, the textile union is working, certainly. This fabric is made in Nigeria, isn't it?
It's Nigeria.
It is made in Nigeria. And I like the fact that all workers who come to the square, they usually have different uniforms. How does the NLC pick its own?
Well, we just have a committee that meets and decide on the best fabric for us, because this is our Christmas day for every worker in the country. Indeed,
it is. It is very colorful. It is very colorful indeed. But so is the minimum wage that labor is asking for. It's a very colorful one. If government can implement it, I mean, certainly everyone should be looking at how people can have a decent wage, something that can actually keep them going, something that makes it worth their while to be at work. I know that before now, you had proposed ₦1 million. You had even said ₦1 million, might be around where minimum wage should be. But it does appear that you've gone back now to look again at the numbers, and you've come to something around 635,000, you said?
615,000.
615,000. Okay, I was taking notes as you were doing the breakdown. But, there are big questions as to, first, how minimum wage is decided, the kinds of workers we should encourage to be on a minimum wage level. Because when you look at the kinds of work that is being done around that minimum wage, what a country should be aspiring to see is that its workers are, productive, its workers are well-educated, they all can get, how do I put it now? They all can get a better source of income, etc. They're not just at that level. This should be for people who maybe, have no way to get an education, etc., etc. I don't know, from your own thinking, when you look at minimum wage, who do you think are the workers that should be on this level? Have you really given a thought?
Well, the minimum wage is a universal practice. It's not just Nigeria. And there's a standard by the ILO. And for some time now, there has been a struggle for us to widen the scope of it, up to domestic workers, what we call domestic servants. The ILO legislated on it. Yes, it is the least that you pay to any worker, those that are down there. And what I mentioned here now, what I read out to you, in fact, if you take the issue of even accommodation of 40,000, that would give you close to about 400 and something thousand, which you can get in somewhere down there for a room and whether a room and parlor or with toilet and bedroom, for a family of 6, those are the people that are down. Unless you are trying to make a provision for those that will live under the bridges, but that's not it. But somebody must stay in a room. This provision is not for somebody that will stay in a flat, all that I read out now. And these are the realities of the moment, the people that are down there. So I felt that in analyzing it, took into cognizance, that these are the least paid workers that will get this, But then as people grow up, they graduate. If you are to take this to somebody that will live in a flat or in a duplex, you get a different scenario. And it's important, we look at it from that angle. And you mentioned the issue of 1 million. When you mentioned the issue of 1 million...
Mr. George, comrade, let me just hold you a bit. Just let our viewers who are currently viewing on our DSTV platform know that we're about to launch the platform, which has been hosted by the Covenant Nation, and that will be airing on our DSTV platforms and perhaps some of our online platforms. The conversation continues on our terrestrial platform. It does continue on our terrestrial platform, and you might be able to see this later at 1 a.m. This conversation will be going on. The Covenant Christian Nation will be going on all platforms. Thank you. Mr. Comrade, you are saying something.
To our audiences at home and abroad, and I must say happy Workers' Day, happy 1st of May, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to another edition of the platform, today the 1st of May 2024. And this is a special edition of the platform that we have not done like this before, but we've also sort of done like this before. Before I continue, let me say hello and welcome to those who might be watching the platform for the first time and wondering what the platform is. The platform is an event organized by the Covenant Nation with the initiative founded by our senior pastor, Pastor Poju Oyemade. And since 2007, we've run editions on nation building and personal development every 1st of May and 1st of October. And so we are here again today to have conversations today in 3 sessions, 1 platform, 3 venues, 3 different themes. We are broadcasting to you live now from the Covenant Place Igomu, right next to the National Theatre. So if you're at home and you live in Lagos, Nigeria, and you'd like to join us, I'll tell you quickly about the 3 sessions we have today before I then introduce to you my other panelists here in the studio. So here at the Covenant Place Igomu, we'll be having sessions on entrepreneurship, building a business from the scratch. So if you're a business owner or you already have your job and you're thinking like sometime in life you would like to start a business, this is where you should be. From the Covenant Temple Lekki, we'll be talking about women in business and women in technology. That is solely for the women. And if you're a woman, that is where you should be today. And from the Marriott Ikeja, we are talking about intrapreneurship, those working in organizations, being innovative and building systems and structures in organizations. So this is a platform for everybody. 3 sessions, 1 platform, platform. 3 amazing things going on this morning. But before I continue, let me speak to my panelists. Smile, you're welcome. Happy Workers' Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me start from my extreme. Tega.
Yeah.
Tega Ademuyiwa.
Yes.
Feyi Shomi and Femi Darabi Don. You're welcome to the platform. So Tega, let me start with you. What are your expectations for today's platform?
For me, thank you first of all. For me, I would say that I want to learn. For me, platform has been a place to learn about companies, learn how people are doing things that have been successful, building things, building themselves. And I personally will be going to Marriott because I want to learn how to manage people, how to get the best of people, how to get people to basically see the best in themselves. Because I have been helped by seeing, successful systems. I would also want to impact people's lives by building stuff like that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And for you have a 9 to 5, but you had mentioned that the session you'd have wanted to attend was the one on entrepreneurs. Why?
Thank you very much for that question. I like to see people who have created things because I like to think of myself as a creator as well. So I think it would be good to learn from someone who has created something so that I can take the steps in taking, see what I like, see what applies to me, and yeah, basically. So that's why I want to see.
Excellent, thank you. And Femi, so I want you to tell us about some of the 3 sessions and some of the speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, I had a bit of a confusion as to where I really wanted to go because I'm in tech and I've been in the startup environment for the past 10 years, and I've also worked with founders to actually birth
businesses.
So for me, I want to be in Igomu to be with people building from scratch, which is my space, and also want to be with people in tech. Well, I mean, you guys have said it's for women. Women only. I mean, and also entrepreneurship. So I have my own side gig, and at the same time, I work in an organization where I help the founders to build their systems. So I think for me, I would say coming from these 3 directions makes it a 3-fold experience that I believe is going to deliver massive results. I think this is going to be the most impactful platform that I've ever experienced because you have the full view from internal entrepreneurship. You have people building from scratch, people looking at the top, as entrepreneurs, and also people in tech, which everything is being enabled by tech at the end of the day. So I think it's going to be one of the most impactful platforms that I've ever attended. Excellent. And I look forward to that.
Excellent. And I was smiling when you were talking about the confusion, because I know that there are some men that want to be...
Yeah.
So the good thing about it is all of the sessions we broadcast live, and I would say maybe the best way to do it is focus on one, then afterwards you can go back and watch the others. But Tega, for you, so for someone, in a younger generation, I don't want to give you anything, just younger generation, how should people really partake of the platform to get the best of it? And you can talk from experience as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think for me, I would start for me, it's more important to learn from people who have been successful. If you do not have I did of football as a person, I think it was Pastor Poju that spoke about when he moved to Arsenal. He was training one day, and then there was this player that was really good there. He came in and he saw the player. I can't remember his name now, but it was Arsenal's best player then. He saw the player training, and he was like, "Oh, I love the fact that." This was Van Persie saying, "I love the fact that the same thing you guys see on the pitch is what this guy brings to training. He brings this 100 every day." And at that moment, Van Persie was like, "Okay, yes, I want to be as great as this guy based on what he saw." And for me, it's the same thing. When I see people who are successful, how they got there, and how they basically done things that built them So I take out those things, and that's what I want from the platform. I think it's a place where you have access to people's minds. People come and give you wisdom, and it's basically just there for you to understand. Take what you need and then apply it into your life. And so I think for young people need to understand the importance of having someone to look up to, having somebody to listen to. You might not have time to meet these people ever again, but the fact that they're giving you this insight at a certain time, I think it's really important to pay attention to that, depending on what you need it for, but like just pay attention to that and take out what you need.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Faye, for you.
First off, I'll start by saying you should have a book and a pen, because you will learn. So I just always had it in me. When people are speaking, I'm almost always writing. I'm typing on my phone, because what's that thing? The bluntest, the most blunt pen,
yes, is
sharper than the sharpest mind, or something like that. So you never know when one word is going to come and it may change your life, but you may not remember. So I always advise to have a book and a pen, or something you can use to take notes. Also, to have an open mind. I learn a lot when I hear people speak. So most times I'm quiet, I want to hear what does this person have to say, because I may think I know something or everything about something, but there's just always something that somebody else has to say that would maybe change your life. So have an open mind, try to see where they are coming from, and then put what you've known aside a bit. Try to see, why is this person doing this thing this way? Why did this person choose to do this thing this way? And if you pay attention well enough and then think about it later, you go back to your books that you wrote in, you go back to your books and you look at the things that you've seen, you may get new insights, you may get new, something different from what you even got the first time. And also, sharing with people. I like to listen to things and tell my friends. I see reels, I see videos, I see snippets, and I want to share with somebody else. I want to talk to somebody about this thing I've learned. So it's not just about, oh, I'm writing and I'm thinking. When I'm sharing with people, they're telling me what they know. We're building on the thing that we both know, and then we're looking for how to go higher, do better, and
So good, so good. Let me, in 30 seconds, how should people prepare for post-platform to make sure that what they've gotten from this, they actually apply it?
Absolutely. I think being a physical event across the 3 locations gives you the opportunity to actually network with people. I believe in community, and we learn through community. So after platform, I still believe people will make friends coming to the ground, and like what she said, afterwards, within that community or that ecosystem, relate what you've learned, share ideas, let there be a cross-pollination. You might have your friend attending Lekki for the women in tech, you might have another friend in Igomu, you might have another friend. You guys can come together and gist around what you've learned, post the platform, and you'll be able to extract much more value from this experience.
Thank you all so much. So good. And right now we're about to go straight into the sessions for today. One of the things that have been said here is share. If you're watching this and you can't be live, share the links that you're watching from and make sure that friends, family watch this. Also, if you're watching online, the hashtag is #theplatformNG35. Let there be conversations continuing. And just like you said, you might not be physically on ground, but you can also form communities online. And you never know, a comment section just might be your next big break, or even your next, relationship. But thank you all so much. We're going straight to the live sessions. Once again, this is coming to you live from the Covenant Place, Igomu, right next to the National Theatre. The session on Intrapreneurship is happening at the Marriott Ikeja, and the session for women in business and women in tech coming to you from the Covenant Temple, Lekki. It is an amazing, epic platform that will be absolutely transforming. My name is Oyemade, and we'll see you once again. Enjoy this platform and take the most you can from it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome again to this edition of the platform. This is Workers' Day, so I want to say, first of all, Happy Workers' Day. Please tell someone beside you, Happy Workers' Day. Do it in a celebratory mode now. We're all celebrating ourselves, right? We all work really hard, and today is a special day because we're celebrating and recognizing the diversity in the nature of our work and how that adds to nation building and wealth creation. We're beaming live from the platform Nigeria. We're beaming live from the Covenant Place, Igomo, Lagos. We're right beside the iconic National Arts Theatre. My name is Ngozi Akiele, and I welcome you to the platform Nigeria 35.0. A round of applause, please. The consistency, the hard work, all of the insights and knowledge that has taken us this far. Well done. Like I said, it's a very special edition of the platform. It recognizes the diversity in the nature of our work and also reinforces the central role of work in wealth creation. Our theme this edition is Wealth Builders. And it's also special because we are live in 3 different locations running concurrently. That is powerful indeed. And so right here at the Covenant Place, we are talking about entrepreneurship, building a business from scratch. While at the Lagos Marriott Hotel, we're discussing entrepreneurship, engaging senior and middle managers. And then at the Covenant Temple in Lekki, it's all about women. It's a women's affair, as we're talking about women in business and women in tech. So I think the women here made a very conscious decision to be here, right? If you're a woman here, please celebrate yourself. You made a choice to come and talk about entrepreneurship. You know, a couple of my friends and family placed a wager about where I would be today. They don't know that we are nothing but pencils in the hands of the creator. And if you don't know where that expression is from, please feel free to append auntie to my name. The hashtag for today is the platform NG35, the platform NG35. So it's a global media event. That's the reason why we are promoting the hashtag, because the conversation here is only a fraction of what can happen when we promote it and project it online. So please join the conversation, even if you haven't heard anything yet. Post the pictures that you took, and then as we go along, please post your key takeaways using the hashtag, the platform NG35. Without further ado, it's time to bring up, if you may, for the opening argument, the visionary convener of the platform Nigeria, the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation Global, Pastor Poju Oyemade.
Welcome again to the platform. This is our 35th edition, as you have heard. Started in 2007, and it was on the 1st of May, 2007. We decided just to get people together on May Day, instead of us, well, what we usually do, to discuss labor and capital in a free market economy. Now, I have spoken several times about how the platform evolved. It went to a place where we started holding it at the Tafawa Balewa Square, where thousands of people used to gather. The vision at first, to be honest, was just to have 2,000-3,000 people in a hall, but it blew beyond what we thought. And so in 2009, I think we were in the Tafawa Balewa Square with about 21,000 people. And then in 2010, because of the 50th anniversary of the country, the government was going to use the Tafawa Balewa Square. So we were going to cancel the platform for that year. But through innovation, we decided to make it a media event. So we came on television in 2010, and that became another journey. Now, this edition, what we are dealing with is entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs. And the truth is they are truly the heroes and the drivers of growth in a nation. And they do that through innovation and resilience. They unlock the hidden capital through products and services. And they can be found both in the public and also private sector. In other words, in corporations and also in government. First things that entrepreneurs do, and this is why we should really honor them, is that they are the ones who create jobs. Through innovation and recognition of opportunity, they create jobs. The second thing that they do is that they are the ones who stimulate economic activity within a place that brings about development. The third thing that entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs do is that they increase efficiency through innovation, bringing in new products and services to the marketplace. That's why I also mentioned you can have entrepreneurs in government, that is, people in government that increase the efficiency of how a government functions through products and services. And also they improve the standard of living. Anywhere you have the standard of living being improved, you should understand that it's an entrepreneur who brought forth a product or a service that improved our standard of living. And one of the greatest things they do in society that might go unappreciated is this. They are the ones that produce the highest number of role models and mentors. In other words, when you go and meet young people and you talk to them who are your role model, they'll probably point to somebody who started out a business, who grew a business, or went into a corporation, and through innovation and products and services, they brought forth and changed things. So that's where we get the largest amount of mentors for the next generation. And finally, what I would say is that they unlock hidden capital, all right, through products and services. They are the highest number of taxpayers in any society, okay? And they can be found. So they provide opportunities also for social mobility, where people have the opportunity to move up the ladder and become more productive citizens there, because somebody started a business, somebody took a risk, somebody started a corporation. You have a lot of people now becoming mobile socially and going up the social ladder. So we want to honor them and thank them for their contribution to society. And with that, I welcome you all to the 35th edition of the Platform Nigeria. God bless you all.
Another round of applause for the visionary of the Platform Nigeria. Once again, the hashtag for the conversations online is the Platform NG35. Without further ado, I'll bring up our first speaker, who, like Pastor has just said, obviously is a mentor and a blueprint for anyone looking to flourish in a foreign land. And his name is Mr. Osa-Osa. Josawe is the CEO and owner of Kiza Group, comprising Kiza Restaurant and Lounge, Kiza Realtors, Kiza Bespoke, and Envision Verse. He is a visionary entrepreneur with a career spanning over 40 years across diverse industries. Joe's journey epitomizes the fusion of the entrepreneurial spirit, leadership charisma, and a profound commitment to cultural diversity. Joe is also an accomplished author who has penned insightful contributions to notable publications, including Titans of Africa and the Black and African Guide to Moving to the UAE. Kiza DIFC by Joe is the first Pan-African restaurant in the United Arab Emirates, located within the Dubai International Financial Center. The story of Kiza Dubai is a testament to Joe Osawaye's unwavering passion, innovative spirit, and his commitment to sharing the richness of the African culture with the world. Please join me as we warmly welcome to the platform Mr. Osa-Osa.
Thank you very much. I start by saying this is the day the Lord has made, and we're going to be rejoicing and be glad today. I bring greetings from the city of dreamers, Dubai. And we're going to be looking at so many things and sharing so many things today. The topic is very interesting. Starting business from scratch. I'm a Nigerian to the core, without any apologies. I love this country. It has blessed me so much. I went to primary school, secondary school, high school, university, everything in Nigeria. The lessons I've learned as a Nigerian is what has helped me in my different activities in the different places I do business around the world. So we have a fantastic country. It's a great country. It's a country of amazing opportunities. And it is a very, very good school if you need to go out to go excel. So I take myself as a typical Nigerian, where everywhere we go, we show our traits. One of our biggest traits is our tenacity. Another one is our spirit of excellence, determination, go for it attitude, and all that. So I thank this country so much for the opportunities it has given me to showcase the goodness of the land. I have a disclaimer, first of all. When I was being introduced, say he's the owner of Kyula Restaurant and Lounge and the other companies you talked about. I am actually not the owner. Let me tell you guys, I'm not the owner. I'm a steward. The owner of the businesses is the king himself. It is so difficult when you want to own. That means you have to sustain. We don't have the capacity to do so. It is only him that has that capacity. We're going to do a small exercise, but before that, let me say that I am one of you guys. I only started this journey before you. I started my business almost 20 years ago with $214, 30,000 naira. Can I say that again? I started my business 20 years ago, not with $30 million, not with $3 million, not with $300,000, but 30,000 naira. At that time, it was 140 to $1, so it was about $214. For God to have used the times of small beginnings with $204 or 30,000 naira, and with him, working with him as a steward and listening to him as he says, do this, do that, do this, he has brought us this far. That same God is available for you today. The equivalent of 30,000 naira then is probably about 300,000 now based on the exchange rate. But it doesn't matter. We're dealing with the one that gives seed to the sower and bread to the eater. Now the small exercise. Can you guys just for a few seconds, just close your eyes, just for a few seconds. You can open your eyes now. Once you close your eyes and you open it, it gives you yet another opportunity to be impactful and to make a difference. So this gift that God has given us called life is a gift that we need to use to impact the world that He has allowed us to be and to be a blessing to the people around us. I greet all great Nigerian workers as we celebrate an amazing day today, the Labor Day or Workers' Day. We are some of the most resilient workers and some of the smartest minds on earth. As you travel around the world, you will start to appreciate who the Nigerian is. We're such an amazing set of people. Let us celebrate ourselves. You know why? Because nobody will celebrate you. So we'll celebrate ourselves. Now we're starting from scratch, from the beginning. And I told you guys that I own no business. I'm a steward. So what happens is I need to work with the one that owns everything, and we take it day by day. But the great master, so it's a relationship between a king and the citizens, or a master and a steward, or a father and a son. So, the first entrepreneur that ever started this whole journey of entrepreneurship is God Himself. If we look at the book, which I call the Constitution or the Law, it starts in a very interesting way. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. What does that tell us? He completed everything from His first statement. In the beginning, He created the heavens and the earth. Therefore, whatever dreams you have in your heart is already completed. Can you hear me? Whatever dreams you have in your heart is already completed. So what happens is that the master completes it, and then it comes to you. The problems are the opportunities. So when you look around after this meeting, from what I'm going to be talking about and the rest of the speakers, every time you see something that looks like a problem, that is your opportunity. You've got to rejoice. I was looking at a statistics the other day from a group called Nairametrics. They ranked Nigeria as 114 as a place of in the area of competitive index, 114. Looking at it plainly, it looks like that is a terrible position. But guess what? What did I say just now? The problem is what? The opportunity. Therefore, for Nigeria to move from 114 position to 100 position, some people called entrepreneurs would have brought certain products or certain services to move that. That is money. Yeah? Because when you provide a solution to improve the lives of people, to bring value to the table, you'll be rewarded. So we are at a position where the opportunity is so big. And you know, when a target is so big, it is almost impossible to miss. So if we were 5th position, it tells you that the opportunity is small. But we are 114. We should be rejoicing. I'm seeing people not... You are supposed to be rejoicing because that's the opportunity. We're talking about entrepreneurship, yeah? Entrepreneurship is bringing solutions to a space and you're rewarded either through a product or a service or a combination of the two. So some of you guys will be the persons that will move Nigeria up the ladder and you'll be rewarded. So start to prepare your mind and start to see things that look like obstacles as great opportunities. So we said, the master starts from the beginning and finishes first. Then he comes to his son and says, okay, I have put a vision in your heart. Let us work together and accomplish it. But he sets you up and he gives you a problem first, which is what we see in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. But because he's a loving father, he's not going to leave us in limbo or in a state where we'll not be able to handle situations. So what he does is exactly what he did in verse 3, where he said, let there be light. What was he talking about? He was talking about knowledge and information. What is this knowledge and information? It is the book that I call the law or the Constitution. Guys, listen to me. We're still in the area of business, but there are certain foundations you must have first for you to truly excel in this thing called entrepreneurship. So the master says, let there be light. He brought information, knowledge. And when that knowledge was now available, it started the journey of creation. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and it rested on the 7th day. What actually happened after day 6 was that it decided to co-rule with us. And it gave us the land he had created and said, you know what? Go dominate the air, go dominate the sea, and go dominate the land. Look after it and keep it. So the first entrepreneur handed the whole entrepreneurship to us. You understand? So entrepreneurship is a calling. It's not how we see it as business. He showed us by example first. He did it. He showed us that the problem comes first. Information comes. And then in that space of information, you can start to create and innovate. Therefore, the responsibility of adding value, creation, and innovation has now been handed over to us. But not in isolation, because we're going to be working with him because it is his overall vision, but we're just part of it. So he says, the law, he says, this book that I'm giving you is called Law. And it says, this book of the law shall not depart from your mouth. You shall meditate upon it day and night to observe all that is written in it, so that you will be prosperous and you will have good success. So now we have the law. We have the illumination. We can start the journey of creation in conjunction with the Master himself. So all businesses is a solution to a problem. You will need to work with the Master to open your eyes and your ears to know which problem you want to solve. Nobody can tell you which problem to solve. You will need to, based on your giftings and what you hear from the Lord, will determine what business you want to solve. It says the seeing eyes and the hearing ears, the Lord made them both. So it will tell you and it will speak to you concerning what problem you need to solve. I have with me today what I'd call a cheat sheet or a hack sheet, or what we used to call those days cronje or expo. So what I'm lessons and the secrets that have taken me from 30,000 naira to where God has put me today. Thank God for technology, that this message can be played back over and over again. But I recommend that you have your notes, because when God speaks through people, there are certain things that you hear differently. Yes, there's the general thing, but there's a specific message He wants to drop in your heart. So be attentive. Get your notes out, and as I speak, it will minister to you, and you will write what you need to write. It will be a time of illumination, and a lot of light bulbs will come up in your minds as I speak. In this auditorium, and from all the people that are watching globally, there will be the next Mark Zuckerberg. There will be the next Jeff Bezos. There will be the next Aliko Dangote. At least we know those ones here. Some of these other names, some people might not be able to connect. There'll be the next Elon Musk out of this space. You know why? It's not about you. It's about him and what he wants to do. Don't think you're too small or despise the times of small beginnings. Because 30,000 naira, $214, can be a $2 billion business in the hand of the Master. As long as you walk with him, listen to him, and you co-rule together. The journey of life starts with our birth and when the Master calls us back home. But our desire as entrepreneurs is to leave an impact. Is to leave an impact during this time that has been allotted to us. We've seen in creation how innovative the Master is. Whether you look at the land and the creatures of the land, you look at the seas and the creatures of the sea, or you look at the birds of the air. The diversity of these creatures is so amazing. When you even look at the people in the auditorium and look at our faces, how they differ, this is amazing innovation and creativity from the master. That same spirit is what he has given us. Do you understand that? That same spirit of creativity and innovation is what he has given us. Reuters brought out a report that the unemployment rate in Nigeria is 5% of the total population, and it's going to be climbing. So let us understand one thing. There is no way the government or the public sector can create enough jobs for all the working class people. It's not possible. There is nowhere on earth that has been possible. What does that tell us? We might need to employ ourselves. Yeah? Because there'll be no jobs. No government can create enough. Neither can the public sector. Since we're going to be employing ourselves, that is the beginning of the journey of entrepreneurship. I therefore say, ladies and gentlemen, in the auditorium and watching from around the world, welcome to the journey of entrepreneurship. You should clap for yourself now. That's why you feel. What is entrepreneurship? Remember, I said it's a relationship between the master and the steward, which was God's original plan from the beginning. That's why he gave us dominion, so that we can be exactly like him. For he told us that we were made exactly like him, in his likeness. Therefore, his character and the way he functions has been deposited inside us. He has also given us resources, either from original materials that exist or things that have never existed that you can bring to life. So the two ways that you innovate or create is either from ready materials that you improve upon, or ready businesses that you can improve upon, or certain businesses that never existed and you create it. A couple of years ago, nobody knew anything about social media. Some people sat and created it. Now we cannot do without it. That is creating out of nothing. Creating out of a already existing material is, there's a restaurant that exists, but you come and you bring your own style and innovation and make it better. So in the intro, they talked about one of the things we do in Dubai, restaurant in Dubai. When we started 12 years ago, there was nothing like that in the whole of the UAE. But we came and we looked at the space and we said, why not? Why are we celebrating other cuisine and we're not celebrating ours? So we said, let us look at the best location in the UAE, because that's where we deserve to be. And let us start to showcase our culture through food, music, and all the rest. And that's how Kyula was born. So what am I saying? You could create from nothing that's existing, or you could look at what is already existing and improve upon it, either through a service, a product, or a combination that is a solution to a problem and adds value to the lives of the people that you're engaging with. You guys know what an iceberg is? All right, if you don't know what an iceberg is, it's a big volume of ice that floats on water. But what happens is that there's a small part you see. If you look at the screen, you see the small part you see. That's just a little bit of the iceberg. The main part of the iceberg is hidden below. Nobody sees it. A lot of what happens in the journey of entrepreneurship is that part that you never see. "17 years of the platform. I cannot imagine what Pastor Poju and the team has been doing behind the scene for us to now have 3 venues this year. So what we see is just that tip. So everything we see. But you cannot imagine what was behind this arrangement to make this happen. That part is much more important than what you see. For the law also tells us that the things that are seen are created from where? Good Bible students. Therefore, for us to enter into this realm of creation, innovation, and bringing solutions to mega problems. Because the bigger the problem you solve, the bigger the reward. The bigger the problem you solve, the bigger the reward. So look around our society. What are the major problems we have? If you can solve those problems, I thought I had 30 minutes. All right. I need to rush now. The first thing you need to check out is your mindset. Everything starts with the mind. You need to ask yourself some questions. What do I see? Do I see abundance or do I see scarcity? It's all in the mind. That's why the law says we must renew our minds. Am I capable? Do I deserve it? How do I benefit from this abundance? And how do I access it? 80% of the iceberg is prophecy, where you will need to consider faith, obedience, humility, finding your own prophet. You see, this particular one is very important. It says, believe in God and be established. Believe in his prophet and prosper. You need to spend time, strategy meetings with the owner of the business, where you discuss matters in prayer and meditation. You need to also cut a covenant by sacrifice with him. For if you've never gotten something before that you want, you need to give something you've never given before. The law says, gather my people together that will cut a covenant with me by sacrifice. Also the power of the spoken word. Both life and death is in the power of the tongue. How's your business? My business is fantastic. I don't care what other things are saying. I will declare what I want the business to be like, because that's what he has declared. 80% of that is prophecy. The next part is policy. That is the usual thing we see, the small bit. Opportunities, access to the market, value creation, understanding risk, pain, perseverance, rejection, fear, greed, people skills and all that. These are all different. Each of these vertical, you could spend a whole seminar talking about it. But because we have short enough time, we're just going to touch and go. I I'm not talking about the legal structure now. The legal people can sort that out, where you're talking about whether it's a sole trader, partnership, what kind of partnership, limited liability company, or PLC. But the obvious things is that you must look at your legal structure as a business, because sometimes people don't take you serious if you don't have a legal structure. You must look at the markets and do your research. You must do your risk assessment. You must look at financial management and capital management, branding, marketing, sales, IT, operations, etc., etc. Preparation is key because the opportunities will come. If you're not prepared and the opportunities come, you're not going to be able to make profit out of it. Therefore, success is preparation and opportunity. Dream big, but start small. But when should you start? Now. You know why? Because faith is now. Faith without works is dead. When I started with 30,000, what did I do? I bought a phone at that time. I registered a company and I made business cards. I didn't have any idea of what I was going to do. But you know what I was doing? Every day I wake up in the morning. This is very important, guys. This is very important. Listen. I wake up in the morning, I wear my suit, and I go sit on my dining table. No idea of what I was going to do. But faith calleth things which be not, as though they were. The evidence of things not seen, the substance hoped for. What did I have? I had Baba God. I had my dreams. That's all I had. But with time, he did what only him can do. And today, it's history. Back in the city where I live, there's something called the Museum of the Future. If you've been to Dubai of late, there's this big, massive thing that I have there. It's a very interesting museum because what we understand as museums is that you put artifacts and things from the past there. But these guys are quite amazing. They put things for the future. How the future will be in 2071. So people can come into the future now and see. The same way the master says, write it down on the tablet, do it tarry, wait for it, it will not tarry, it will surely come to pass. The same way. So in our minds, let us get into the future now. It's called the power of the imagination. It is free. The future belongs to those who can imagine, design it, execute it. It isn't something you wait for, rather it is something that you create. So if you look at that, there's pictures of Lagos of now and Lagos of the future. A school, what it is now, what it could be. This is how we dream in Dubai. So I'm just bringing it to you. A typical bridge, this is what it can become. These are the things that we have in the Museum of the Future. It is something we can apply here as well. Think and project where you want to be and start to work towards it with the master teaching you step by step. Covenant. Pastor, see. How can it be? See. The power of your imagination. This is the ruler of the city where I live. Is the one that had made that statement. The future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. It isn't something you wait for, but rather what you create. The man himself, Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to dare to imagine it, dare to design it, and dare to clinically execute it. I'll see you guys on top.
Don't stop clapping. Thank you so much. I don't know about you. You may be seated, but that was a journey. It was a journey, right? And if there was nothing else you took away, this is one thing. Entrepreneurship is a relationship between God and his steward. In fact, life in its entirety can be summarized that way. Thank you so much once again, sir. Our next speaker is the only woman on this side of the platform this year. The vibrant Mrs. Funke Bucknor-Obruthe. Yeah. I think that if you live in Nigeria, you must have attended an event that she has planned. If you live in Nigeria, and anywhere in the world, maybe even, she's a multi-award-winning founder and the CEO of Zafire Events Group. She's a visionary leader and trailblazer in Nigeria's events industry who has left an indelible mark spanning over 2 decades and shaping the event architecture in Nigeria and across Africa. Funke is an author, as well as the convener of the Events Experience Africa and the founder of the Zafire Business Training School. She has initiated other impactful ventures, including Zafire Connect Series, Decor by Fortuna, 1001 Lux Rentals, and the Business Growth Blueprint course. Her exceptional contributions to the industry have earned her global recognition, including being ranked among the top planners by the Destination Wedding Planners Congress and honored among the BBC 100 Most Inspirational Women. With a background in law, she's an eloquent speaker and actively serves on boards of various international events and wedding planning associations, congresses, and conferences, demonstrating her steadfast commitment to adding value and sharing her vast knowledge. Please join me as we welcome Mrs. Funke Bucknor-Obruthe to the platform, Nigeria. The hashtag again is your song. Please play her song. Please play her song, please. We need it. I'm so powerful. Yeah, come on. Unstoppable. I didn't have to play that. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, if you know me, you know that I love to dance. Do you know that I love to dance? So I needed music to be gingered. All right, so I'm just going to quickly go straight. Thank you so much. I know that my time is limited, but I just want to first of all just acknowledge Pastor Poju. Oyemade. Pastor Poju, thank you for inviting me. I felt very honored, being invited to speak here today. But this is an amazing initiative, and I just think it's such worthy of emulation. So I'm just going to go dive straight into it, and also because, Mr. Joe has also kind of even given us the foundation and laid the foundation for us. So, entrepreneurship, building a business from scratch. Now, I had this lovely image. It says, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. You just need to begin the journey. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. That is the beginning. And before I go further, I just want to just tell you a little bit about my story, my entrepreneurship story, and how building a business from what almost didn't exist. It's like building something out of nothing, right? The path that led here, I had some lovely pictures. Just show the pictures. I just want to show you, it's important to document your journey and your story. Because when you've been in business for over 20 years, sometimes you forget the days of your humble beginnings, right?
So look at me there, look at me, I was very skinny. Can you see me there trying to just attend to someone? You know, just being really nice, but I'm always smiling. But that was how I started. And I just started by creating joy and happiness in people's lives. At the very beginning, how did I start? I identified a need. People were getting married, you know, those years, and everybody was overwhelmed and stressed out when we were planning their wedding. People were not enjoying the moment. People were just frustrated. And I thought to myself, why can't people enjoy their day? Why is it that people are struggling? So what did I do? I ensured that I was always helping. I love, you know, if you know me, I'm very energetic. I'm someone that I just love to, you know, make everybody feel good, you know. So I just said, you know what, people cannot be stressed. And that's how I identified that need. I started helping people to plan their events. I would help them, you know, run around and all that and coordinate. And then, of course, I provided the solution. What was the solution? I helped them to plan their weddings. Now, remember that when we started 20-something years ago, for some people in this room, you were not even born yet, right? So I'm sure that even the idea of event planning, event entrepreneurship, you were wondering, hello, but it has always been in existence. No, it wasn't. So it was something that we needed to convince people about, we needed to get people to buy into, and we just needed to show people that there was value in what we were doing. And that's how, you know, we started, I continued to move, and I continued to just press and press. And I'm just going to share with you some tips that helped me along the journey. Right? Of course, as I progressed, what happened? I learned to stay focused and in my lane. One thing that's very important is that as a business or as an entrepreneur, when you want to begin, the first part of the journey is, it's tough. And you're wondering, who sent me? How many of us feel that way as entrepreneurs? Do you feel that way sometimes? I love it. I feel that way, even yesterday I still felt that way. Like, why am I in this journey? What's going on here? But guess what? When you have a vision, the power of a vision, you can never underestimate the power of a vision. You can never underestimate the power of dreaming big. When you dream big and you see yourself, when I was young, when I was younger, 20-something years ago, I never really saw myself as who I am now. I was just one young girl. I just wanted to help people. I never even imagined that I would be speaking at the platform today, guys. Clap for me now. And by the way, I just needed to just brag a little. I planned Pastor Poju's wedding. Hello. Do I deserve all those accolades, right? Fantastic. That's to show you how awesome I am. So the power of vision, the power of dreaming big, it's so critical in your journey of entrepreneurship. But of course, you start with that step, because if you don't even start and you don't move, you can't even begin or continue to grow. So I learned to stay focused and in my lane. And why am I saying this? It is easy to get distracted. It is easy to think that you need to be like somebody else or do something else like what everybody else is doing. But what is that vision that you have for your business? Stay the path. Walk the path. Tarry in that path. It may be hard. It may be tough. It will get tough. It will get tough. But you know what? Once you stay focused and in your lane and you carve a niche for yourself, you will thrive. I promise you that. I also said, one of the things I also learned was, as the business grew, I changed strategy a few times. What am I saying? I had a vision. To be the world, the one-stop solution in the event industry, global, etc. But as the business was evolving, when I started, I wanted to just take the stress off you. That was the initial vision. But as the business grew, I realized that we needed to be more than just taking the stress off. We needed to also create experiences, which would also bring me to understanding your market as an entrepreneur, understanding the generation. Because as your business begins to grow and as your business begins to expand, you will realize that you cannot serve the market you serve forever. Right? So as with the business started, first of all, we were planning weddings or events for the younger generation. You know, they were my mates, so it was good. I was feeling cool. I was, you know, on a high, right? And then all of a sudden, I realized I was growing older. What did it mean? Everybody was getting younger. So how do you stay relevant as an entrepreneur? How do you stay relevant in your business? So that's why I said, I changed strategy a couple of times, but remain true to the vision. And regardless of seemingly competition, because you're going to have competition. But once you keep your eyes focused on the prize and you keep your eyes focused on your vision, right? Because just think about it. It's like a marathon. You're running. Or even if you want to say it's like a sprint, but you must stay on your lane in a sprint. Because once you change lanes and you cross, you are disqualified. So you must continue to run in your lane. And even a marathon, you must continue to endure, right, with long distance. And so as a marathoner, you are taught endurance, resilience, patience, pacing yourself, you know, different things. So we're all in different sports. But the key thing is that the finish line is the goal, isn't it? For your business, the finish line is the goal. So once you have that in mind, you can change strategy sometimes. You can rework. But don't ever forget the power of the vision that you have. Now, I harnessed, you know, when I said that, when I changed strategy, I said, harness the power of rebranding and reinventing. Before, years ago, if they had told me to wear what I'm wearing today, I would say, for what? But today, I said, nah, I just need to, you know, blend with the Gen Zs. Gen Zs, did I try? Am I winning? Did I do it? Good. Because it's so important that for your business, you cannot stay stagnant. You must continue to rebrand your business. You must continue to reinvent yourself. Whether it's the personal branding or the business itself. Because what happens to people is that people forget that you must reinvent, or if at all, you must innovate. If you don't innovate, your business will die. If they had said to me that in the next 20 years of life, we would still be running a business, Sapphire event, I would tell anyone, are you sure? But we've been hit several times, right? So the things that have happened that I've thought to myself, oh my God, I think this is not for me. And I know that a lot of us feel that way. But the key thing is that to understand that when you are on this journey, it's a journey that for some people, it's instant. For some people, it takes longer. For some people, they need more help than others. But the key thing is we're all going to get to that finish line. So rebranding and reinventing. So I looked at the business and said, you know what? Which will also bring me to the power of teamwork. Having a dynamic team. I think I'm maybe in my office, I'm probably the oldest, right? Because, yeah, I'm the oldest, I think, yes. So I had to surround myself with young people that were smarter. Because one thing you have to understand that even as you're running a business, or you're as an entrepreneur, you can't do everything by yourself. So you need to harness your skills, your strengths. What are your strengths, right? Understand your strengths and use your strengths to build in the business. Identify the skill gaps that your business needs. For example, I'm not the biggest. I'm not the best at paperwork. I don't like paperwork. I don't like it. But we need to do paperwork. So I identify people in my office that love paperwork. They are my best friends. The guys that love technology, they are my best friends. So you just need to ensure that you look inwards into your team and harness even the skills, the strengths of every member of your team. Very, very important. Every member of your team, you need to ensure that you're looking at your strengths and you use that to build a diverse and a dynamic team that will carry the business forward continuously and continuously. Right? I also said I learned to understand the dynamic and fluid nature of the market and our clients. We're in a market where the people's taste changes every single time. When we started, it was just taking the stress. It was easy. As the business grew, they wanted to have an experience. I used to tell my team that, what is this experience thing now? Why are we creating experience? Not just to plan events. But I realized that people wanted to have an experience. So we did not say, whatever, I'm not going to do that. We had to say, what does the market want? What do the new generation, what are they looking for? What do they want? So the next thing was to begin to match what they want and also think ahead of them. So that's also another thing as an entrepreneur. As you are building your business from scratch, you must understand that as the business grows, your market will change. And you must also be ahead of your market. So don't say this is how we've always done it. Don't say that. Don't say, oh, we can't do that. No way. Don't be rigid. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Be flexible. Be fluid. Look at trends around you. But without compromising the vision of your business. That is also important. Do not compromise on your values. Right? So even as I continue. So in building, he said, as the business was progressing and as your business progresses as an entrepreneur, I've talked about amplifying your good and downplaying your weaknesses. Maximize the power of branding. Be known for something. Be known for something. What do you stand for? What is your signature? Be authentic. Be authentic. Authenticity sells. Be authentic. As you are authentic, let me tell you, first of all, you're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Everybody is not going to like you or your business. Some people think I'm too hyper. Yes, Pastor Poju, yes, they think I'm too hyper. But guess what? The hyper nature, some people love it. What do you think? Exactly. So people think, oh my gosh, she's just too much. She's just too much. Oh my God. Hello. This is me, and I'm unapologetically me. Right? Do you understand? Fantastic. And that is what you should actually make sure that your brand is about. Your brand, your business must be authentic. You will not sell to everyone. You can't sell to everyone. Is there any business that sells to everyone that you know? So identify that market, but make sure that your brand, you so build your brand that people, in fact, one of the things I was saying to someone recently, I said, everybody may not like you, but be so good that they cannot ignore you. Be so good that they cannot ignore you, which brings me to the power of being excellent in all things. You must be excellent. You do not have the room or as first of all, as human beings, as entrepreneurs, as business owners, as Christians, as whatever religion, wherever you are, excellence is so important. You must strive for excellence in all you do. Because your business, your entrepreneurship journey relies so much on that excellent spirit that you have. And that's what is going to drive you. And that's what's going to drive your business. Sometimes, even my team, when I want to maybe not be excellent, because it's so imbibed in us, the team will tell me, no, we are excellent, so we can't do this. Imagine them telling me, so I will not go to a corner and say, okay, I've heard. But that's because we built a culture of excellence. We've imbibed it in every single person. So it's so important that you build a spirit of excellence, right? And then, of course, another thing I wanted to say here is also that in your entrepreneurship journey, you are going to have ups and downs. How many people are having down times at the moment? Okay, no, sorry. They say we should not say we have down. I'm so sorry. We are successful. We are what? Blessed. Fantastic. But there are sometimes, right? Embrace every season. I wanted to encourage you there. Embrace every season. The season that seems seemingly It's a time to look into the gaps in your business. It's a time to build yourself. It's a time to develop yourself. It's a time to train yourself. It's a time to begin to see what new things you can do. Because when the abundant season comes, what happens? You will not have time to work in your business. So it's important that you learn to work in your business. It's very, very important. So embrace the seasons. There are different cycles in life. It's the same way we know that in life there will be ups and downs. So in those times that you are feeling down, you know, even as a Christian, the Bible says that David encouraged himself, in fact, super encouragement in the Lord. That is what you need. So which brings me to, okay, so I'm talking about, so committing to learning. I think I talked about developing yourself. You must be committed to constant learning. Hone your craft. Hone your craft means perfect your craft. Perfect your work. Let people see you and know, oh my goodness, these guys are great. If you are selling toothpaste, sell it. Let it be the best toothpaste. Look for everything to make your toothpaste the best toothpaste. If you have a restaurant, make sure that your restaurant is the best restaurant. Whatever it is you're doing, whether it's a service, whether it's a product you have, make sure that that product and service is excellent. Build it. Go and learn how to do it better. Ask questions. Don't stay. I am a product of learning. I'm a product of asking questions. I'm a product of, I don't want to say, you know, if you say you are humble, are you humble? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. But I'm a product of, I don't know everything. Can you teach me? Can you guide me? Can you show me? From my peers alike, from my younger ones alike, from the older ones alike. So it's very important that we commit to learning. As a business owner or as an entrepreneur, one of the things you must also carry in your hand is learning emotional intelligence. Learning emotional intelligence, just knowing how to use the right emotions in the situation you are in. Especially as a CEO, that one is another matter, another story for us CEOs. But I've talked about identifying the skill gaps you have as a business owner. And one of the things I said here is stay humble. Stay humble. Because when you stay humble, you stay hungry and you stay learning. You have not arrived. Somebody will do one transaction like this. We have arrived. What are they talking about? Learn delayed gratification. Learn delayed gratification. Let me break that one down. When you are in your building your business, right? Learn how to invest back in the business. Don't use the money, all the money you are making at all the time. They will know that I have a new car. They will know that I've just bought a house. And if I've not posted it online, how will they even know? Social media is for positive and there's also negative. There's the positive of it. And that's that. But it's so important that, you know, you stay humble, you stay hungry, you stay learning, delayed gratification. Then I think I've talked about building a team. It's here now. It says leverage team power. Your team, they are your first customers. Do you know that? Your team that you work with, you are with as an entrepreneur, they're your first customers. A lot of us always think that, it is the external customers. You must sell the business to your team first. They must love everything first. They must know everything first before you go and sell to the customers outside. And your team must know that you care. They must know that you are invested in them, in their journey. Let your team shine. A lot of us as entrepreneurs, we are afraid of letting our team shine. Let them shine. Let them shine. And then, of course, I talked about identifying the skill gaps in your team. And then, of course, as your business is growing, right, it's also important that you think about impact. So as you're going from one journey to the other, because everybody, and let me also say this as I'm talking, everybody's at different levels in their lives. So as I'm speaking to you, pick one part of it. Some people, you're already at the level of where you are so successful, all they need to do is just cough, and you are just like there. Some of you are struggling. You have not even found the money to start the business. So you are in different seasons and different journeys of life. So when you understand where you are, right, you begin to look at the things that you need to do in that journey. But always think about your business and also making sure that there's impact. We all want to make money. Money is good. Money is sweet, right? Money is good. But guess what? Impact. Impacting people's lives is actually even more important. So give back, be impactful, give value, leverage mentorship, leverage the power of network, the power of people, the power of coaches, the power of your voices, people speaking to you. Leverage that. You are here now, so I'm glad that as you are listening, you are also leveraging on this. You understand what I'm saying? So you pay attention to who you listen to and who you are surrounded with. There will be critics in your life. Listen to them. But there are some critics that you shouldn't listen to. Right? When you dream, you shouldn't listen to some critics. But you must listen to some. Because what it does is that it helps you. Because you can't see everything. In your business, there are blind spots in your business that only somebody from the outside can tell you. So you need to be able to discern as a business owner, as an entrepreneur. Right? So, of course, as your business grows, don't stay. Diversify. You can diversify in the business or out of the business. So, different things. I've set up different companies, different expressions, just to also identify the various needs of the business. Now, this is one I needed to quickly say before I move. Do not be afraid to fail. How many people have failed here before? How many people have failed? Only 5, 8, 6? Nobody has failed? Oh my God, everybody's so perfect. Don't mind me, all of us. Everybody has failed. Don't be afraid to fail. Because what failure does is failure teaches you what not to do or what to do better the next time. I've cried many times. How many people have cried? Okay, let's not talk about crying. But let's just say that failure will teach you many things. And it's okay to make mistakes. But how do you build yourself, after you've made those mistakes? So basically, in summary, what am I saying? Believe in yourself. Believe in the dream. Be audacious. Because to build a business from scratch, you have to be audacious. Be audacious, stay focused. Of course, be tenacious. Tenacity is what will hold you. You remember during COVID, when all of things were crumbling if you were not tenacious during COVID, or resilient. So be tenacious, resilient, and then of course you have to be passionate. Passion is what will hold you when you are down, or when you feel like, oh my God, who sent me? I always like, okay, who sent me a message here? And then the next part is find your path. Of course, be excellent. Dream big. Have vision. Without vision, Mr. Joe has said all sorts about vision today. And then, of course, have foresight. And then, one of the things I will just leave you with is always, always put your best foot forward. Thank you so much for having me.
She deserves another round of applause. She deserves a continuous looping round of applause. Like one that does not stop. Oh my God, the energy, the fire, it doesn't go out. Wonderful, please have your seats. I've worked with Mrs. Funke on events, and sometimes 8 hours in, she's still going. You come out of the event, she's still like, what do you need? What do you need? Powerful. I celebrate you, Ma. I celebrate you. It's really, really powerful that she dropped so many lessons. Whether you are the person who owns the business or not, there's so many lessons. How many of us can remember one? Just one. Anyone? Shout it from your seat. Anyone who? Okay, raise your hand. Be audacious. Okay, I heard that loud and clear. Be audacious. Be tenacious, a lot of chassis, okay? Be excellent. I caught that one. Be excellent. No matter where you are, no matter what you do, be excellent. And I think I also caught something she said. She said, celebrate your team, right? And I thought to myself that I haven't actually told my team members Happy Workers' Day. If you're a leader here, you have team members, just put up your phone and say, Bode, Omo, Fatima, Happy Workers' Day, because they work hard for you, right? Right? And if you're the person who also has somebody who you supervise, you don't have to be the Oga Pata of the business. You can just pull out your phone and tell somebody Happy Workers' Day. And while you're doing that, remember that the platform is a global media event. We're streaming live on YouTube. A couple of people have said they can't find the other sessions or they can't find these sessions. So just go to YouTube. We are at the platform NG. So if you go to YouTube, it's at the platform NG. You scroll down, you see the platform NG 35, 35.0, 35.1, 35.2. So you see all of the sessions happening live. So you can post that, put that on your WhatsApp, put that out on Instagram, put that out on X, so that other people who want to participate in the other sessions can do that. And whilst you're
about the bootcamp opportunity, I jumped at it because I had prior experience in the public space. I knew this was the answer to a lot of the questions that I had.
My expectation was all about to see how my capacity to build in areas of public service, so from different backgrounds.
I've gone through this bootcamp. I need time to digest everything that I've learned. I know that I have a personal responsibility in the Nigerian dream. And I know that the Nigerian dream is valid, and by the grace of God, I'll have a huge impact in implementing a part of that.
Well, I think the most engaging facilitator is Mr. Tunde Erikira, and that's simply because he's kind of gave me the motivation I need for someone who I was actually not that interested in public service, but given the space he gave me, the impact that we can be able to do. So that is actually the facilitator that really stood out for me, and I get a lot of things from that. My visit to the National Assembly. That was actually my first time going to that place, and I had the chance to learn from a first-hand experience or knowledge from the Deputy Speaker, which really is something for me because I've never been there before, and I go and tell people that yes, I've been to this place. Yeah, I think that's very one of those stood out for me.
I really, really want to commend Pastor Poju for making this vision come to life. It was very, very well thought out.
This is really a life-changing experience. It's a church-based organization, but as a Muslim, I benefited from that thing. It's something I go and tell people, and really call on other people to be able to imitate this, to make such initiative that are moving towards the developing the country as a whole.
That's how we learn and that's how we grow. You can't have finished now, you didn't learn everything. Okay, what's the person's mother's name? How many locations are they in? They're in Kenya, they're in Dubai. How many of us want to be in that museum of the future? right? But we can create those things on our own, you know. We can actually create them for ourselves, our kids, and create. We all, you know about the vision boards and all, but that experiential, you know, aspect of it as well, making it more immersive, is something that we can definitely, you know, apply in our businesses as well. I know so many of us have visions. We have vision statements, mission statements, corporate philosophies. But how many of us have actually painted a picture of where we're supposed to be going in our businesses? You know, people come in through the doors every morning. Do they really know what, you know, your ROE of 20% looks like? Do they really know what, you know, a customer base of 5 million people looks like? You know, so I think it's also a great opportunity to use that learning to create immersive experiences even in our businesses as well. And you don't have to wait until you are very big and you're large and all. We can all create our city of dreamers right here, right? There's no visa to Dubai. Is there visa to Dubai now? Not yet. So all the more reason why we have to create our own museum of dreams, you know, right here as we are. So like I said, the platform is a global media event. As we go along in the day, we are beaming live on Channels Television. I think I mentioned that. Channels Television on DSTV channel 420. We are live. We're also live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. And this broadcast right here would end with all of our speakers, but it will continue with the broadcast from the Covenant Temple Lekki. So if you're a woman in business, you're a woman in tech, and you still want to catch up, or you know somebody who's at home and wants to catch the sessions from the 6 powerful, power-packed houses who are speaking on that stage, just know that right after this broadcast, it will be on Channels Television, and it's also live right now on YouTube. You're still with us live at the Covenant Place Igomo, and we're here on the platform, and this edition is the Platform Nigeria, the Platform NG 35.0, talking about entrepreneurship, building a business from scratch. And our next speaker is no one else but Mr. Mai Atafo. Yeah. If you scream loud enough, you might get a free outfit. No, it doesn't work that way. He's a multi-award-winning fashion designer, bespoke tailor, and charismatic businessman. He's the founder and creative director of the iconic fashion brand Atafo. A multi-hyphenate, Mr. Mai Atafo skills go far beyond design, having built an illustrious career working as the head of channels at Spice TV, strategy director at advertising agency The Firehouse, and fashion editor of Genevieve magazine. Atafo chaired the Central Working Committee of the Future Award Africa for 6 years before taking up a leadership role at the Advisory Council. Mai gained formal training at the prestigious Istituto di Moda Borgo in Milan, Italy, and he's a regular speaker at the Harvard Business School Africa Business Conference, and has also had his garments showcased at the Victoria and Albert Museum, Brooklyn, and Brooklyn Museum. Yes, he is a firm believer in empowering the next generation of creatives and pays it forward through a free fashion mentorship initiative called Fashion Conversations, which gives young designers the knowledge of the fashion industry and the tools to start their own businesses. Please welcome with me as we, with a round of applause, an outfit-winning round of applause, Mr. Mai Atafo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the applause. Sometimes when they read that profile, you're wondering if it's you or someone else. I never take stock of my bus stops in my journey. I just keep journeying on. I do not stop to look back a lot of times. I think the journey is very important. And the journey never has a final destination. But you just keep going. Today I decided to take stock. I stopped and looked back for a minute. That's because I am here today on the platform. I'm one that has heard, watched, and listened to the platform. And when Pastor Poju called me and said I wanted me to be on this platform, I was moved. Because growing up, you always hear the platform, you hear it on radio, you know, you hear that jingle, the platform. Then you hear that voice that goes, it's the platform, the annual show about the Covenant Christian Conference, da-da-da-da-da. Speaking is so and so and so and so, ND Managing Director of the da-da-da-da-da. Also speaking is internationally acclaimed, this, that, the founder of this. Will be speaking at the platform. Do not forget, there will also be this. I'm like, Jesus Christ, am I one of those people now? I mean, am I one of those guys? Because when they call their CVs, I'm like, Baba God, when? Apparently, I am one. So that was my stop and look back moment today. And I always tell people when you get awards and recognition, what that means is a setup. Because they've read everything you have done till this point. So when they call you again, they have to read something new. Because if they keep reading the things of the past, like Funke said, you will be in the past, you know. But to the reason why we're here, starting the business, building your business from scratch. I'm going to be very, very practical. I'm not very good at speaking with strategic talks. I'm very, very practical in the way that I talk. Because I'm not a very big reader. I'm a very good observer. So when people have read books for businesses and how to build businesses, I'm not one of those that have read a lot of those books. I do not have an MBA. But I learn from practicing and getting involved in things. And I think that's one of the best ways to learn. So my journey is taking me from being a student in the university, making a 2-1, graduating in agric economics, and going to study, doing a master's in information systems and technology, only to end up in British American Tobacco and the marketing department. So it doesn't stack up, right? I worked in marketing, British American Tobacco for 4 years and a little bit, and I moved to Diageo, where I also worked in marketing for about 4 years plus, before I decided to quit to be, like I like to say, a full-time tailor. The experience from those places is very, very key. Now, I tell people wherever you are at all, no matter what you do, if you give your 100%, you will learn something. And sometimes it's one thing that you learn that you may use to start or build your business. So while you look at your boss and say, I want to be like him, figure out what he has done to be who he is today. I say, do not copy the execution, copy the principle. So we look at somebody and we like the way he's dressed. Then we copy the dressing. But you see, you are only one step behind that person. Because you have copied what he is today. What about what he is tomorrow? Because he is not, if you're a good professional, you're not what you are yesterday. You're not what you are today. You're building for what you'll be tomorrow. So when you copy someone, you're copying the person's past. And if you're copying in the past, you can never progress to the future. That means you're already obsolete. Right? So it's very important. So that's what built me. And I woke up one day, went to work. I started my business. I started fashion while I was still working. Okay? I did it for 3 years while I was working. And that's the key thing. And people tell me, oh, when do you know is the right time to stop? I'm like, I do not know when is the right time to stop, to move from corporate to your business. Because the day I quit my job, I didn't know I was quitting my job that day. I went into work. And I just knew, I think it's about time. Right? But I worked 3 years. So I went to my 9 to 5. I got there as early as 8 o'clock every day. Left maybe like 6 or 7 o'clock. Then go to my factory, somewhere in Bucknor Road in Yaba. And I'm there till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And I go back home and my life continues again. But you see, at that point in time, I loved what I was doing, so it didn't feel like work. So when people are going like you're working too hard, I'm like, I do not understand what you're saying. That's because the one thing that Funke said today, I was passionate, very passionate about what I was doing. And I loved it. But that's how I did, and that's how I started it. Now, again, we're trying to tell you what you should do building your business from scratch. Many of these things is not what I've read, it's what I've experienced. So if I was to turn back the hands of time, what will I do differently to get it correct, right? There's this thing we always tell people, have a business plan when you want to start a business. That thing is always a long thing. And many of you hate hearing that thing. Okay, I will teach you something practical today, right? That may help you, small in that thing. But again, if you want to start a business, why do you want to start a business? Why? Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? Are you starting a business because you want to make money? It's not a bad thing at all. If you want to just make money, it's great because you're keeping your eyes on the number. You want to start a business because you are passionate about that particular thing. Right? It's good to be passionate. But if you're not making money out of your passion, the only thing that you'll be blessed with is poverty. And we don't want that for anyone. Okay? So money is important. But you have to think of why you want to be an entrepreneur. It's very important. Because people are like, I like to do this. But if you keep liking it, you're not making money from it, it's going to set you back. So think about that clearly. I think making money in anything that you do is very important. I don't say be greedy. But I think making money is very important. Whilst you're doing what you love or what you want to do, in there, you most likely will find your purpose. Right? If I was working in my job in marketing, I don't think I'll be able to talk to this number of people to set an impression on them. Okay? And while I was working in marketing, I always tried to brag differently that, one of the boys that I recruited then who was a brand executive with me, he grew up to be marketing director in Coca-Cola at a point in time. Then he went up to the head office in Atlanta to be in charge of fruits. He calls me boss till today. Meanwhile, I'm a tailor. And he's the top of his marketing game. It doesn't stack up, does it? Because where we live in Nigeria, the guy is the one with the big title. The tailor is the other guy. The guy that I studied innovation with in Diageo, sitting next to each other, currently is the managing director for Pernod Ricard, which is the most luxury alcoholic beverage company in the world. He's the managing director, not marketing, managing director for Africa, based in Johannesburg. Right? That's my guy. So that's to give you the level that I could have been or surpassed if I continued my career path. Do I regret it? No, I do not. Am I happy? Very happy. Right? Because life has taught me something. When you're working for yourself and you're making some kind of money, right? What you're doing when we are working and making money is that we're trying to buy our life back from society. That's what you're doing when you're making money. I'll make it easier for you. When you go on leave, right? You're not working. Probably travel to a nice destination. You're living a good life. You're not doing anything for that point. So work is on pause, and you are enjoying life. But you paid for the holiday. So you just bought back that 2 weeks leave from life. How would it feel if you can buy back 10 years of your life from the world? You've made enough money, I don't have to work for 10 years. For me, that's the reason why we work. So you can buy back your life. Sometimes you buy it back in minutes, in hours, in days, in months. But it's key that you do that. So I digress a little bit. So let's go to the key thing. Starting differently, I'll start with a business plan. From scratch, have a business plan. Okay? But let me make it easy for you. So for those of you, pen, paper, calculator, very, very important. I will run through this very, very fast, but you need to grab it. Okay? Your pen, your paper, and your calculator. Let's do this real quick. This is your business plan. Okay? There was a football TV reality show in Nigeria once done by somebody. And the registration fee to come on this show was 3,000 naira, okay? You buy the form for 3,000 naira, then you get a chance to come on the show. A chance to come on the show, so it wasn't guaranteed. At the end of 4 weeks, right, 30,000 Nigerians had registered for a chance to get on the show. So at the end of 4 weeks, how much was made? Mathematicians here. What? 90 million is the correct answer. It sounds like it's not correct. Because I said 3,000 naira, maybe 30,000 people. That gives you 90 million naira. So when I heard that, I flipped it around and said, okay, as a fashion designer, what can I make and sell and make 3,000 naira profit and be able to sell 30,000 units of that thing? Then I'll make 90 million naira. Very simple calculation. I started thinking, okay, if I have to sell 30,000 units, how many do I have to sell in a week? So you have to divide 30,000 by 52. Then when you look at that number, you're thinking, I can't actually sell that in a week. Then you know what? Flip the numbers around. What I did was that, okay, if I make 30,000 naira and sell to 3,000 people, I can make 19 million naira. What product can I do? And I looked at the product I was doing at the point in time. Trouser, shirt, dress. Then it hit me. Suits. People pay a premium for suits. And then my suit was like, 60,000 naira. And I was making 30K. Now, the suit is very bullish in price. But Pastor Poju can testify to that. I've sent him invoice many times. So I decided to go and start making suits. And this goes back to what Funke was saying. You should be flexible in your business ideas. Because if I said I was going to be a shirt designer, I won't go and make suits. Now, what led me there was my thinking. So my business plan was now start making suits so you can sell suits, make 30,000 naira profit, and sell to 3,000 people. That will make me 90 million naira. Now I realized 3,000 suits is still a lot of suits in a year. Why am I pursuing 90 million naira? What about 20 million naira? So bring down the number of suits you want to make. Bring down your profit a little bit. So 20,000 naira, and I want to sell that to 1,000 people. That's 20 million naira. If it's your first year, bring it even down more, because most businesses don't break even, as they say, in the first 4 years. But Africans, we scatter that table. We start making profit even the first year. So that's it. So once you have that thing done, your question is now, how do I produce that thing? And who do I sell it to? And Funke talked about your target audience. Now, who are these people? And what is this product? Do you know that's your business plan? Now, how you do that is not the full detail of your business plan. And guess what? For almost every entrepreneur, the how is what they do not know. That's where the work starts. I want to be a fashion designer. I want to make clothes. Tick. I want to sell clothes to people. Tick. I want to say this number of pieces. Tick. Now, how do you start? You start researching. So if you think that people start business and they know everything, how do you know the best location to put your restaurant? How do you know the people to target for events? Now you have to start learning. Goes back to something I think I said earlier. If you do not learn, you're only going to fail. So you have to start learning how to do this, but that's pretty much your business now. So that is how you start from scratch. Think of the product. And again, your first year can be 1 million naira profits. Then the next year you review to go to 2, then 3, then 10. Then you get to 1 billion. Then you can join Davido. 30 billion gang. You know what I mean? But that's how it starts, and that's how I've seen it. And I think it's very important. And think about it this way, starting from scratch. You can't be everything to everybody. Try to be something, right, to everybody. And when I say something to everybody, it doesn't mean that everybody will buy your something. It just means that you should know me for this thing. And that's how business starts. So you open a restaurant, you can't be Mr. Big / RSVP / black belt all together because you want to make everything everyone can eat. Start with something, okay? Be something to everybody, and that's a good way to start business. And I think it's very important. And just check my notes. I want to get the key points so I don't forget it. I remember starting from scratch. Starting from scratch, another thing that's very, very important is we mix these things up. There's your product, and there's your brand. They are two different things, right? Now, if I'm drinking this water here, I'm drinking water. It's a product. If I'm drinking it from that bottle, I'm drinking Nestle water. That is now a brand. But you see, your product has to be 100% certified. Excellent. You cannot be sewing clothes and sewing it for Nigerians, but you want to make $1. You know that the zip is not straight. But if the customer does not know, you will give them. Right? And she will pay you, and you take the money and put it in your pocket. So you've made money, right? But you see what you have done? You've actually stopped yourself from making more money. You know how? Because the customer is going to wear it. And people are going to see the customer and say, I like the dress, but guess what? The zip is bent. So you do not get a call to make another dress. So you see how these things can affect you. So your product has to be great. All right? Then your brand is the next thing. I have this product, but you see, how do I present it to people to see? Okay? How do I package it? If you came into my office today, how do I welcome you? That's part of your brand. Because people think branding is a logo and the color and the sign. No! If you came into my studio today and said, hi, good morning, sir, how are you doing? Please have a seat. What would you like? Tea, coffee? What do you want to do today? Okay, let me get the consultant for you. Consultant comes looking really, really nice, speaking to you nice. That's all part of your brand. It is what they say about you when you're not in the room. So it's a lot more than the nice logo, the lovely font, your Instagram page. It's a lot more than that. Okay? And I always look at my brand as a human being. That's how I look at my brand. So if I say, this is a brand, all right? This is not me. I work for the brand. I work on the product for the brand, okay? So now there are three different things here. Product, me, and brand, right? If somebody comes and engages with the brand, what does the brand tell them? So I am looking for the MTN office. Oh, it's in Falomo. That's where the brand lives. That's the house of the brand. How do you know it? It's a big story building, white, and there's yellow somewhere. You are describing what? The brand, not the service, not even the phone. There's no call right now. When you hear Hilton, you think of a hotel. It has to be one of the top ones because Hilton is like this, that. You call another hotel, maybe an inn. You say, oh, it's nice, but it's the smaller one. But you see, you are describing something. How would you describe your brand? I call my brand a human being. I want to know the way my brand speaks, how it feels, how it looks. So it's very important. Last year, I did one of the arguably the biggest fashion show on the continent. It was in a hotel. I had 800 people sitting front row exclusively. There was no second row because everyone was important at the show. It had 8 lanes. We showcased 87 pieces, used 50 models. That wasn't me. That was my brand. Atafo put on the show. I served under Atafo to deliver that show. So these are the things that I look at when I'm starting from scratch. Okay? I think about brand. Why am I doing this thing? What is the product? Is the product excellent? Am I building a brand? Because you see, you get a second chance at building a product, but not a second chance at building a brand. The brand is a continuous journey. So today I can wake up and decide I want to make kids clothing. I'm going to make kids clothing, but under Atafo. And someone say, oh, if you can make suits this good, then you can make kids clothes that good. It's the integrity of the brand now that is now falling on top of the other things you're doing. I can even decide to venture into actually making paints. Right? Because of what the brand can do. It's actually associated with quality and craftsmanship, so you know it can do this. Right? So you have to think about that and that. And when you start as a business person, you do not know this and you cannot know this. So it's things you have to develop yourself in. You have to read, unlike me, you have to read and research. YouTube is my friend. I like to listen rather than actually put my eyes and read things. So it's very important. So you have to keep learning. We've talked about the business plan and how the business plan works. And one thing again, if you're starting the business, and we are very short-sighted about this when I started my business, we always start like we're trying to do it for here. Trying to do it for your streets, or for your states, or for your country. Think you're trying to do it for the world. Think your product is global. Now with technology, it is very possible. Now, if your product can even cross the oceans and the seas and the rivers, let your brand be able to cross. So my products are not physically available in where my name has gone. You can't get my suit in Brooklyn Museum, or can you get it in the Victoria and Albert Museum, or even Harvard Business School that I've spoken 3 times. But you see the brand name is there. So when I go there with a product tomorrow, there's something that can connect. But if you have products that can move, think global. I know friends of mine that are doing business in Nigeria, and their customers are not even Nigerians in Nigeria. Just exporting and just making money in dollars. At the exchange rate that is going right now, that's a dream for everybody. So always think global. Your product has no standard. There's only one standard, and the standard is international standard. I'd run my business for 5 years. After 5 years, I went to school to go and learn pattern making for suits. I was a household name here. When I got to school in Milan, I saw people in my class that were Nigerians. They're looking at me like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I want to be the best. I brought in a master tailor who trained in Savile Row for 35 years to come and train me in Nigeria, not once, but twice. Cost me a lot of money. Because I want to be better than the guys in Savile Row. Yes, you guys own the suit, but I want to make it better than you do make it. And I can. Because it's craftsmanship, I've got the hands. Alright? So for me, it's important. I don't see myself as a local player, as a Nigerian player. I don't see myself as an African designer. I see myself as a designer of African descent. Thank you very much, and that's my time.
Another round of applause for... Okay, let's give a round of applause to Mai. And then another round of applause for Atafo, right? Because we know they are separate, right? If I hear there's a giveaway going on and I hear Mai is doing the giveaway, I will not go to where Mai is, I'll go to where Atafo's giveaway is, right? Fantastic, fantastic show. Oh no. But you know, we have a surprise coming up. It's one of the centers, one of the summits that is going to be on the screen. And just while that is coming up, I want to just celebrate the fact that he said so many things, so many powerful things. And you could miss them, but you don't have to, because you can go over the session again. It's all available on YouTube. Remember, I said it's streaming live. It's also live on channels. So on YouTube, you can go to the platform NG35 and catch the session as well as every other session that has taken place today.
Problem statement. You're competing against the problem. We're competing against gender inequality.
When I heard about the bootcamp opportunity, I jumped at it because I had prior experience in the public space. I knew this was the answer to a lot of the questions that I had.
My expectation was all about to see how my capacity to build in areas of public service, so from different backgrounds.
I've gone through this bootcamp. I need time to digest everything that I've learned. I know that I have a personal responsibility in the Nigerian dream, and I know that the Nigerian dream is valid, and by the grace of God, I will have a huge impact in implementing a part of that.
Well, I think the most engaging facilitator is Mr. Tunde Erikira, and that's simply because he's kind of gave me the motivation I need for someone who I was actually not that interested in public service, but given the space he gave me, the impact that we can be able to do. So that is actually the facilitator that really stood out for me, and I get a lot of things from that. My visit to the National Assembly. That was actually my first time going to that place, and I had the chance to learn from a first-hand experience or knowledge from the deputy speaker, which really is something for me because I've never been there before. And I go and tell people that, yes, I've been to this place. Yeah, I think that's very one of those stuff back for me.
I really, really want to commend Pastor Poju for making this vision come to life. It was very, very well thought out.
This is really a life-changing experience. It's a church-based organization, but as a Muslim, I benefited from that thing. It's something I go and tell people, and really call on other faithfuls to be able to imitate this, to make such initiative that are moving towards the developing the country as a whole.
Knowledge and clips from all of the sessions happening, or two of the other sessions happening in Lagos here, talking about entrepreneurship and also women in business and tech. Like I said, all of the sessions at the platform 35 are available on YouTube. You don't have to miss anything. You can go back and watch every single thing from all of the speakers across the 3 locations. It's 1 platform, 3 venues, 3 summits. And here at the summit, we're talking about entrepreneurship and building a business from scratch. Our next speaker is Mr. Julian Kyula. If you've attended Wolfbeck, you know why I hesitated a bit, because today he's Mr. Julian Kyula. He's an internationally accomplished business leader. He's the founder and CEO of EdomX Group, a Delaware company that has opened offices in Houston and Kenya. Prior to that, he founded Mode Group, a fintech company spanning across over 26 countries in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, which was acquired by Digital One in 2018. As founder and chairman of Beulah City, Julian is involved in affordable housing projects in the Kenyan housing sector. He now sits on several boards across the world with links to global leaders in various sectors. He has been recognized as the 2015 CNBC East Africa Entrepreneur of the Year, the 2012 IBM Global Entrepreneur, and in the top 40 under 40 Kenya entrepreneurs on 2 occasions. He's been featured in Forbes magazine, Bloomberg International, and the New York Times. As a sought-after speaker, Julian has graced various platforms across the world, including Oxford University, various Silicon Valley events, and as well as CBOS in Singapore, and also spoken at the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in Nairobi with President Barack Obama. Bishop Kyula is a husband to Amanda Kyula, and they are the father and mother of 3 precious boys. Please join me as we welcome, in this context, the platform, Mr. Julian Kyula.
Thank you very much. Please have your seats. A very good morning to you all. Thank you. Nobody does these kind of events like Pastor Poju. I want to appreciate my brother for this amazing, amazing work he has done. I also want to just thank you for the amazing, amazing speakers prior to me. You know, it's good to finally meet a Nigerian called Joe. Because for us Kenyans, these names are so hard to pronounce. I have a pastor in my church called Pastor Ekelemu Ewamozino. It took me about 3 years to finally get that right. So to this amazing, amazing panel of speakers on this side, I can't imagine. I do quite a few talk events in Nairobi. To have 3 simultaneously going on and all these channels, I can't imagine what it takes to put that together. So to all of you at the Covenant Nation, well done. Well done. Thank you so much, Madam Funke, Mr. Mai, for those amazing insights. So much genuineness going in. I'm very torn about the direction I want to take. I have a presentation for you. It will make me look very smart. But beyond that, I want to deal with I think I'm here to deal with something very important. So I'll play around with the presentation. I don't know which slides I'll use or which ones I won't. What I'm going to hope you then do is bear with me to make sure I can pass on the message. When she was reading the profile, yeah, we've done quite a few things, and I thank God for that journey. I've built companies from scratch. Even as late as when I was here for Wolfbeck, I went back to Kenya and started another one. I can tell you a lot about building from scratch. But I also want to deal with a few fundamental things, because I'm realizing that this is something we have to understand. So passion deals with the intense, strong feeling about a person or a thing. And I couldn't help but hear that from all the speakers today. Regarding what they do, passion is key. Money is a great thing. Money does answer a lot of things. But entrepreneurship, I heard someone say this once in a London conversation about entrepreneurship, is putting your face out every day for people to slap. That's what it feels like sometimes. So if you're going to get into entrepreneurship, there are a few things that I think are very important to have, and some are covered in my presentation. But in these few minutes we have, I think for all of us who've come to speak to you, the key thing is for us to give you a very small taste of the context of this gathering, which is building from scratch. But at the same time, I must ask pertinent questions as we go. I remember my parents telling me they went to school without shoes. And as I was listening to Madame Funke speaking, you know, she says she's constantly evolving. I heard it in Mr. Mai's conversation, the choice between career versus entrepreneurship. Questions, deep questions. Listening to Joe talking about what he had to do in Dubai, and even just now explaining to me that, you know, it's a challenge in Nigeria to necessarily get visas for Dubai at the moment. There are 4 things I want to make sure you catch. If you're going to start anything, these 4 things are crucial. It doesn't matter if you're in tech, fashion, hospitality, events, manufacturing. There are 4 solutions to wicked problems. And those solutions to wicked problems are born by passion. Passion takes 4 things on the designer. It takes empathy, intuition, it takes imagination, and it takes idealism. These are actually things that are in God's design on anything he does. These 4 things are key. Again, I'm not going to make assumptions. Everybody here is starting up. Some of you are probably on your 10th company. Some of you are probably very successful, and some of you are just kicking off. But I believe we must trust God for a revolution that will take place in the arena of business. Why did I give the story about our parents and going to school without shoes? Because we are not. So I also wonder, has starting businesses evolved? I don't know about Nigeria. In my country, Kenya, there are too many training programs. In fact, we're tired. I mean, every week people are being trained on how to do this, train. And by the way, you must train up a child in the way they should go. And when they are grown, they should not depart from it. So I also wonder the stages at which we are training people for things in life that they have to encounter. This generation is moving so fast. The largest company in my country is called Safaricom. About 5 years ago, they fired a group, a marketing consultancy group that got wrong a product that they were launching. And they were talking to 19-year-olds and 17-year-olds, and they realized that in tech speak, those are 2 different generations. So things are changing so fast. I wonder if we're giving sometimes advice for the days our parents were going to school without shoes to a generation that is completely shifting in terms of how they're looking at life. But some principles are the same. Some principles are the same. Now, so you build this thing, you build a great business, you build a great company. As you heard, I remember even in the previous business I built, I had offices here in Nigeria and Abuja. I had a lovely team working for me here. We were in 28 markets. I think some of you still know that business in Airtel and Glo called Borrow Me Credit. That was my business. And you may see the phone company on the front end, but the back end, it was a complete technical and finance solution. So I used to stand on a place like this, and while talking, I'm just making money. It's a beautiful business. Why would I disrupt myself? Why would I sell such a business? I had 300 million customers across the world. I had people in Indonesia. It didn't matter what time it was. When I go to sleep, the system was working. I chose to disrupt myself, sell that business, and start another one because I saw something. Listen, you have to understand how to deal with finance. You have to understand how to deal with success. It's not just starting from scratch. Sometimes the end of a thing is better than the beginning. So I had to think thoroughly about how do I disrupt myself, because I could see disruption coming. I could see it coming. And I started looking at how, again, I don't know about, I've studied a bit of Nigeria. One of the things you have going for you is that you do have a very wealthy nation. I must tell you that, very wealthy nation. You also have pockets of capital here that you can take advantage of. In most of our countries, we have to deal with international funding. So I looked at how we were looking at finance, how we were looking at the evolution, what happens if you have to raise $100 million. So you start with $20,000, you start with $200, but over time it grows. But because of the speed of this generation, I found out that a lot of us are taking wrong capital. Found out that a lot of us are taking wrong money for our businesses. So as we evolve across East Africa, across different parts of the world, I started thinking about capital, where we're going to go. So I've broken my conversation into two parts. I'm going to come with a second part just now in about 6 minutes for my last 15 minutes and tell you something that began when I left Ogbechie here in January. We must ask God to help us raise a mighty army that we can work faster by connecting and networking. I think the world has become too competitive for us to do it alone. So one of the things I think that is killing us in Africa is individualism. And I'm going to deal with that shortly. I think if we can crack individualism in this generation, a lot can change. In my country, communities such as the Somali community, the Ismaili community, we have a community called the Ismaili community. 11,000 of them, they control 12% of our economy. We have the Bahora community, 30,000 people, they own their own cities. I can't understand why a country that is 80% Christian can't seem to get together. So our biggest downfall, I believe, is individualism. Even in entrepreneurship. I sat with my Nigerian friend in Kenya, he owns a restaurant. Across from us was another restaurant. So in this mall, there are certain restaurants that are there. And his restaurant, you know, it's a good restaurant. He's a Christian, his wife is Christian. We sat there, but across from us was another restaurant. I don't want to tell you the name for the fact that we're live. And the restaurant was full. On a Tuesday afternoon, completely full. Why? One of those communities I'm telling you about has made a decision that none of their businesses can fail. So why do Christian businesses fail? Why do we hustle so hard? Because everybody's on their own. And I've built enough businesses to realize, yeah, you can get to the top. Yeah, the top is lonely. Yeah, we can go through all the trainings. But ultimately, why are we failing? We're failing because everybody's on their own. I'll cheer you, you start, I wish you well. But there's no communal covenant that I am my brother's keeper. There's no communal covenant that what you begin, if it is a salon, get ready to see all these heads there. Are you understanding me? So, if you look at Dubai, since today we're referring to Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum a lot, let me say what he said. To be creative is to add something new to life as opposed to being a passive part of it. So entrepreneurship is great. We must start. But I wonder, to my friend, Madame Funke, Today I've met someone called Funke. Usually in my country, it's all we hear is that clip, Funke, but I'm glad to finally meet someone. I'm sorry. As I listen to Mr. Mai, as I listen to my brother Joe, could it be that maybe our style of entrepreneurship was our parents' style? And could it be that a generation is rising that could change how that works? I really don't think I'll take you through my, can you see, I can show you, if you can show my presentation, I really had a smart presentation. I don't know if they're showing it. You can see things that I put in there for you. Just let it stay there for a minute. Let them just absorb. I had something, okay? But I feel like going a different, I really had something. See, that looks smart, right? So you believe I prepared for you and I was not going to waste your time. But I really want to deal with this one. Our bias. And I think the greatest challenge I've had in disrupting myself is that I've had to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I was hearing about Diageo and the opportunities, just having to completely disrupt yourself as an entrepreneur in an extremely fast-moving world requires a different kind of thinking. And I think what we have to do is to press strategically. Because two assets you have in life, time and energy, right? I mean, these master classes, one of the things we'll discuss with Pastor Poju is we need 4 hours with you. All we can give you today is a drop of our lives and experiences. But it's not just pressing, it's pressing toward the mark. So, in experimenting in entrepreneurship I have to get it right. So it means I don't want to waste 20 years. Now listen, this is important. For anyone who's here who's doing business, I think they'll agree with me. To build a great business, if you're going to reach a point and say it has succeeded, you need a minimum of 7 to 10 years. That's the truth. Please, Mark Zuckerberg, notwithstanding, it takes you 7 to 10 years to build a good business. It also takes you 7 to 10 years for a business you are really hoping had promised to fail. So for every one of us, you have at least in life, depending on when you started, 2 bullets to try out a business. A good one. I'm not talking about that little experiment you're trying it. No, I'm talking about if it was starting to scale or something was starting to happen and it starts to track, you have 7 to 10 years. If you're lucky to do 2 good businesses, then you have that business begins to do something for you. So, you have to ask God for wisdom to press strategically. Because it is easy to lose 10 years just like that. And in a generation that's moving so fast, 10 years is a long time to lose something. So we must ask ourselves the question, am I on my own? Can I really pull this off on my own? Which is what happened to me when I came for Wolfbeck. I'm going to give you a story. My slides are still going, so just let people see that I've prepared for them. Yes, we have to be creative. Yes, we have to be courageous. Yes, I'll do this one day when I come. Yes, you have to have grit. Yes, you have to have focus. Yes, you have to move with speed. I'm telling you all the good things that we tell you at meetings of this kind. Yes, we have to have information assimilation. You can't do it on your own. But I believe we're actually in another dimension. When I was building, this is one of the projects I'm doing in my country. These are 1,070 apartments. This is just one of them. My concept to my team was, if a waiter cannot afford my homes, they're too expensive. So I told them that solutions to wicked problems are born by passion. Why is that important to me? The first job I had in America, I was a waiter. I went through certain experiences that have stayed in my head. I don't think there's any restaurant I go to that a waiter will not remember me, because I make it a point to interact with them in a way that is life. So I fought hard. The business model was not making sense to many in the beginning. It took us 7 years to crack it. But solutions to wicked problems are born by passion. So I fought with the banks. I fought with my presidents, both of them. I fought with our parliamentarians. We lobbied hard. We got certain things going, not just on my own, just through the country's bills. We passed bills that started to look at affordable housing. My previous president and now our current president are very passionate about affordable housing. We have bills that changed how our finance bills are looking like as a country. Now it is possible for a first-time homeowner for us to work with banks for a mortgage that will not go beyond 9% on the Kenya shilling. Secondly, it meant that for my one bedrooms, my studios, which are about $23,000, and that's with a lot of engineering in our units. This is project 1, this is project 2, that you can own a home for $150 a month. Solutions. So now you can rent to own my homes and be a homeowner. Where am I going with this? I'm not trying to show you that I can build. I'm tired of having success on my own. So something started to happen. This is EdomX. I told you I was doing Borrow Me Credit. How many of you have ever done Borrow Me Credit here? Okay, good. So I have customers. But I didn't like the fact that, I can't talk too much about it because there's a lot of confidentiality there. But I thought about finance. So my part was to disrupt shelter, to disrupt finance, to disrupt certain things. So I went and looked at my business model for my previous business, and I went ahead and called my business EdomX. My previous business was called Mode. I didn't even have time to change the name, but I wanted to do things upside down. So I simply just reversed the name. So it has nothing to do with the biblical Edomites, it's just EdomX. Because I just said, I want to disrupt myself. Are you understanding me? And I wanted to look at finance differently. So we disrupted finance. And I went back to Kenya. I had to settle back because it takes a lot to disrupt yourself. And we went ahead and began EdomX, which I decided to disrupt it in America and also in Africa to show that it can work in an emerging market and a developed market. And we're able right now. We just started in September last year, but we built the company over the last 3 years, already over 1 million customers. And we are looking at finance with zero interest. Finance at zero interest. So people ask me, how do you make money? Solutions to wicked problems. So what I did is I went ahead and I found people like my friend Joe. I'd go to their restaurants and say, listen, if I have 1 million customers or 5 million customers or 10 million customers, and on the back end, I give them finance to come to your restaurant in Dubai, could you give me a standing discount? And they're happy to give me 10% because guess what I have? I have customers. I worked with the phone companies. I said, what if we could disrupt finance and change the way people look at finance? So I'm able to then use the criteria in the phone companies' mobile money to assess the kind of people I can give this credit to. But while doing that, it evolved into something I wasn't expecting. All of a sudden, people like Joe are willing to give me the discount, whether I'm giving the person a loan or not. So now I'm able to start thinking about a global brand, and this is 10 times the business I'd built before because I had the courage to disrupt myself. And I'm saying all this to say, then I came to Nigeria for Wolfbeck. While I was doing all this business, my previous business, I was in Qatar with some very lovely, wealthy friends. And we were sitting in a house about this big. And my friend had guests coming in all along, and he was a community leader. And because they own a very large phone company across the world, I was partnering with them. And we sat there as their guest. We had appetizer 1, 2, 3, 4. By the time the meal came, it's the first time I've ever seen food carried by 2 men with big trays like that. Anyway, I say that to emphasize a point. And these people sat me down, and I was watching as all these people were coming in. This was, I kid you not, 5 years ago. And at some point at midnight, we started eating at 6 p.m. We were still eating at midnight. At midnight, the shisha had gotten into my head and all that stuff. For those of you who've never smoked shisha, secondhand smoke is dangerous. It's more dangerous than the one that they're inhaling. And I'm not a guy who takes a lot of drugs. I don't take any drugs, period. There's a story I'd have told you, but my time is really narrowing down. I really want to make this point because this is important. So he's sitting there, and we're now winding down. We're finished. Business deal is done because some of these people, they relate a lot before they do business with you. So I asked him, I said, Sheikh, who are all these people coming into your house? There's been hundreds of people streaming in here from 6 p.m. I've seen them go that direction, humongous living room he had. And he says to me, oh, those are my people. So I said, what do you mean those are your people? He says, these are my people. They're allowed to come in here. They can come and take a shower. They can eat. They can even take a fresh whatever of clothes, because all their clothes are kind of the same, small, medium, large, and just come and change. And I'm not supposed to ask them who they are. Then he looked at me and says, but you are priests, no? So I said, yes. Yeah, all this is in the Kitab. We learn from Abraham. You don't do this in your church? I was agitated. My agitation, the seed of agitation for me started then. I realized, whether it's Qatar, Dubai, one of the things these guys have is community. And I can't understand why I can't seem to reconcile in my mind, and please forgive me because I get very emotional about it, why the most evangelized continent in the world just doesn't seem to understand that God's agenda was never to do it alone. Because if you go ahead and build your shop alone, your restaurant alone, your fashion shop alone, it doesn't matter. But when we start to think as a community, so I started disrupting my thinking. I said, fine, I've built successful houses. I started looking at, I'm going to go to another part of my slide, a book written by Price Pritchett, you should read it, it's called U Squared. He gives an analogy of a fly. He says a man comes into a shop and there's this fly and he's watching the fly on a window. And the fly is trying, it can see outside, but it can't get outside. It's using energy. It's buzzing. It's doing everything it can do. And he's just asking himself, I wish it could see the door and realize that where it's trying to go, that's the right way to go. But this is what a lot of us are doing. We are putting a lot of effort. The window is there, which means I can see outside, but I can never seem to get there. And this frustration is real. I don't think, and please tell me if you think I'm not doing justice to this conversation, Mr. Mai, my dear friend, Madame Funke, and Joe, if you don't think I'm doing justice, to have this generation go through what we've gone through, I think would be wrong. I think there's a better way. I don't have to build these houses alone. So I went back to my country after this agitation started. I came for Wolfbeck. And when I was here, I was listening to the speakers. There was a lot of depth. I was very intimidated, I must be honest, after listening to Apostle Selman, Apostle Lubega. I just sat there saying, now what have I come to say to these people? Surely. Some smart, depth. But in this kingdom, every joint supplies. In this kingdom, I give mine, you give yours, right? So what we have to crack in Africa, because the most evangelized continent in the world has the highest infant mortality rates, the highest poverty rates, the highest corruption rates in the world. And there has to be a question we ask ourselves about this disconnect. How is it that we speak of this great kingdom thing, yet the disconnect in our day-to-day life is, listen, come listen to me, you go do it, I wish you well. No, there has to be better. And I feel some of us must disrupt that. So I looked at all the things that God, thank you. I looked at all the things that God has enabled me to build, and I said, I'm done building wealth alone. Something has to change. Because in my companies, I got private equity funds, I got hedge funds, but at the end of the day, I have fellow Kenyans who've taken money from private equity funds, and they're all at home right now. They've all lost their businesses. Sometimes that money is not good for your business. Just the truth. So we must create something different. My time is up. I'm going to borrow 2 minutes so that I can be invited again. Just to have this serious conversation. Because, guys, we've done it. We've built these things, and if you want to feel our highs, you can come and feel them. But there's a frustration we feel because how does it come back to the people? How does it come back to my brother and sister? How do I become my brother and sister's keeper so that I'm asked by another Arab? In my country, 11,000 people control 13% of Kenya's economy because they are a community. They buy sugar from one another. They don't allow funds to get out of their ecosystem. They help each other and they make sure that they're together. Sometimes we hardly know how you came to church. Hardly know whether you have food in your house. Listen, I am my brother's keeper. So, in looking at what we did, I came for Wolfbeck. The agitation had reached final level. I said, I'm going to go start this thing. God has shown it to me. I was so agitated and I slept in my hotel here in Nigeria. A vision came to me so clearly at about 3 a.m. in the morning. I got up, I prayed, and I went ahead and executed what it is. I went back to Kenya. I kicked off what we call the Kingdom Commonwealth. And I really believe that it has a blueprint that is required by the church. And the Kingdom Commonwealth basically enabled us to create something. I don't have the time and I want to be disciplined. It created something, you can go look it up, kingdomcommonwealth.com. It begins to say that when I'm in Dubai, Joe's business is my business. We started looking at contributing every month to create a 20-year fund. I believe we can overtake the Black Rocks and all these other guys. It's not a competition, but the kingdom of God has the capacity to become each other's keepers. I said, instead of me building my house, and you see that fly, that frustration is real. That we're using so much energy. I can see where I want to go, but I can't seem to know the way. The second thing Christ Preacher tells you is that going up the stairs one step at a time, it's not going to cut it anymore. We have to leapfrog some things. We have to leap jump, rather, some things. It's a quantum leap. And that's what we have to do. So we have to create systems. And the whole model of try harder, I don't believe is the answer. I think we have to work smarter. And I think we have to change how things have been done. Listen, I think you can tell, for all of us as speakers, we need time. And we need a master class. So that we can take you through why are we disrupting it? Why are we asking us to think different as a generation? And how do we picture that end and bring it to the beginning? Because that's really where it needs to be. So Kingdom Commonwealth started in Kenya. We're already thousands of members from Wolfbeck here. It got birthed here, and they've bought into the vision. And I've said to them, my next houses, we build them together. My next things, we do them together. Yours, we do them together. And we created a system and showed the way. If I had the time, I'd show you why it's time for us to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you at the next platform at that space. Thank you.
When I heard about the bootcamp opportunity, I jumped at it because I had prior experience in the public space. I knew this was the answer to a lot of the questions that I had.
My expectation was all about to see how my capacity to build in areas of public service, so from different backgrounds.
I've gone through this bootcamp. I need time to digest everything that I've learned. I know that I have a personal responsibility in the Nigerian dream, and I know that the Nigerian dream is valid, and by the grace of God, I'll have a huge impact in implementing a part of that.
Well, I think the most engaging facilitator is Mr. Tunde Erikira, and that's simply because he's kind of gave me the motivation I need for someone who I was actually not that interested in public service, but given the speech he gave me, the impact that we can be able to do. So that is actually the facilitator that really stood out for me, and I get a lot of things from that. My visit to the National Assembly. That was actually my first time going to that place, and I had the chance to learn from a first-hand experience or knowledge from the Deputy Speaker, which really is something for me because I've never been there before. And I go and tell people that, yes, I've been to this place. Yeah, I think that's very one of those that stood out for me.
I really, really want to commend Pastor Poju for making this vision come to life. It was very, very well thought out.
This is really a life-changing experience. It's a church-based organization, but as a Muslim, I benefited from that thing. It's something I go and tell people, and really call on other faithful to be able to imitate this, to make such initiative that are moving towards the developing the country as a whole.
At the platform NG, you probably see 3 live sessions going on. You see the platform 35.0, you see the platform 35.1 and 35.2, all live. Just copy the links, post them on your WhatsApp, and so that people can hear. As we're listening, we know that the more people that get it, the better and the farther that we will go. So please, let's share the message. Without further ado, let me just bring up our next speaker, who's the final speaker at this particular summit where we're talking about entrepreneurship and building a business from scratch. He is not speaking for the first time, so it's truly an honor to have him once again at the platform. And so quick secret. His session last year, the last time he was here, was so powerful. I just kept on seeing the views go. The views just kept on increasing because it was very practical. And so it's an honor to have him here once again. He's no one else but Mr. or Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie. Mr. Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, OON, is the founder and group managing director of Rain Oil Limited, a leading energy company in Nigeria. He has over 30 years of sales, marketing, and operations experience within the oil and gas space. Dr. Ogbechie founded Rain Oil Limited in 1997 and has overseen the growth of the group's business operations across the entire downstream value chain, including investments in agriculture and real estate. Today, Rain Oil Group has strategic assets including 3 ultra-modern petroleum product storage depots, over 25 LPG retail outlets, 170 plus retail petrol stations, a fleet of over 300 petroleum product tank trucks, and a staff strength of over 2,000 employees. He's an alumnus of the Harvard Business School's 57th Owner-President Management Program and a pioneer member of the Lagos Business School Owner Management Program. Dr. Ogbechie is the chairman of Eterna PLC and a non-executive director at Globus Bank. He sits on the board of several companies operating in the agro-allied and real estate sectors. Dr. Gabriel was conferred with the Officer of the Order of the Niger OON in 2022, and he's also the recipient of several other awards internationally. Please welcome to the platform once again, Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, the Covenant Nation. Again, I want to thank Pastor Poju, Oyemade, and the entire team of the Covenant Nation for once more finding me worthy to come back to this great platform to come and talk to these very distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the audience. I must complain that it's a very tough call to be made to talk after very powerful speakers like somebody like Julian, who just spoke to us. I hope I can keep the momentum going. Thank you very much for that great session. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Lord, I thank you. I commit this session into your hands. Help me. I thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen. My name is Gabriel Ogbechie. I'm the Group Managing Director of Rain Oil Limited. Rain Oil Limited is a company that plays in the downstream space of the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Today, I will be talking on the topic, Intrapreneurship, building a business from scratch. Intrapreneurship, building a business from scratch. Rain Oil is your classic case of building a business from the scratch. I started Rain Oil 1997, essentially from the scratch, building something out of nothing. Today we'll look at the topic from two broad outlines. The first, I want to talk about what are the motivations for starting a business. What are those things that motivate us to start our own businesses? Then, of course, we'll now look at the strategies for building a business from the scratch. What are the things that motivate us to start our own businesses? The first thing I want to talk about is the desire to be your own boss. A lot of people just want to be their own boss. They don't want to take instructions from anyone. They want to be the person who calls the shots. So they go out there to start their own businesses. The second thing I want to talk about is the economy. At times, the economy just thrusts entrepreneurship on you. I remember in the year 2004, when we had the first set of banking consolidation, Nigeria had about 128 banks then, and they asked the banks to move their capital from 2 billion to 25 billion. That process shrank the banking industry from about 125 banks to just about 24 banks. Within a year and a half, a lot of bank MDs, a lot of executive directors, general managers in the financial institutions suddenly found themselves out of job. A lot of them picked up their briefcases and started their own businesses. They didn't plan for it, but the economy trusts entrepreneurship on them. The next thing is financial independence. If you want to be financially independent, the best thing to do is start your own business. Those who are in paid employment, you see, no matter how great the job you have a great job, they are paying you 120 million naira per annum, which is 10 million naira a month. That's a great job, right? But the truth is, your salary is 10 million naira a month. The day they pay you 10 million and 5,000 naira in a month, somebody will say you have been overpaid. Because your salary is a finite sum. It's a finite sum. But for the business people, your income is unbounded. We say in mathematics, your income can go from 0 to infinity. There is nothing like too much money. You know, you see a businessman this year, he makes a profit of 100 billion naira, and then the next year he's planning how to make it 200 billion naira. Because there is nothing like too much money. So if you want to be financially independent, your best bet is start your own business. Then the next one is freedom from 8 to 5 lifestyle, work style rather. You know, a lot of people are just not wired to go to an office at 8 o'clock and have to close at 5 o'clock. They want that flexibility of being able to choose when they work and how they work. So people like that also start their own business. Then, of course, people want to follow their passion. There are people who have passion for food, who have passion for cooking, and then they leave their job to go follow their passion. Now, what are the strategies for building a business from the scratch? Number one, identify a viable business idea. Identify a viable business idea. Think clearly about your life goals. Why do I want to become an entrepreneur? What vision do I have for my business? Define the essence of your business in exact terms. What exactly do I want to do? Research and evaluate your business idea, understand your sector and your industry, and then develop a business plan and calculate your costs. Identify a viable business idea. You see, there is money in this country. There is money. I look at a city like Lagos. There are 20 million people in Lagos. So just imagine that everybody in Lagos spends just an average of 500 naira on food a day. 500 naira. If 20 million people spend 500 naira on food every day, they spend 10 billion naira every day on food alone. 300 billion naira is spent every month in this city alone just on food. Now, what that tells you is that when you wake up in your house every morning, money actually begins to flow through the streets of Lagos. Wherever you live, money is flowing through the front of your house. All you need to do is come out of your house and plug into it. Just do something. Be part of the economic cycle. Do something. Some years ago, I had this classmate in secondary school, Godwin Umokole. I had not seen him for a very long time. So I went looking for him somewhere in Suleja. So while trying to locate his house, in one untarred road, just trying to locate the house, my eyes caught a lady in a lonely road. She just had her setup. She was selling roasted plantain. She just caught my attention, and I said, Gabriel, you know what? This woman is doing something. It doesn't matter if her entire wares, which I calculated mentally to be like 10,000 naira, she was doing something. If the entire food market of Suleja is 100 million naira per day, that 100 million naira is not complete without her 10,000 naira. She is part of the economic cycle. You know, I see a lot of people, they have grand dreams. You want to have a swanky 5-star restaurant somewhere. That may be the vision, but that doesn't have to be the starting point. You have to identify your starting point. The route to that 5-star swanky restaurant on the high streets of Lagos may just start from going to sell boiled rice to one construction site somewhere where you have 50 people every day looking for food to eat. Do something. What did I say? Do something. Sorry, I need help. My tab here has frozen. The next thing is evaluate Ruth. Can somebody come help me fix this tab? Evaluate your funding source. How do you raise money? How do you raise money to start a business? How do you raise money? The first thing I want to talk about is savings. The first and best way to raise money to start a business is through your personal savings. What do I call it? Personal savings. When I ask people what's the difference between 100,000 naira and 80,000 naira, everybody will tell me it's 20,000 naira. That's fine. The next thing is, the man who earns 100,000 naira, at the end of the month, he's broke, naturally. The man who also earns 80,000 naira, at the end of the month, he's broke, but he's not dead. Am I correct? Now, the next question man who earns 80,000 naira, at the end of the month is broke but is not dead. How come the man who earns 100,000 naira cannot save 20,000 naira? You know why? It's consumption pattern. One lady is carrying a bag. They say it's a Gucci bag. It's 100,000. Another one is carrying a bag. They say it's give it one swanky name. They say it's 150,000. What is the difference? They are all bags. Now listen. If you earn 100,000 naira and you cannot save 20,000, if you earn 500,000 naira, you cannot save 50,000. Because as your income expands, so does your taste expand to match your income. You know, there's what I call the mango principle. God is wonderful. God in creation, in creating the fruit, if you take a mango fruit, you eat it, you eat it, you eat it, you eat it until you get to a point. What do you see inside? Is the seed. What are you supposed to do with the seed? Now, if you consciously plant the seed, or you even throw the seed away unconsciously, and it falls somewhere and abides there, you know what happens? The seed germinates to give you a mango tree that gives you fruit in perpetuity. You are not supposed to consume your fruit and your seed. Too many people are eating both their fruit and their seed. You need to save. I will give you some examples. I need to throw up some slides. You know, in my early days, I want us to look at this receipt very carefully. Look at this slide very carefully. This slide is dated 27th of June, 1996. It's in favor of Equator Finance and Securities Limited. It's an official receipt in the name of Mr. Gabriel Ogbechie and myself, and it's a receipt for 500 naira. I invested 500 naira to buy stock. I want us to look at the next receipt. It's a receipt for 1,000 naira, dated 8th of August, 1996. 1,000 naira. I invested 1,000 naira to buy shares. I will look at the next receipt. It's CSL Stockbrokers Limited, also in my name, dated 1996. It's a receipt for 11,000 naira. When I was preparing for this session, I just decided to go down memory lane and bring out this to show our young ones. There is nothing that is too small to save, to invest. When you go out on a Friday night and you spend 100,000 naira on a bottle of drink, my guy, you just consumed 3,000 units of Zenith Bank shares, just like that. That's why you just drank away. Do the math. Zenith Bank is trading at about 31 naira, and in a sitting, you just drank away 3,000 units. If instead of spending that 100,000 naira on that drink, you go and invest in stock, 20 years from today, you'll be looking at receipts like this. And that stock would have given you dividend year in, year out. Change your mentality. Of course, the next thing I want to talk about, time is definitely not our friend today. God, I have just 10 minutes to go. If you want to start a business, of course, you talk to family and friends. The first person you sell your business idea to is your spouse. If your spouse does not believe in the business you want to do, then you have a very long way to go. Then there's equity, venture capital. You can sell shares to people. I was excited when Mr. Julian talked about venture capital can be very, very expensive. Because not only will they give you money, they want to play an active role in running the business. And if you're not careful, you're one step away from losing your business. but again, it's a source of fund. Another one is grants, SME funds. We all know of the Tony Elumelu Foundation funds that give people grants to start businesses. Number 3, understand your business environment. What factors directly impact your company operations, performance, and competitiveness? Identify and monitor threats that could put your business model at risk. Understand your business environment. In understanding your business environment, you must ask yourself, what are the things that are likely to disrupt your business? Because you see, businesses are not a one-year thing. When you leave your job to start a business, you don't want to run the business for 1 year. You don't want to run it for 2 years. You want to run your business for 30 years, 40 years, 100 years. But the way we ran the business 20 years ago is not the way we ran it 10 years ago. It's not the way we are running it now. And it's definitely not the way we're going to run it 10 years from today. The only thing that is constant is change. And most importantly is disruption. There's a Harvard professor, he's passed on now, Professor Clay Christensen, that I like his writing so much. He's the man who propounded the theory of disruptive innovation. What is going to disrupt your business? I've run Rain Oil now for 27 years. When we started Rain Oil, one product called LPFO, low pore fuel oil. Low pore fuel oil accounted for the bulk of our business, accounted for like 70% of our revenue. One day, around the year 2000, 2001, I was driving on Oba-Akran, and I saw that people had dug up the side of the road and laid a lot of pipes on the side of the road. And I called my brother, I said, what are those pipes for? He said, they are piping gas to the industrial companies. What are they going to do with the gas? He said, they are going to fire their boilers with the gas. I said, oh, that means they won't buy our LPFO again. I got to the office, I called my people, I said, LPFO is an endangered business. Let's start moving into retail. By then, we had only 2 petrol stations in the whole country. Between then and now, we've grown our retail stations from only 2 to 200 petrol stations today. And you know what? Between then and now, LPFO that accounted for maybe 60% of our revenue, in the last 10 years, LPFO has accounted for 0% of our revenue, even though our revenue has grown multiple times. You have to be sensitive to what is happening around you. Same with LPG, what we call gas. Between 2011 and 2015, for those of us in the downstream sector of the Nigeria oil and gas industry, a product called DPK, dual purpose kerosene, was the bread and butter of the business. Everybody wanted DPK. Everybody wanted DPK. But by 2015, I saw the demand for DPK begin to slide down and the demand for LPG begin to ramp up. I called my team, I said, DPK is an endangered product. Let's begin to change. By 2017, we have started building an 8,000 metric ton LPG facility in Ijebu in Lagos. By 2020, we have commissioned our LPG facility in Ijebu, Lagos. 4 years afterwards, we are firmly in the gas space. So now everybody is talking about gas. Gas is the way to go. Guy, we identified it 7 years ago, and we took steps to get into that space. What is disrupting your business? You must ask yourself. The same way, I travel abroad. When I go to a city like Houston, 10 years ago, I could count the number of electric cars on the road. Maybe 1 out of every 20 cars that pass is an EV. But now you go abroad, it's like 1 out of every 4 cars that pass is an EV vehicle. EV is disrupting petrol-powered vehicles. We may be in Nigeria and think that we are insulated. We are not. We are part of the world system because to start with, we don't produce any cars of our own. So whatever is happening there, that disruption is going to get here. And we need to, from today, begin to prepare for that disruption because you don't want to be caught unawares. You need to work very hard. You need to have grit. You need to have the work culture. There's what I call the work culture. If you want to succeed as an entrepreneur, you need the work culture. You know, when I started Rain Oil, I've shared the story so many times, I needed money for just one truck of AGO. But the challenge was that when I supplied that one truck of AGO, I needed to wait for like 2 weeks to get paid. Because if I don't get paid, I can't do the next transaction. So I had a lot of what I would call idle times in between. But I had an office. I was in my office 8 a.m. every day. I would go to the office, I would open my door, I will sit down, then I will get up, I will lock the door, and I will go out. Work starts at 8. If I get to the office at 8:30, I'll say, Gabriel, you're late. Gabriel, you're late. The fact that you're the owner of the business is no license not to go to work. You have to develop the work culture. Then you have to be very hardworking. You need a strong work ethic. Ensure that these values are ingrained between the company staff and business practices. Regularly evaluate and improve your business practices and values. Empower employees to contribute to innovation and problem solving. You need to be very hardworking. Let me share this story, even though time is not on our side today. Starting from when I was in paid employment, when I was still working for Ascon Oil, I used to supply a lot of petroleum products to Nestle PLC, Nestle Nigeria PLC in Agbara. And then we take trucks to Agbara. I used to go with the truck myself. Maybe we'll get to Agbara around 5 or 6 p.m. It's going to take like 2 or 3 hours to discharge the truck. And I will sit down there while they are discharging the truck. You know, by the boiler house, I still remember, there was this 4-legged wooden stool with a flat top, if you know those kind of stools. I would just sit there very quietly while they are discharging the product. Around 8 p.m., the gentleman who used to discharge the product, his name is Obukata. Obukata will look at me and say, Gabriel, go home. I say, no, how can I go home? You want me to go home so that you give me shortage? I'm not going anywhere. You know, let me digress a bit. You know, the downstream oil and gas business is a high turnover, low margin business. The turnover is high, the margin is low. So, when you supply 30,000 liters of AGO, for example, just follow my train of thought. 29,000 liters can be cost. Your entire margin is 1,000 liters. So you can't start talking of margin if your product is not complete. So you must ensure that you don't have shortage. Because if they give you shortage of 500 liters, you may think that you've lost 500 liters out of 30,000 liters, which is really not material. But the truth is you've lost 500 liters out of 1,000 liters. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So it's very important you keep your eye on the board. So I will stay. Maybe by 9 p.m. they finish discharging, they will sign my way bill, and then 9 p.m. I will leave Agbara and start driving back to my home in Egbeda then. So when I started Rain Oil, I carried that same work culture, that same hard work. When I got an order, remember I got an order from Liver Brothers to supply them in Agbara. I was alone then. I left my house 5:30 in the morning in Egbeda, drove to Mosimi, hired a truck, loaded it, drove behind this truck from Mosimi to Ikorodu to Ketu Ojota, my 12 to Antonio Oshodi, my 2, and then the long stretch to Agbara. Got there around 5 p.m., sat down, they discharged my truck, and then I went home, maybe got home around 10 or 11 p.m. on a Saturday. I kept my eye on the ball. If you want to succeed as an entrepreneur, you must learn to follow through. Keep your eye on the ball. Don't make assumptions. You make assumptions and you leave, you come back the next day, you hear story. Now, talking about Liver Brothers. Liver Brothers, then, these days they call themselves Unilever. But then, it used to be Liver Brothers Nigeria PLC. They were at 15 Dockyard Road, Apapa, the same place where NIPCO is today. I remember I was chasing Liver Brothers. I needed their order. They had a purchasing manager. For argument's sake, I will call him Mr. P. P for procurement. I marketed this man, the man didn't agree, the man no send me. So what was I going to do? So I re-strategized. My time is up, but I hope I can get 5 minutes. You know, I re-strategized. So this day I left my house 5:30 in the morning. I got to Liver Brothers before 7 a.m. You know, they had these factory workers that would just enter the factory like a hare. I just joined the crowd and slid into the premises as if I was a factory worker. And promptly I went to the procurement floor. I was the first person to get to the procurement floor. I wasn't a staff, but I was the first person to get there. I waited. A few moments later, the logistics director, a gentleman called Tuyi Ehindero, Tuyi came in, I watched him, he entered his office, I gave him a little time, and I went to tap on his door. Yes, what can I do for you? I said, I want to supply LPFO to Liver Brothers. My pricing was good, my payment terms was good, Liver Brothers needed the product, so why not? So he called the procurement man, the same procurement man I've been talking to all along. I said, go and give Reno an LPO for 2 trucks off. That one just looked on incredulously. It's like, what's going on here? I got the order, I did the supply. 2 weeks later, I came back. They paid me, I was excited, I collected my check. And then the man saw me smiling very broadly. Reno, have they paid you? I said, yes. He said, how far now? I said, okay, no far. Or this one, no far. What's your strategy? What's your strategy? You want to run a business successfully? You need a strategy. What's your strategy? Harvard Business School will teach you that a mediocre strategy, excellently executed, is better than a poor strategy, a great strategy, poorly executed. What's your strategy? You need to have a strategy, and then you need to execute that strategy diligently. In our early days, you know, we were what you call then independent marketers. The downstream oil and gas sector is divided into the independent marketers and the major marketers. So Rail Oil was an independent marketer. We had 2 petrol stations in Lagos then, one in Agege, one in Ipaja. And we were getting far less fuel than we needed. The majors were getting far more fuel than they needed. So we re-strategized. So what we did, we branded one of our stations to one of the major marketers. And then we're getting fuel in the name of that station to feed all our stations in the network. And then we iterated that strategy. So we went to Kaduna, we got 2 stations. One Rail Oil, one the major marketer. We went to Asaba, we got 2 stations. One Rail Oil, one the major marketer. Went to Anambra, we got 2 stations. So we just iterated that strategy. And you know what? On the back of that strategy, we scaled massively between 2002 and 2011 when we built our own depot. What is your strategy? You must have a strategy. My time is up. I need to quickly close. You need to establish an optimum business structure, because when you start a business, from day one, you are the MD, you're the operations manager, you're the accountant, you're the head, you're everything rolled into one. And then you begin to bring people and quietly begin to cede responsibilities to them. You need to establish an optimum business strategy. Then you need to be present. Know your key stakeholders, your financials, your regulators, your customers, your team, and everything. And then build the right mindset about money. You're only in business if you're able to make profit. You're only in business if you can preserve your profit, your liquidity, and then keep your earnings in the business, reinvest your earnings in the business. Most importantly, build resilience. You need to build resilience. Why do you need to build resilience? You need to build resilience because shocks will come. When those shocks come, are you able to withstand the shocks? When you earn money, when you make money, keep money in the business. so that it's like building a buffer around you, so that when those waves come and they hit on you and they buffet you, are you able to withstand it? The economy has gone through a lot of shock, FX devaluation in the last 1 year or so. The companies that will come out of it are those companies which over the years have built resilience within them to be able to withstand shock. And then in closing, I will quote the founder of Chuck E. Cheese. He said, the critical ingredient is getting off your butt and doing something. It's as simple as that. A lot of people have ideas, but there are few who decide to do something about them. It's not tomorrow, not next week, but today. Do something about it, and it will be well with each and every one of you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
A round of applause, please. Let's keep. It's so powerful to hear how Dr. Ogbechie remembers these things. From the 1990s, everything's still fresh in his memory. Thank you so much, sir, for digging deep to share with us from that very practical standpoint. You might be seated, please. You may be seated. Thank you so much. Please just celebrate yourselves. You know, this, and I think it's actually very, very cool weather out there. So you could have actually been on your bed, right? Having a really relaxing day. So it's really, really wonderful that we're all here. But I want to, just before we round up, to celebrate, you know, two sets of people. First, this is your first time physically at the platform. Your first time, just show of hands, and maybe just stand up so we can record. Wow, you're actually, but just stand up, celebrate yourselves, and let us celebrate you. Amazing, wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. Amazing, first time since 2020, since 2007, fantastic. Please celebrate yourselves once more as you sit down. Thank you so much for coming. I'm sure some of you have come from different parts of Lagos or even outside Lagos. I hear there's somebody who's sitting right there who was at home and watching and said, this thing is getting too hot, and left his house and came. So that is actually a very, very wonderful story to tell. But the second set of people I'd like to recognize, they are people who are still in school, not university, primary school and secondary school, who have come here today to hear, to see. We just stand up. If you're in secondary school, you're in primary school.
Sorry about that. Payment practice for Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa. A systematic pace setter, she held a senior executive role in Nigeria's oldest bank at the age of 28, overseeing colleagues nearly twice her age. She subsequently worked with the Central Bank of Nigeria and led the innovative team behind Cashless Lagos, Nigeria's payments transformation program. Topsy currently lives in Augmentum, independent investors and value creation partners, where she facilitates capital injection for high growth businesses and partners with them to maximum value creation through business restructuring, business model innovation, and digital transformation.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
On this platform. I've been a big follower of platform, for a number of years, and I truly believe that it's the premier forum for idea exchange around Nigeria's holistic development. And I say holistic development because there are a number of different platforms where you can speak about economic development or policies, but I think platform is unique because it considers Nigeria's development from a wide range of angles, everything from economic development to social change to values and to policy transformation. So it's truly a great privilege. I think beyond that also, I've been greatly blessed and I'm a great beneficiary of the ministry of Pastor Poju and Pastor Tony, and I'm really grateful to be here this morning. All right, this morning, I have the privilege of, sharing a few thoughts on the concept of wealth builders, specifically around women in business and women in technology. And we're going to explore a few things around this topic. But I'd like to first start off, with sharing with you sort of like the key premise of my conversation. All right, and I'd like you to pay attention because it might be a bit jarring at first, but then I'll hopefully lead us to a proper conclusion. All right, let's make sure we're good to go. All right. So, in this decade, there are three things that I can guarantee will happen. And not because I'm a prophet, but because the facts also support it, and they are predictable. What are those three things? One, power will change hands. And what do we mean by power will change hands? That is the people in places of influence will transition. And they'll transition just by fact of nature. We're in a phase where a certain generation is growing older. Some of you might have heard of the concept of the great wealth transfer. And the great wealth transfer is basically speaking of the baby boomer generation as they transition and what happens to their wealth and how is that going to be managed. So power will change hands in this decade. Two, new wealth will be created in this decade. New wealth from different sectors that did not exist before. If you've been paying attention to what's been happening with artificial intelligence and not just the ChatGPT angle that we all use, but the implications in terms of the stock markets and what companies that are powered by artificial intelligence are doing, you will see that returns that haven't been heard of are being generated, hundreds of percentages in few months. That is the sort of wealth that will be created in this decade. And then thirdly, mantles will be given. And when we talk about mantles, I'm speaking about leadership mantles. New leadership mantles will be transitioned in this decade. If you're familiar with finance, there's a gentleman called Jamie Dimon. He's known as the king of banking. When he speaks globally, everyone in banking pays attention. He sets the pace, he sets direction. Jamie Dimon is 68. JP Morgan is already planning around his succession. What that means is that there will be a new king, quote unquote, or queen of banking, right? So I want you to pay attention to these three concepts because it shapes everything else we're going to be discussing around wealth building and the opportunities that are present to us in this time and season. I think the key question for us is that, will you be positioned to recognize, seize, and make the most of the opportunities being presented? Now, when we talk about wealth building, I would love to set the context. I am an unrepentant believer in the power of digital innovation, in the power of policy innovation, and in the power of young people, those different factors coming together to drive economic development. And I'm a believer in it because I've experienced it practically. It's not a theoretical concept, it's something that I've lived and I've experienced. And I'll use the example of cashless Lagos to bring it to life a bit. In one decade, we have seen the Nigerian payment sector go from, that's in about 10 years, from 2012 to about where we are now. So 10, 12 years. We've seen the Nigerian payment sector grow exponentially. Grow exponentially, driven by policy design, intentional policy design, led by the former central bank governor Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, driven by the infrastructure that was put in place that led payments to increase in transaction volumes over 50% year on year, even post-COVID still growing at that pace. And then the multiplier effect that the proper payments infrastructure enabled, the entire fintech boom, interfacing with other trends of technology, cloud technology, different factors that led to new business models like e-commerce being possible, riding on that payments infrastructure, digital lending, and a host of other things. What is the point that I'm trying to get across is that it is possible in a decade to actually see transformation. It is possible in a decade to start small and to actually see it scale. And so if you're a young person or if you're a woman and you're looking in this season of opportunity, it's not something that you have to think is 20 years out. It's possible in the next 10 years for you to see that sort of impact. But let's start first with sort of the state of play. Maybe just trying to make sure I have an eye on the timer. Okay, all right, see, make sure I don't run over time. All right, let's start with the state of play with women in business and women in technology. Okay? On the chart on the left-hand side, basically, you see a graph that shows women representation in big tech. You see that, you know, women in terms of the population, just based on that chart, 47%. But representation in big tech, and that's like all the big tech companies we know, Amazon, Google, Facebook, these are all the guys that are setting the agenda for technology. Women representation in those institutions women are underrepresented. I think that's the first thing. Apart from maybe Amazon, which you can see sort of like a good percentage of the workforce are women. When you look at the leadership positions and you look at the women in tech jobs, even more so in terms of underrepresentation. Now, why is this important? This is not just about, oh, you know, women should be present everywhere. No. We did a survey sometime in, I think, 2020 when we were doing a fintech assessment of Nigeria's fintech industry. And we interviewed women to understand sort of the rate of adoption of payment solutions. And what we discovered is that even though payment solutions were being widely adopted, within segments, within female segments, the rate of adoption was much lower. Why was that the case? Because the solutions that were being created didn't really factor female needs into the solution. And this is why women need to be represented in technology where it counts to shape the type of solutions that will be relevant for women and that would ensure female digital inclusion. So that's the first thing. If you're a woman in this place and you're thinking about technology and you have an interest, you should by all means get into that space, not just in terms of managerial roles or just in terms of being in the business, but also in technology roles where you actually shape products and solutions that are relevant. Now, if we flip onto the side of women in business, the first thing to note is that in Africa and in Nigeria, the trend holds the same. Majority of our businesses are SMEs, right? About 83% or so of the economy are made up of SMEs. And a significant portion of those SMEs are informal. Now, when you look at women in business, if we're talking about wealth building, it's not just about having women in business, but it's about having women in businesses that are driving innovation. What do I mean? On the chart, you see a figure of 51%. It's an illustration, but it's a figure from Uganda that says 51% of female-owned businesses are necessity-driven and not innovation-driven. Necessity-driven means that those businesses were set up to meet basic needs. Those businesses were set up as a means of necessity for taking care of the family or taking care of the woman or her children and so on and so forth, and not around solving big problems or not around necessarily driving value creation. Now, why is this distinction important? Necessity-driven businesses are great, but for us to build wealth, it has to be innovation-driven businesses. Those are the kind of businesses that scale. Those are the kind of businesses that get funding. Those are the kind of businesses that can actually contribute to wealth creation. So when we look at our state of play, yes, we're in the space, we're in technology, yes, we're in business, but a lot of our businesses are still informal. A lot of our businesses are still focused on managing or meeting our own needs, and we need to shift into that realm of wealth creation by driving innovation. All right, so given all of that context, right, the question becomes, all right, so we know that it's a season of opportunity, a lot of transition will occur, but how does that play out in terms of, you know, what you should be doing, right? How does that play out in terms of maybe the skills that you should develop? Now, when you look at this chart, you see three totally different pictures, or seemingly different pictures. And big shout out to Tunde Onokoya, who's done amazing things and made Nigeria proud, right? I just had to find a way to put his picture in there. So let's celebrate Tunde. But yeah, three seemingly different pictures. But what do these three things have in common? Pattern recognition. Patterns, and I'll explain. In the game of chess, chess is widely considered a game of strategy. I mean, you think about chess, you think about strategy. And it is said that very good chess players can look at a chessboard, and from that chessboard, they can tell you who is winning just by looking at the chessboard, and they can tell you what moves either player should make, right? How do they do that? They master pattern recognition. They master sort of looking at the entire chessboard, looking at the model and saying, okay, these are the likely things or the outputs that will come. If you move here, this happens. Pattern recognition in strategy. What does patterns have to do with dialogue or adire and creativity? In fashion design, you eliminate waste, you ensure replication, accuracy through patterns. You use patterns to improve your efficiency. And so patterns are very important in fashion design, and I would say patterns are very important in the process of creativity as well. And then last but not least, in technology, I'm sure many of us here use ChatGPT, or at least we've heard about ChatGPT. But artificial intelligence, which is basically what the technology that ChatGPT is based on pattern recognition to learn. The reason that ChatGPT can take tons of data and give you answers on the fly is that it has been trained on pattern recognition using data. And this is the same principle that we as humans, so artificial intelligence mimics human beings by pattern recognition, absorbing large amounts of information and then translating that to predict patterns and provide responses. And in this decade where things are moving very fast, where change is happening at rocket speed, we need that ability to recognize patterns. We need the ability to identify them, recognize them, and act on patterns. And I'll give us an illustration on how we can do that. So let's take a walk down memory lane. During COVID-19, which seems so far away, during COVID-19, everyone felt like the world was going to change forever. No one would travel again. There'll be no more events. Hybrid will be, virtual events will be the thing and all. But now life has gone on. Human beings, we've moved on and we've snapped back to reality. But during COVID-19, I spent quite a bit of time, because I had a bit of time on my hands. I spent quite a bit of time studying what happened in the last similar event. So the Spanish flu of 1914. And there were so many lessons that I pulled out, again, in the spirit of pattern recognition. What did I discover? So during 1914 was when the Spanish flu happened, and it extended for a bit of time. There was also World War I and all of that. But after that, after the Spanish flu ended, however you might say it ended, there was a bit of a recession, which was very similar to what we've also experienced with COVID. And then the Roaring '20s, the decade of tremendous wealth creation. It was like a wealth boom. Everything was firing on all cylinders. I mean, a couple of years later, in 1928, there was the Great Depression, but that's another story. But today we focus on what happened in that decade of wealth creation. Now, what you discover was that there were three elements that were playing, three factors that were interplaying to create this this wealth boom, so to speak. First, the base of it was technology innovation. And the technology innovation in that time was assembly line production. Assembly line production, which gave birth to the Ford Model T, which is the picture of what you see on the left, and is one of the best symbols of the wealth creation that was done in that season. And so the assembly line production, but also catalyzed by economic policies that enabled credit for consumers, also catalyzed by geopolitical shifts that were occurring in that time, post-World War I, and all of that. All those factors led to create sort of that boom. And the question for us is that when you look at what's happening now, or what happened after COVID-19, if you look at the pattern in terms of the technology that will drive that change for us is going to be artificial intelligence. In that society, manufacturing was the core base of what was happening in that time. And the innovation of assembly line production was around manufacturing. In our society, knowledge is the core base of our economy. And artificial intelligence is the innovation on our knowledge economy that is going to enable mass production. Let's look at it a bit further. When you take what happened then in terms of this Ford Model T and what were the factors driving it, you see elements of technology, like I mentioned. The assembly line technology enabled cost of the car to go to from 30% of what it cost to produce previously. That was one factor. Electricity was also another factor. You could call it technology, but the scaling of electricity was also important because it enabled new electrical devices to be created. It created a market for devices that didn't exist before, radios, fridge, things like that. And those things now had an impact on family life and living, because now you could cook and store food in the fridge, and that created new flexibility also for women and for what women were able to do. I mentioned things around purchasing power, mass advertising, which could be a proxy for distribution, mass distribution. So today, our own mass distribution is the internet. Anywhere you set up, you're able to do business, leveraging the internet, leveraging that form of communication. But the Ford Model T was not just the only story, it was the catalyst. It created a number of different businesses and spillovers from the Ford Model T, right? It created, parts business. So now tires and all that needed to be created. Car dealerships were now created. Now that everyone could afford a car, people started making big investments in highway construction. People could now live further out because, there were highways, they could afford a car, and so on and so forth. Hotels, tourism, all of these different things grew, right? So something catalyzed it, but it led to a spill-off of so many other things. So now let's come back to where we are now, right? When we think about what we're discussing here today, wealth building, the first question that might be on your mind is, where are the opportunities today, okay? Now, I believe that Africa, and specifically Nigeria, we are rich in the elements of wealth production, but not wealth production from an economic standpoint, per se. In economics, the factors of wealth production are things like land, capital, business, and all of that. But from the perspective of disruptive innovation, Nigeria and Africa at large were very ripe for it. And what do I mean? One is, number one, we have a very young population. 40% of our population is under 15. That's compared to 25% for the rest of the world on average, right? So you have a young population that will be willing to adopt digital solutions. By the way, they haven't really known, quote unquote, better. So if that's the way it's done, that's the new way that it's done. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in terms of gender parity, and gender parity speaks to the efforts to ensure that women are placed on an equal footing in terms of opportunity and access across different areas of society as men. In terms of gender parity, because of where we rank now as a continent, where women, in terms of equality in society, don't have a great standing, there is potential in terms of GDP uplift of about 10% or so if we're able to improve that. So from that sense as well, from getting women more economically involved in driving businesses, in creating value, we actually have a spillover effect on the economy itself. And then third, last but not least, is that we are first or second, unfortunately, from the bottom. We are first or second from the bottom in every sector on this continent from a productivity level. What that means is that there's significant opportunity everywhere to drive innovation, to drive improvement, right? And so these different factors actually create an opportunity for significant innovation across the board. So that's the first thing for us to recognize around the opportunities. Now, how do you search for these opportunities? And this is more for illustration. It's not exhaustive, but it's just to share sort of the concept of how you start saying, okay, given that we know we're in a season of opportunity, how do I start to identify where some of these opportunities might fall? And there are a couple of different dimensions you consider. And when you consider those dimensions, you map out what are the trends that you are seeing. But not just the trends or just the events. You then have to spend time to reflect to say what could be the implications of these trends. I think it was last year or the year before during the Ukraine-Russia conflict that we didn't think was part of our concern, but we realized that grains and the cost of bread in Nigeria was impacted by what was happening in Ukraine, right? So you take each of these areas, you look at geopolitics, what's happening, Israel and Hamas war, how does that impact supply chain disruptions? US and China having tensions, what does that mean? What is my backup strategy for my business in terms of my supply chain strategy? Or maybe I'm receiving funding from the US government because I do donor-based work, and the US government is having rifts with China. How does that affect what I do? So it's that process of thinking through what are these different things and how do I position? Environment is another area that's extremely important, and it's one area where there's also a lot of opportunity. We've seen, for example, what has happened this year, even in our own space with the climate change, right? I mean, if you didn't believe in climate change before and you've been in Lagos, I don't know how it is in the rest of Nigeria at the moment, but the level of heat this year does not have part two. Do you understand? And some of those things have implications on farming. It has implications on food production. I mean, the president initially had declared a food state of emergency. That's serious business. So then the question you ask yourself is that this climate thing is not going away. What if it gets worse next year? What does that mean in terms of the prospects in the agricultural value chain? Okay, agriculture is going to be very important. Where do I play in that value chain? And those are the kind of questions that we need to be asking ourselves. Now, I truly believe that women are uniquely positioned in this time of opportunity. And if this is the only thing you get out of it, please get it, because, everything happens in times and seasons. Seasons do not last forever. They flip. There's a new flavor of the month. Things change. Priorities change. For example, after COVID, a lot of the donor funding shifted to healthcare because that was their priority, right? So things change. But at this particular time, I believe women are uniquely positioned on two dimensions. We're uniquely positioned as beneficiaries of some of these changes and some of these policies, and we're also uniquely positioned to drive some of these things, and I'll explain. So on the first dimension, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have, the whole discussions around diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? These are things that we have to take advantage of. The entire world is focused, even if it's just for lip service. People have to think through their diversity and their, equality strategy and all of the rest, right? People have to think about, okay, what program do I have that supports women, right? I hope you know that because of the whole emphasis on sustainability and ESG, environmental sustainability goals, there's a lot of finance that's linked to your ability to demonstrate that you are actually embedding these sustainability principles. So even if it's just for purposes of ticking the box, you have to understand that these opportunities are available. They will not always be available, and you have to say, how do I key into them? How do I understand what is required, and how do I position myself? Very important. Then the second thing is workforce trends. Something that's not often spoken about is that part of the reason women are not necessarily engaged in the workforce, or that a lot of women have disruptions in their career, is because we face barriers. And depending on, your situation and the support structure you have, you might have to choose between whether you should work or whether you should take care of your children. And it might be about the economics. Listen, how much am I getting from this job? I have to pay someone by the time I get back, and so many other logistics. Those are some of the things that restrict us from participating in the economy. But the workforce trends are in our favor. The tide of trends are in our favor. Why? Number one, flexibility. The whole thing, if that's all COVID left us, this concept of flexibility is extremely important. Now people expect that, listen, there should be some form of flexible work. People know that, listen, you don't necessarily need somebody in the office to get work done. So flexibility is in our favor. But the other thing that's also in our favor, because I also believe that women need to play to their strengths. I've been a woman that typically, now I'm older, so I'm no longer the youngest in the room. But I was typically the youngest in the room. I was typically the only female or one of few females, right? But one thing that I feel like most women have as a natural gift is the ability to collaborate. You know, this issue of ego is not as prominent in women, right? And that is a skill that's required now. A skill that's required to bring people together, to drive alignment and all the rest. So I feel that as women, we should leverage on these strengths, not to act like what we are not, but to play to our own strengths, to be fully woman in your own space and leverage on your strengths. And then last but not least is growth sectors. And what do I mean by growth sectors? There are some sectors that are positioned to benefit significantly from new technologies, from technological innovation. Healthcare is one, right? Especially in a country like Nigeria and most of Africa where we don't have an existing healthcare infrastructure. The ability to leverage digital, the ability to leverage artificial intelligence to provide healthcare service will be sort of almost like a leapfrog. You know how we didn't have fixed wireline phones and we had to innovate on mobile? It's the same way in healthcare and in education. We're going to have to innovate leveraging new technologies. But that provides an opportunity for women, one, because those are the sectors that impact women negatively the most. So in healthcare, you have things like maternal deaths and mortality rates. You have, planning, family planning, and things like that, that impact not just the woman and her ability to engage, but also in terms of impacting the overall economy and our productivity levels when we can't control our population growth. And education, girl child education, right? The constraints around that perhaps could be managed by technology. So number one, in these sectors we're present. Number two, in these sectors we're impacted. And number three, these sectors also remove some of the barriers that allow us to participate. So what is my message here is that, we are uniquely positioned. We will not be uniquely positioned forever. We need to take advantage of these opportunities and build on it. Okay. Oops. All right. So in closing, as I wrap up, I want to summarize my perspective on wealth building and wealth creation. I think wealth building, is very different from creating personal wealth for yourself. You can create personal wealth for yourself. But when we talk about wealth building, according to the theme of this conference, it's not about what you and your family can manage. It's about creating national wealth. It's about creating skill. It's about adding value. And I believe there are 4 things that we can do, now to take advantage of that. We need to activate and incentivize and encourage female participation. Because when we have more women participating in the economy, we actually increase our productivity, we reduce our birth rates and things like that. So that's one. 2 is that we need the right policy enablers. I shared what I started with around cashless because of what I have seen in a short time by right policy facilitating change and driving change in our economy. 2 is that we need to be very focused on productivity, strategically. I mean, across all sectors, there are challenges. But 3 sectors, I believe, if we pay attention to, will facilitate a lot of growth. Energy, health, and education. And these 3 factors affect women a lot. And so if you are a woman also, those are some sectors to look into to say, what are the opportunities if you are passionate about things in that area? And then lastly, we need to think about market creating innovations. And market creating innovations is really about how do we create solutions that are affordable and accessible that turn people who are non-consumers into consumers. That is, they are non-consumers not because they don't want the solution, but because they can't afford it. And for example, that is the challenge we face today with solar energy. Solar energy, great innovation. We don't even have power in Nigeria, and it's a real challenge. And now we're going into band A and band B and C and D, right? So solar energy is a great opportunity, but it has not yet been constructed in a way that makes it affordable for people to become consumers. So as I wrap up, I wanted to leave you with some questions. Number 1, what shifts are you seeing? Number 2, what are the patterns that are emerging? And then number 3, what will you do about it? And I have a few thoughts on what you can do about it. I think number 1, you need to prepare. If that's the only thing that I can get across, is that you need to prepare. Opportunities are coming, you need to prepare. Number 2 is you need to acquire knowledge or skills in your area of interest. And generally speaking, you need to develop your pattern recognition skills. So that's something that we spoke about. Thirdly, you need to double down on a shift. Pick a shift. Pick one of these shifts that you're seeing. If it's in the healthcare space, if it's in whatever space, pick that shift and focus on building your knowledge and intelligence in that shift, and decide where in that value chain you are going to play. Healthcare is big. Where exactly in healthcare are you going to play? What specific solution, what specific service? And then lastly, act. A lot of times why women don't get involved is that we're afraid to act. We're afraid to do it, afraid. But the truth is that nobody ever did what they did before. It took one day for us to all do it. So with that, I'll wrap up and say thank you so much for having me. I hope I've left you with a few reflections on wealth building. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's getting clearer that there's so many opportunities around us. And I believe the smartest thing to do at this point is to begin to position ourselves rightly and open our eyes to opportunities. So we're live at the platform 35.2, taking place right here at the Covenant Temple, Lekki campus of the Covenant Nation. I want us to celebrate the convener of the platform, our very pastor, Pastor Poju Oyemade. You're welcome. This is happening live on channel 420, that's 420. And then we're live on YouTube. Just go to the platform Nigeria. We're also live on Facebook and Instagram, also the platform Nigeria. On X, the platform NG. Tell a friend about it. Remember, the hashtag for today is platform 35 NG. Platform NG 35. I quickly will bring our next speaker, and our speaker is Bode Abifari. Thank you. Bode is a visionary executive leader with a distinguished career in driving operational excellence and strategic growth within the financial technology sector. With a proven track record of success in process development, scaling operations, and expanding into African geographies, Bode is recognized for her transformative leadership and impactful contributions to the payments industry. As the former Chief Operating Officer of Flutterwave, Bode led the charge in shaping the company's operational strategy and driving expansion initiatives across diverse markets. With a strategic acumen and hands-on approach, she was instrumental in developing and implementing scalable operational processes and innovative solutions to support the company's ambitious growth objectives. Her leadership played a pivotal role in scaling operations and expanding the company's footprint into multiple African geographies, establishing a strong presence in key markets and driving financial inclusion initiatives. Through strategic partnerships and market insights, she navigated complex regulatory landscapes and facilitated seamless market entries, positioning the company as a front-runner in the fintech ecosystem across Africa and beyond, with the company well renowned as Nigeria's leading largest fintech, valued at over $3 billion after only 4 funding rounds. A round of applause, please. Bode's visionary leadership, strategic foresight, and unwavering dedication to operational excellence has left an enduring legacy in the payments industry, shaping the future of fintech innovation and driving positive impact across Africa and beyond. Prior to joining Flutterwave, Bode worked as an associate director in KPMG Professional Services with a career spanning over 20 years. Bode has garnered deep experience working with clients in Nigeria and Africa financial services industry. On major, she has deep experience in development and accolation of enterprise-wise business strategy and transformation plan, corporate planning, operating business model, financial model, business process reengineering, customer analytics, and customer and channel management. She has vast experience in project management and in implementation of business transformation initiatives, including impact assessment and sector assessment. Bode has an in-depth understanding of the African financial services industry and has proven credentials for strategic customer analytics and leading transformation programs for attaining service excellence, having worked extensively on business strategy engagements. Bode brings insights into the operations of corporates second to none. She has won several global awards, including Global Top Woman in FinTech, Projecting the Brand Awards in KPM, amongst many other globally across Nigeria. She is MBA qualified, Customer and Growth Strategies, Imperial College, London, United Kingdom. She's Project Management Institute, PMP certified, and she's an emeritus postgraduate diploma in Innovation and Design Thinking, MIT, Columbia, and Tokyo University. Let's make welcome Bode.
I'm very happy to be here, and thank you all for showing up. First, I want to say a big thank you to Pastor Poju. When he sent me the message, it was in September last year, and I was like, wow, Pastor plans this much in advance. And I wrote it down that X amount of months to plan for a program, because I thought I was a planner, but I was just blown away. So I'm very happy to be here. Okay. Sorry, can I get my slides on? All right. Okay, so the theme for today, wealth builders, women in tech. I thought about this and I was like, okay, what was the direction, right? And I thought very deeply about this. When I knew Topper was was part of the speaking, I knew she was going to set the context in terms of numbers. So I'm going in another direction. I'm going to talk about wealth building from an operator's perspective. And I'm sure we'll all ask that, who is an operator? Because in tech, almost 80% of women or people that work in tech, just small percentages are coders, right? The rest of us, we either doing operations, customer experience, finance, and the rest of it. So who is an operator? An operator is a builder, an implementer, an executor, somebody that is always delivering on the company goals. That makes you a wealth builder. Whenever I think about my journey and just entrepreneurship, right, I always think that an entrepreneur is really a problem solver, whether you have a company or not, wherever you are an entrepreneur as long as you are solving problems. So that's the title for today. So who is a wealth builder, right? And if you're looking at money and wealth building and building wealth. So I wanted to start with a backdrop to even explain that what is this wealth, right? And the definition I came up with was that wealth is just a tool in itself. It's like the fuel beneath a furnace, right? It's a means to an end. Before I go to the how, I wanted to just talk about the 5 dimensions of wealth that I've seen. So the first dimension is the financial dimension. That's the money. So if you're in an enterprise, that's why we publish financials. So for instance, if you look at Amazon last year, they made over $500 billion. MTN, their ROE was about 24%. So that's financial. Then on a more personal level, it's how much you have in your bank account and all of that. That's pure financial. There's another dimension of wealth that is called social wealth. So, by humans, we're all connected, right? So even as you're working, you're connected with your co-workers, you're planted in a family, you're planted with friends, family, spouse, everybody. So that's social. So how are you building social wealth in terms of corporate social responsibility for enterprises? That's where you hear enterprises saying, oh, we want to affect the community where we are, because that is also a dimension of wealth. Another dimension of wealth is time. So time is a dimension of wealth, meaning that as you are building yourself, building your skills, whether it's in payments, whether it's in finance, whether it's as a back-end engineer, that time you are committing is time that will give you back to be able to do whatever you want to do, because at a point, time as wealth gives you the opportunity to choose in terms of what you want to do and what you don't want to do. Then, of course, there's the physical wealth. Physical wealth is your well-being. If you are not okay, there's no way you can walk. There was a time I totally broke down. I'm always go. For a month, I was in the clinic. There was nothing I could do. You can't build wealth if you're not physically fit and your well-being is not there. The last one, but not the least, the last but not the least is the spiritual wealth. So the spiritual wealth is we're all connected to something. So that's your core of your belief. So what gives you that connection, the peace of mind? What gives you that internal contentment? So those are the dimensions of wealth. Okay? So if you didn't know before, at least you know what the dimensions of wealth are. So I wanted to ask, based on this knowledge of the dimensions of wealth, what kind of wealth are you building? Okay? You don't have to answer me now. You can answer at the end. But in terms of the how, I've classified it into 5. So the first one is purpose. I'll talk about discipline and structure. I'll talk about relationships, adaptability and resilience, and customers, in terms of knowing your customers. So the first how is purpose. So the first how is purpose. Sorry, I don't know why this keeps going off. So I wanted to talk about purpose, both on an individual and an enterprise perspective. Now, when I started my career, I remember 2-3 years in, I've always been like, I always wanted the best. I always wanted to be top of the class. I've always been that person. But I wasn't really sure of what I was going to, in terms of my career, how it would go. So this was in my 3rd year, and I remember I was in management consulting, and we had a job. It was a very big job. A bank bought over another bank, so you can imagine. So they had to combine the banks. I wasn't on that project. Our office was in Ikoyi, and I used to live on the mainland. So I was just waiting for 5 o'clock for the clock to just be 5. So I'll run away and go home on time before traffic started to build. So when it was 4:45, I remember one of the senior managers called me and was like, "Buddy, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going home." She said, "Buddy, just quickly help us join the team and help us format, these files and everything." So it was this Excel sheet, right? And on the Excel sheet, it wasn't even names of people like Bode and Kebe, Tokwe, no. It was just positions, right? And then on the columns, we now had, so they were, the Excel sheet was going to help to say who stays and who goes. So it was just, okay, does this person have this certification? Does this person have this degree? And people were being caught just based on if they had that credential or not. As if it wasn't bad enough, I was just thinking that, wow, these people will wake up and they won't have a job again. An alarm bell went off in my head. And then to make it, we were there overnight, maybe up until 5 o'clock. So I got all the letters. I was supposed to deliver letters I was supposed to deliver these letters, imagine, to branches before they woke up in the next day. So I got my own letters. I was going to about 5 northern states. So I got home 5 o'clock. My mom was like, where are you going? That should I help you write your resignation letter? I didn't know the plan, everything. I was like, it's okay. So I had my bags. The cab waited for me, took me to the airport. When I got to the first place in Kano, I was supposed, the instruction was very clear. I was supposed to go through the back and just drop the letters. So as I was dropping the letters, I'll look into the thing. I'll be like, gosh, these people, and back then, once you get that letter, once you get the thing, it's the end, right? You are shut down, you are off in the bank. And I was just looking at it. I went to all the 5 states. At some point, I'll get on an Okada, go to the next branch. I was just dropping letters. I was like, is this my life? And everything. And then on my way back in the plane, it just occurred to me that this place I'm working is not because I'm Bode or I'm all that, right? I'm just like a skill, right? And that was where I started to say that I was going to do everything that I needed to do to make sure that I remained relevant. That relevancy is the currency of my career. And I started, in fact, when I did this MBA that she was talking about, I was heavily pregnant with twin boys. I would write that paper. I would pay for. So I was always mapping and plotting and saying, how do I differentiate myself? That thing left a really big mark on me, and it was like the alarm bell that went off in my head that enabled me to start charting my purpose from a career perspective. Now for enterprises, right, what I just want to say is, as a founder, if it's your company, you need to, at the early stage, look for people that have purpose. Yes, you bring them in, you pay them. But when you are interviewing those first set of people, they have to be people of purpose. Because when you have your company, the crispness and clarity is for you as the founder. And it was the crispness and clarity of what a founder told me that made me even make the big jump, because I could clearly see what was being said. And that is the anchor that will keep waking you up even when things go bad. So purpose, very, very critical. So I'll go to the second one. The second thing in terms of wealth building, in terms of the how, is to know your customer. So knowing your customer, I'm sure, a lot of things have been said in terms of, you have to co-create with them. But I'm saying it again. You co-create with them, you understand your customers, you understand what they want. Everything and all your vision is designed around the customer. But in terms of the key things I wanted to say here is that when we start businesses, right, we're always so close to those first set of customers. We know everything that they need. But when money starts coming in, we start, ignoring them. So it's a lifetime approach in terms of wealth building when it comes to customers. And you shouldn't just focus on the top tier customers that bring you money, because if you don't take care of those 80% that make all the noise, you'll be in trouble, because they will distract you from fulfilling, your objectives, to even the ones at the top. And if you look at countries too, the countries that take care of the most vulnerable, they are always very forward-looking, great countries. So design a framework that takes care of them. I'm sure a lot of us, if you bought a ticket on BA, even if your ticket is the least economy ticket, if you have an issue, they will respond to you as if you're the only customer. On Amazon, they will respond to you, right? So you have to design something, a framework, and I'll talk, when I get to discipline and structure, I'll talk a bit more about that, in terms of how are you taking care of the customers as well. I remember one time there was a very top customer that we had, and it was one of our, in fact, we held that customer with all our hearts in the fintech I worked. And they called me, we had an issue, settlements hadn't gone in for some time. And the person said, we'll yank you off, because most companies, they usually have like a failover. They will have a second person they can drive their traffic to. We'll cut you off by 5 o'clock. I'm so customer driven, even apart from all the work I had done on customer, that I left the office, I got a hoodie, covered my face. There was traffic between Lekki. I was going to, the bank was in Ikoyi. Do you know I got on an Okada because I had only two hours, went to the bank and told them that this issue had to be solved. The client was on the mainland. I took a cab straight to the mainland in their office. So when the woman saw me, the director was like, oh, but I didn't expect. I said, you told me you would yank me up at 5 o'clock. So I'm here, you know. The money didn't come in at 5, but because she saw me, she saw everything. So everything is about your customer, because without customers, there's no revenue. Are you guys with me? So the other thing I wanted to share under Know Your Customer is, I know a lot of people say, oh, wow, fintechs make all the magic. But in the beginning phase, before you get the first people to bet on you, trust me, there were days that 24/7 behind the scene, you guys will say you transferred money, will say we just did a new product. Everybody will be happy that, yeah, but some people were not sleeping. Behind, you see instant payment, but we're using tokens to move money from one account to the other, doing all the things that needed to be done behind to make sure that the transactions don't fail. I've had, banks that, just come to the office on Saturdays just to make sure that limits don't fail. So you start that way, you show yourself, and then they expand your limits, right? And then you now have rails that can make you sleep overnight. So the customer is about everything, okay? I'll go to the next one in terms of the theme. That's adaptability and resilience. This is about understanding your business model, right? And the step-by-step process for generating profitability. When I work with founders, they usually have great ideas, but when you ask them that, okay, how will money come out of this? They'll start saying, okay, this is what I'm thinking. So as you're thinking about the idea, you're thinking, what's the step-by-step process? How does money come out? What's the revenue? What comes to me? What's my own portion? Those are the things that are very required. So if you had an idea, for instance, that you are building an app and you want 1 million people to come on that app, that's the goal. But the goal is like this. But to get here, there are many things. So one of the key things for world builders is that flexibility and adaptability, to know that things can change. There was a situation that we had that regulator just came in the morning and there was one regulation, and next thing, a whole revenue stream that we're so proud of became shut down. So what do? Your goal is still 1 million customers, right? You go back to the drawing table and you say, what else do we do about this? And then we created our own product, and the product took off. All of these things, it's just saying, how dogged are you, right? What is your goal? Remember what I said about the purpose. What's that anchor and what's driving all of that? Another example, and I think this example is one of the things that really changed the course of, some of the things I did in terms of my career as well. I don't know how many of you remember when we had 88 banks, right? And then Solido came and said, oh, they changed minimum capital, and the banks became 25 then. And one of the things that we did in the firm was that people that will win on the basis of service. That's banks now. So we started this banking survey. So for the banking survey, it was really just getting information from customers. What do you think about this bank? What do you think about that bank? So I remember after the second or third year, the person that was leading it was leaving. And in the poll, they were like, oh, who's going to take this? Everybody was saying, because it was you can imagine all the questionnaires on your table. You had to go, interview corporates. It was real big. And it wasn't really a money-making project. So you still had to do a money-making project, right? And the thing fell on my head. As usual, I was like, why is this thing falling on my head? And I remember one of my go there, do the right thing, just go through the process, learn and shine. And I remember these bigs now became, so you can imagine we're ranking the banks. So when we go to the banks, the people that don't do well, they'll start saying, this methodology is wrong. What is this? This methodology is bad. In the 5th year, they'll say this methodology is bad. But we stayed on it. We didn't stop, right? When they ask us questions, we'll go back, we'll come with our facts and figures, we'll tell them. We kept at it. We expanded it from corporate to retail. We did the work. We stayed on it. And after some time, the banks there was no other person gathering that sort of data. The banks now started reinventing their performance management around when we published the banking survey results. Not just that, it became like people's KPIs were being set. We stayed on it. This was not in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. It was almost in the 6th, 7th year. It gained acceptance. you know, I looked at it again, and I spoke with my partner, we got a budget, we replicated it across 14 countries in Africa. So it's just always saying, I'm here, but it's not the best place. You keep looking at facts and figures that makes you reinvent and take things forward. There was an opportunity that came, and we said, we've been collecting data. How do we make this bigger? How do we make this a service line? So there was a training in South Africa. I got that training, went there. In fact, at the end of the training, I'm sure people were wondering that what's wrong with this girl, because all the things on persona, I was bringing everything down, packed everything inside my box. When I came, I called all my team members. I said, food has landed. So they all came to the office. I bought food, and we started looking at everything. And we just needed one bank to take a chance on us, and we did our first customer value proposition project. And that became like the standard, right? So beyond doing survey, that they're paying you 5 million, 10 million, you do a bigger project, that they're paying you 60 million, 70 million. You understand what I'm saying? But it's the doggedness. So sometimes some people will question, what is this product? But you know what it is, right? So you stay on it. Okay. So the next one I want to talk about is structure and discipline. So ideas are always everywhere. So as you know, I'm talking to us as women as well. So when the ideas are here, it's whoever takes the idea and implements, right? That is a well-builder and builds something around that. So in my finding, I found out that there are 3 categories of people. There are people that get the ideas, they don't do anything about it. But there are people that get the ideas and they're able to execute those ideas for themselves. But there's a 3rd category. They get the ideas, they're able to execute for themselves, and they're able to get other people to execute as well. So on your own, if you have a business and you are recruiting, these are the sort of people that you need to bring in so that they cover you in areas that you're not very strong in as well. So you quickly identify them, and when you bring them in, you give them space to be able to do what they want to do without getting on their nerves. So there are some founders I was also working with, right? If they send you their board reports, 6 o'clock, May 31st, every day, the consistency, 6 o'clock, April 31st, you already know the people that have structure and discipline. Discipline is everything. So set rules for yourself and let your word be your bond. Personal discipline across many fronts, right, will save you a lot as a world builder. The last point, but not the least, is I want to talk about is relationships. So relationships, meaning who are your stakeholders, your family, your spouse, your employees, right? One thing I'll say is that for relationships, is either all of these people, even your employees, is, for me, don't burn bridges. There was an issue that happened. You know, imagine I just joined FinTech in October 2019. Then in 2018, 2 months down the line, I was at home. I was still sleeping in the house. Next thing, my phone was buzzing. Body, our name is all over the internet. They say customers are getting credited twice. This, that. Okay. I'd done all sorts of things, but I didn't even know what I did. Of course, I told myself, I said, yes, I'm on my way, I'm coming. I had no idea what they were talking about. So they now said it was double debit. I hadn't dealt with that kind of issue before. So I called my friend, Nadine. Nadine had done strategy for her bank over a period of time, and we had worked together. She was like, call Tayo. Tayo used to be like the head of operations for that bank. Tayo had also left the bank and had her own practice. And I called her. She was like, buddy, come over. She quickly dressed up, came. I went to her office, and she started drawing like the diagram of what I needed to do, what it meant. She started connecting me to people that were going to help me. So I went back to the office because I'm a problem solver, right? And that's the way my team sees me. So I got to the team, we went through the entire thing, and the next thing, you know, the next time it happened, we documented it. But it was that relationship, right? Because I nurtured those relationships. I didn't burn those bridges. That's why they're there. And then the other point I want to drop is, don't be transactional in your dealing with people. I remember my sister-in-law came to me and she was like, oh, in their church, they're trying to build like a data system for people and all of that. Like, can I come and present? I was very busy. But the thing is, it doesn't matter if it's a small stage, if it's a big stage. I always prepare for everything as if I'm speaking to a president. So I called the person that led data. She had been on she had been on maternity leave, and you know, she doesn't like public speaking. I was like, it's a smaller team, you don't have to be worried, we'll both present together. And we went there, did a fantastic job. I wasn't going to charge them anything. And then they were so impressed that they took like the whole presentation and everything and gave it to their pastor. So the next thing the pastor called me to thank me, and then he connected me with somebody else that was building a hotel. So he said, oh, the guy just needs to know, you know, how to do this and all of that. So I went there, met the guy. I wanted to charge him, but, you know, because I'm like, this is another relationship. But he said, oh, but they have been trying to do this for some time, this period. So I worked with them. When I had time, I went there, did a small session for them. And trust me, when that hotel opened, anything that happens in that hotel, the guy always calls me and says, oh, Bode, and the kind of people I've met, I didn't even know who he was at that point. Just some of the things that have happened, some of the people I've sat to eat with, right? Just because of some of those things I did, you know, is based on relationships. So don't be transactional in your dealing with people, so that you can always leverage a relationship. So I'll begin to try to close now. I wanted to speak to us as women and just drop a few points in terms of what I've also seen wealth builders do. As women, there's a lot that we do and there's a lot that we know. So one of the first things I want to say is be courageous in the things that you know. So if your area, I remember when I started in customer then, you know, I was building customer, any small stage in church, we started a business school. I'll be like, I'm presenting. 8 o'clock, I was always there. I'll present because you can make mistakes with a smaller crowd. If they say they are teaching, I'll be there. So be courageous and build on what you already know. That is what wealth builders do. Be confident in who you are. And it happens all the time. When you talk to a man that needs to give you a deliverable, he'll be like, Bode, I know this deliverable is not complete, but trust me, it's the best thing that you've ever seen. I'm like, but you've not even completed the deliverable. How do you know it's best? I've not even reviewed. She said, trust me, I know what I'm doing. But if it's a woman, they will come and say, yes, this is not, I didn't be the one that you've done. Step up, puff up your chest and say that I did this, right? Do you understand? Step up and say, I did it, because you actually did it. I know I'm saying this now, you know, it took a bit of time, but you have to start saying this is what you did. If you go for meetings with founders, you know, men can be very, oh, this is where I've arrived. You too, sit at the top of the table. Do you understand? Don't sit behind. Open the seats, you know, say what you want to say. Practice your handshakes. Use the mirror. My husband used to laugh at me because I was always using the mirror. I was also always using my friends. I was always calling them, oh, what do you think about this? Before you see my presentation, I've shown many people, what do you think? You know, so use what it is. I remember one time on this bank project that we did, there were 2 of us leading, 2 of us were directors, me and one other guy. But the days we have board meetings or presentations, when I walk, so we had like a team of about 70 people. Whenever I walk into those places, everybody will be like, we have a presentation today, because from my top to my bottom, I am ready. Like, they'll be like, Bode, there's a presentation today, because I will show up. Then my own, I would have gone to everybody. You know, he would be like, oh, all my slides are ready. My man, I'll be like, me too, my own is ready. You know, but I've done, so some of the skills we have as women, bring everything to fore. Then be the change that you want to see. So as you advance in your career, I remember when I also, when I got married, I was waiting for children, and I wanted to leave work, this work, let me go and focus on baby making. But my partner then was like, Bode, okay, go for 1 month, right? And this was after many years, after I've shown the value, I'm always showing value. Remember what I said happened to me from those letters of doom I went to drop. And she said, go for 1 month. So I went for 1 month to go and stay with my husband. My husband was already afraid, because he was like, oh God, this girl that doesn't have work, she's going to see everything and start stressing my life. But, you know, when sorry, what was I saying? Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is, she encouraged me not to give up, right? And after I didn't even stay up to a month. I called her, I said, please, this is my 3 months sabbatical, I don't want it again. I came back to work and then just found a way to make it work. So when you get into those areas of leadership, if it's a wing, spotlighting the people that did the work, giving the people thumbs up, making the change. I did a strategy retreat. I was like, for this strategy retreat, we're doing it in Ghana. We're going to have child minders, because people were like, I'm not going to come because no child. We made sure they can participate. So be the change. The last thing is offense and your tribe. So the example I was giving about, this baby making thing, there was a time my mother-in-law would call. She'll be like, Buddy, where are you? I'll be like, I'm in New Zealand or I'm in Sydney. She'll be like, where's your husband? I'll be like, oh, he's in New Orleans, because our work was taking us apart. So in her mind, she'll be wondering that, how would these ones give me children this way and all of that? So in my mind, I was like, I'll just block everybody from my phone. I'll not talk to anybody. They should leave me and all of that. That me and my husband want to understand what we want to do. But one day, the Holy Spirit ministered to me and he said, Buddy, if you put yourself in that same shoe, you'll be asking the same question. So I went back to her. I apologized. I was just more open. I think that string and shackle was just, just escaped from my heart. So today I tell you that even up to our oil, the beans, everything in terms of food, because she lives in Ilorin, she's the one that does everything for me. As in, I don't even have to worry. So that part of my, everything is sorted. The other thing is, as women, the amount of gusto that we put in work, in hiring, in your own house, do the same. You are the stellar job description person, do the same thing for the people that you are hiring in the house. So the same amount of excellence that you do is the same amount of excellence that you also do for your house as well. So in closing, I wanted to leave you with this operating model. So leading into your operating model. So as a woman, just some things that you ask yourself. I think the most critical thing that I've learned about myself is also my energy. So my cycles of energy. So when I pump and when I know that, I have to relax. So the pumping time will be the leverage for me when I can't pump. So what wealth are you building? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Remember, we're live. Please do tell someone we're on channels. Channel 420. We're on Facebook, the platform Nigeria. YouTube, the platform NG. And on X, remember, the hashtag is the platform NG35. Our next speaker is in Quebec, the Sele. Quebec is Senior Director, Solutions Management, Visa Sub-Saharan Africa. Quebec's thought leadership in digital payments and technology has been instrumental in driving Visa's growth and innovation in Sub-Saharan African region. As Senior Director of Solutions Management, she oversees product and technology delivery in all 46 countries, leading teams in Nigeria, Ghana, the DRC, Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Africa, creating centers of excellence in the region. In her role, she led the successful launch of Push Payments, a revolutionary service that enables instant and secure funds transfer across borders and currencies. She has forged strong business relationships with fintech players and has been instrumental in key investments and strategic partnerships across the continent to enhance Visa's digital offerings and expand its reach. Prior to her tenure at Visa, Nkebet served as head of e-business implementation at GT Bank PLC, now known as GT Co, a leading bank in Africa. In her role, she was responsible for developing and launching new products and providing e-business advisory services to the bank's subsidiaries across several markets. Her problem-solving and creative thinking skills were evident in her development of bespoke solutions, including the GT World app, among other initiatives. Nkebet holds a social Sciences degree and a postgraduate in Innovation and Design Thinking from MIT, where she earned her skills in designing customer-centric and value-driven solutions. Please let's welcome Nkebet.
Can you hear me? Fantastic, because sometimes technology will humble you. Okay, the first thing I want to say, while thanking Pastor Poju, is to also say that he has brought some of us out of hiding. But as Bode told me, she said, Nkebet, it's time. So yes, it is time. So thank you, Pastor. I don't take this for granted, and thank you. When you come after consultants, I don't know, but I'm going to speak from an innovator perspective as someone who creates. And I'm sure you can see that by my presentation. It's about to come up. Yes, to drive a truck. And so you'd ask yourself, what does driving a truck have to do with technology? And I'll explain it. When we look at the topic, women in tech, I'm sure this is the picture a lot of us see, women developing, having screens, there. But really, that's not what it is. And because we have this picture in our minds, women have taken themselves out of the equation because we feel we have to be developers, we have to be engineers. But they talked about being an operator. But some of us feel we have to have a certain kind of degree to be in technology. So my job here today is to demystify that and just let everybody know that, you see this technology, we'll do it, and we'll do it together, right? Fantastic. So, one of my favorite books, so I'm the kind of person who, if you give me a movie to watch, I'll fall asleep. But give me a book this big and I'll read it. It's weird, but that's what it is. And one of my favorite books is the Bible. So I saw a story recently in Samuel 31. This story was, if you want to go and read it at home, this was when Saul was killed. And he was killed by archers. So the archers, he wasn't killed, he was severely wounded by the archers. And then he later fell on his sword, Saul, that guy. He fell on his sword and that was the end. Now in chapter 2, the Bible doesn't have verses and chapters, but in chapter 2, 2 Samuel, where David was mourning, the first thing he did was he said everybody needed to learn the art of archery. So all the men needed to learn archery. At that point, that was a new technology. And David wondered, how can these people come and kill Israel? So we must all learn it. But that's the truth about technology, because when something comes on the earth, it is who uses it. And if you don't use it, somebody will use it, and they may use it to your disadvantage. Now, women in tech. You see, the truth is, the history of tech cannot be written without women. And I'll tell you why. Who knows these women? Does anybody? Okay. In World War II, the history of how computers came about. In World War II, about 80 to 100 women were needed to compute the trajectory of missiles. And so, because it took them so much time, they developed what was called the ENIAC, calculator, or the ENIAC machine, which now became the computer as we know it today. So they were called computers because they were computing. And so the computer was first a human being, a woman, you see, before a machine. So when we decide that after 1800s, we now took ourselves out of the equation, I'm not quite sure how that happened. And so women, we see, we hear these buzzwords. Somebody once told me, how can you be doing technology? AI is evil. Evil is from the devil. That's where the Antichrist is coming from. And I said, well, the truth is, you see all these buzzwords, they are there. Technology is a tool we cannot escape, right? It's agnostic. So it is inherently good or it's not inherently evil. It is depending on the user. So if we don't use it for good, somebody's going to use it for evil, right? So we now have to decide what we are going to do with it. Now, some of us may think, okay, technology has to be finance. I have to create this beautiful app. I have to do this. Technology is about, like Bode said, solving problems. When you see a problem, it is for you to solve. And the way to solve it is with technology. And technology doesn't necessarily mean having computers or doing coding or develop. You don't have to be a developer. All you need to know is see a problem and solve it. And I'll give you some examples of people who did that. Who knows this woman? She's a very fine woman. Who knows her? Nobody. Okay. I'll tell you who she is. Her name is Josephine Cochran. And she was the one who designed what we know as the modern dishwasher. She was an aristocrat. She, you know, aristocrats in the 1900s, very rich woman, soft life, pampered woman. Her only annoyance was that her maids and her staff were spoiling her china. So they would crack her china, and then there were actually machines that used to wash plates then, but they used to use bristles and brushes. So she sat one day and she started to design. And she started to think about how can we make this dishwashing machine better. And she came up with the idea of using a water pressure. Now, she was not an engineer, so she called one railroad guy to come and help her design it. And that was how she invented the washing machine that we all use today globally. A housewife. And we're saying technology is not for us. Okay? Let's look at this woman. She's older than that other one. She invented what we know as the car wiper today. Her own, she was in a car. And she was just so irritated that the driver would always have to come out to clean the windscreen or open the door to see what's happening when it rains. And she said, how about we create a sort of, you know, a model or something that from inside the car, we can use it to clean the shield and, you know, make sure everybody sees. And she became the owner of the patent of what we call the wiper today. You see, the interesting thing is that the women above, as I told you, they were not engineers, right? All they had was their shared unwavering determination to solve problems. And so today, my question is, what is your why? And I'm going to ask that question a lot today. So they asked why. Why is this working like this? How might we make it better? And in my career and in my journey, I've had to ask a lot of whys. Now, when I tell you I'm a creator, and you probably think I have an engineering degree. Let's go back to me. This is me, by the way. You wonder what AI will create, right? I have a picture of me here behind the truck because, you know, as a child, I was a weird child. When anybody asked me, what do I want to be? You know, when they say, what do you want to be in life? Everybody will say, pilot, doctor, engineer. I wanted to be a truck driver. I don't know why, right? Maybe it was because, so I grew up in Kaduna, and maybe it was because we had refineries, and I particularly wanted to drive a tanker. That's a tank, you know, truck. Maybe because we grew up with refineries, and I would see the trucks, or because I read one book, Malam Tafadauda, the lorry driver. You know, I'm not quite sure now. Perhaps it's one of those things, but I was just always fascinated about gears, about engines, about the way they worked, you know, and the fact that I could sit on this high car and be, you know, and have everybody and probably run over them, right? Yeah, I was one of those children, and I'm going into secondary school, and I have one of my secondary school mates here coming, and you would find me among those people who, there's a switch, there's nothing wrong with the switch. We will unscrew it and start joining wires. We will take boiling ring, perfectly good boiling ring, and just do all sorts of things with it. Now, you would think with all that, I did science. I ran away after my first week in chemistry when I saw periodic table. I'm not ashamed to say it. And so, I never did physics. I never did the sciences. I went on to do social sciences, and I started my career in telecom and then banking. And I was in commercial banking, doing extremely well. And then I had to move to Lagos because I was married by then, and we needed to just be together. We couldn't be in different places. And when I wanted to come to corporate banking, commercial banking, I was doing well. My targets were great. I wanted to come to corporate banking. And one of my mentors, who was a GM then, said, this is not Abuja. Better go to where it's easy. And the place I found was e-business. And honestly, I had no clue what they used to do there. And so I came and I joined the business, and they said, you have to be, you'll be in operations. I said, okay. I was frustrated because there was, every day we are issuing PIN, we are issuing card, we are issuing, I said, okay. I continued doing it. And then I was now, after a while, made to lead a unit that was the customer facing, and we were responding to mails, inquiries, card issues, and e-banking issues. But I was always getting in trouble, or my team was always getting in trouble. Why? Because, when you allocate emails, then you'd say this person should do 3 to 4. This person should take from 4 to 5, mails that come in within that time. There were always mails that were getting dropped. Because somebody would say, it came into my box at 4:03. This one would say, no, in my own box is 3:59. And my brothers and sisters, those were the mails that they will now send mail to the MD and escalate, unfortunately. So I was always getting into trouble. And so one day I sat down and I said, there must be a better way to do this thing. And remember the dishwashing woman? I now started to draw out. I said, how about we have a system that, everybody's just answering on that platform, on that application. This is over maybe 15 years ago. I was like, isn't that possible? And I went to sit with my technology guys. And I said, guys, can we do something? That's when I learned there was something called open source. And then we started to look for an application. And we built on that. That solved the entire problem. And then after that, I said, so I can start to think about problems and fix it. So I became a problem to my boss. And because of that, she said, you know what, just move to e-banking implementation. Just go and be creating. Just go and so that brought my foray into dev and into technology. But I won't call myself a developer. But because I had to work with developers, I had to learn the language. And so wherever you find yourself, as Bode said, try to be the best you can be. And so today, I lead countries, I lead French speaking, I've had to learn French. I lead Portuguese speaking, that one, not yet. And English speaking, and because of that, I've had to be in rooms with global technology leaders who the first time they see you, the first thing they say, oh, you're a woman. And sometimes you get, oh, hi. I said, you didn't think I was black, right? They are, yeah, you're from Africa. So you have to remind some of them that Africa is not a country. But we move. And so I have these tough conversations from time to time because of my role. And people ask me my why. The same way people ask me why I wanted to be a truck driver. I remember an incident where I needed to deploy something for a country. It involved a lot of change on our core. And it was going to be expensive because it was a global change. And I had my first big why. Because now it was no longer why I wanted to be a truck driver, why I wanted to change emails. This was a bigger scale of why. Because it was a case of, are you putting your blood on this? And I said, yeah, it will work. And I now went back to God. I said, hey, I've told them it will work. This thing has to work. And that was my first why with my full chest. And one thing I realized is people would always question your why, especially as a woman. Not because they don't think you can do it, but because they want to see how resolved you are on that issue. And so that was how I came in. But you see, one thing I find as I've been in tech is that we limit ourselves to financial technology and say, okay, it's Flutterwave, it's SpaceDAG, it's Money Point. But there's so many branches of technology. Who is solving tech for the woman in Ojo-Elegba? or in arena markets? Who is helping her to put her invoices right? Who is automating that for her? And remember, you don't have to be the developer. You just need to know the problem and map it out, and somebody else can build. Are we following? Now, when it even comes to money transfer, to lending, to mortgage, to red tech, I'm a lawyer. What do I have to do with tech? Okay, how about somebody telling us the regulations so we don't get into trouble every time? How about somebody creating a way where I can do my tax? Any money that comes in, it takes away the amount that is for my tax, you know, and allows me be in good standing with the government. There are so many ways that we can build, and there is so much waiting for women. You know, as a woman in corporate, one of the frustrations that I have is when we try to hire. Because we're so very big on diversity and inclusion, there are some roles, and in specific some countries, where you have qualified men, but they'll tell you, oh, we need to fill this role by a woman. And I struggle. There was a situation where we needed a developer in one of the countries, and there was a guy that was super qualified. And I was interviewing for my colleague who was the hiring manager, and he said, Kevin, we need a woman. I said, but this girl is not great. He said, we need her. That is how much corporates are willing to take a chance on you. Because you're a woman. That is the power you have. But we don't know it. We don't take advantage of it. So, there's vacancy for truck driver. We need truck drivers. Now, I wanted to drive a truck. But somehow somebody told me why. And, you know, I would hear, why can't you be more like a girl? Just, you know, put yourself together. Be more like a girl. I used to love to roll tires. That was my favorite pastime, and climb the trees. I was the mango climber. I'll be shaking the tree, and people will come, and mangoes will come down, you know. But I was now caged to say I needed to be a certain way. Who told you you couldn't drive your truck? What is your truck? What is that idea? What is that thing you wanted to be? If we take a sample around the room today, if I ask you, if I give you 2 minutes and I say, write that idea or that thing or that problem you see, I'm sure we will get 20 patents in this room. Or we'll get amazing ideas that will be funded. But you see, because somebody questioned our why, because somebody asked us, why do you want to drive this truck? Why do you want to do this? We sat down and we decided it was not for us, for some weird reason. And so today, I'm challenging everybody. You see, tech is for us. We cannot be Christians, as most of us are, and decide to take ourselves out of the equation. My Bible, I don't know if it's in yours, says that God wishes above all things that I prosper, right? And that's wealth. And be in health as my soul prospers. Now, if technology is the new oil, why are we not playing there? And every day we will sing, I want to prosper, and God is saying, but I'm giving you now. That idea, do you think it's everybody that has it? Do you think the other women did not know that their dishwasher, their plates were cracking? They saw it. But this woman had the idea. Are we following? So life is waiting on you. Life is waiting on you. And a lot of us sometimes, we feel technology is complicated. And I'll give you an example of Uber. I'll tell you how technology works. You know, somebody was asking me when Uber started, you know, a few years down, how does Uber operate? And I said, you know, Uber was smart. They took maps. Maps was already there. They took payments, which was already there. I could put my card on a site. And then they took my email address and they put everything together and it formed Uber. When you look at technology today, I can give you different dissections of technology. So you have to know it all. What God wants us to do is just put our leg in. When somebody questions your why, just say, yes, I can do it. As Body says, the men will say, yeah, I can do it. Even though they have 5/10, we will be waiting for 9.98/10. It will never happen. If I was waiting to be a techie before I started to create, I probably wouldn't be here speaking with you. And the sad thing is that we have used that mentality unconsciously to affect the people after us, our girls, our children, our siblings, our cousins. They, oh, I want to do something. I'm like, why? You two, you start asking why. Why? I'll tell you a story of my daughter. She's here today. She's my small PA. She likes to bake. And one day she met me, she was like, I like to bake, but I really also want to be an engineer. And I was like, I know. She said, but it doesn't correlate. I said, why don't you bake cakes that fly? And she said, what does that mean? I said, if I am someone who loves cars, and it is my birthday, can you not make the outside a cake and put an engine? And when the cake is coming in, it is rolling. You're an engineer and you're a baker. Abi? So, in every aspect of our lives, we need to remember that we are creators. You know, when you used to go to secondary school then, and your parents would say, remember the family you are coming from. Remember the child of who you are. Okay, my question to you today is, why have you forgotten the child of who you are? Your God is a creator. He's your father. Why are you not creating? When did you suddenly decide to step out of the family name and stop creating? Because somebody told you. So my question today is, who told you? Who told you you couldn't be the next thing? In business, as a woman in business, I don't know which business it is today that does not need technology. But before I even get into women in business, I want to talk about founders. You know, there are so many funds today for women. They are looking for women. In fact, they don't, your idea doesn't need to be great. They just want to tick that box that we have female founder. We are funding female-led innovations. It's there. But if you don't put your leg in, if you do not question, if you don't have an answer to your why, you will never ever get into this new oil, which is the wealth. Imagine that woman. I'm sure her children, grandchildren, she has a patent. So for everybody that does a wiper, I'm sure she's earning something. That is wealth creation. And that's the legacy we need to leave as is our DNA. And so, tech needs you more than you need tech. Will you participate or will you be a spectator? Will you participate? Is your question? Fantastic. So I want you to leave this place today. As a woman in business, look at your business. For instance, you can say, hey, but I sell clothes or I'm a designer. What has that got to do with tech? Okay. I hate it when people take my measurements. It's a problem. Can you not get an AI tool that allows me just turn around and take a picture and you size me? There are women, there's Japa happening now. Everybody's in diaspora, but they still have parties. And they want to buy their clothes. Who is going to design the Ankara for them? Would they fly down to take measurements? Can you not create something that when they stand, you are able to form their body shape and create something? Can we not do that? We are wealth builders. Now, you will say, I'm an interior decorator. Oh, well, this is not for me. Okay. Interior decorator, architecture, whatever it is, there's something called augmented reality. Must you come to my house? How about me take a picture of my house and then you fit in the furnitures with augmented reality and send it to me and we approve and we move, business done. There are many things. In our Greek, there's soilless farming. So all that one that you are checking, oh, loamy soil, clay soil, that was in the 1980s. That is so gone. Today, people are farming without soil. What are we doing? How are we participating in this business, in this space, in this ecosystem? And this is the question our children would ask us. This is the question our generation would ask us. What are we doing about it? So for me, I changed my trajectory and I got into my truck. I got into my truck and I started to build. I got into my truck and I didn't wait to have it all figured out. I got into my truck and I didn't wait to know the end. But I started. Because, you see, there's a law on the earth. And it's something my very good friend Funke said. You know, there's a law. Imagine an acorn seed. You know, acorn seed is what makes the oak tree, right? Yes. Now, imagine putting an acorn seed here. No matter how premium this seed is, it will not grow. Same thing with our ideas. No matter how premium the idea is in your head, nothing will happen. Now, take this same acorn seed and put it in a soil. Guess what? Everything on this earth that is required to make that acorn become an oak tree will go to it. The acorn is not moving, the seed is not moving, but water will get to it. Air will get to it. Sunlight will get to it. Minerals will get to it because it is planted where it is meant to be. And it went into the ground and decided, you see me, I'm no longer an acorn, I want to be an oak tree. So today, my challenge to you is go to your homes, pick up your books, pick up your phone. If I don't pick book, take your phone, write your notes, think about that problem. And you can say, I'm in corporate, it's not for me. In your office, you heard my story. I started by doing email because I didn't want to get shredded. What's that thing that you can fix? What's that problem you're seeing? The reason you're probably seeing that problem is because it's for you to solve. But if you do not solve it, it's on the earth, somebody will solve it. If you do not use technology, somebody will use it. You know what? Somebody met me one day and said, you know, this business that was just on, I thought of it, oh. And you know, this person is not even doing it the way it's supposed to be. You know, it's supposed to be like this. And I say, oh, how nice. So, when the person was doing it, where were you? Say, okay, do you know the person? Can we partner? I say it's too late. Because it's already been developed. The truth is, if you do not do what you are meant to do, if you don't take advantage of the seed and that thing as a creator, as a world builder, being the DNA that you are, if you do not take advantage of it, somebody will do it. And if we do not start to make, and those things are in our unconscious, it is our spirit, because we're spirit beings, as Pastor Poju always says, we're spirit beings. So we're meant to create, because our Father is a creator. And so for every time you do not create, you are diminishing your spirit, you're insulting your spirit. And your unconscious is constantly creating. So until you start to make the unconscious conscious, you will live your life calling it fate. Or sometimes, as we say, God's will. You know, one day I have my, it's weird because I'm always building solutions. It's weird, but I always have my good ideas in the bathroom, right? So I was thinking one day, that was when the list came out and Bezos and Elon Musk were the richest guys. And I was like, I was having a conversation with God and I was like, you know, this is not fair, right? How is it that it's these people that are the richest men, they are the wealthy people? We're Christians now. And what I heard was, well, Christians will not do what they need to do. When they try once and it doesn't work, they say, that's how God willed it. But you see these other people, they know that it's them and themselves. They know that I have to do it or I go home. And so they tried the first time, it doesn't work. Second, third, fourth, every wealth builder in technology will tell you how many times they tried and it failed and they kept at it. So if you tried something and somebody told you it was not going to work, how about you go back and try again? How about you look at it and say, what can I do better? And so here is me driving my truck. But what I'd like us after this is for us to all pick up our trucks, get on our steering wheels, challenge ourselves, bring out that inner child who wanted to drive a truck. I wanted to drive a truck. I don't know what everybody else wanted to do. And I had to bring her out of the closet so that I could start creating. Bring that child out. She wants to create. He wants to create, because I know there are men watching here. That child wants to create. Get into your driver's seat. That place, and I specifically bought a truck because, you know, maybe there, but I really haven't seen any woman who has driven a tanker truck before. But I want to challenge us to get out of our comfort zone. Go to that place where you thought it wasn't you. That place that you thought was not for you, but you had it in your mind. Get into your driver's seat. Let us build well together and let's innovate. Thank you very much for listening to me.
It's getting more exciting, isn't it? You know, the more I listen, I remember a statement a friend made to me. The first time she said it, I didn't understand what she was saying, but it's getting clearer today. She said, and you can write it down, she said you can't use chewing gum money to fund champagne lifestyle. And when she said it at first, I got thinking, but for me, this morning, you may be wondering, how does this relate? The truth of the matter is that for too long, as women, we've limited ourselves in our dreams, isn't it? The things we go for. We're thinking chewing gum. We think we are for chewing gum, you know, and because of that, we're not looking at problems differently. Now we're finding out that everyone that creates real wealth has to become what's really innovative. Why? Because you're trying to solve a problem. So should we now say, welcome problem? So we should have a rethink. So quickly, I just want to say that Topsy Oyeniyi has got a book. Remember I told you about the book, Unleash, Blueprints for a Life That Attracts Uncommon Opportunities. Truth of the matter is that when I went out, I was really thinking of grabbing my own copy because there are very few limited copies. And I'm going to encourage everyone to quickly pick up one afterwards. And remember, the hashtag is the platform NG35. So we want everyone to just stand up a bit, shake yourself, do a selfie, tell someone we're live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, channels, channel 420, but just go around and say hello to someone and get yourself on your social media angle. We're back almost immediately. The next two speakers are already in the building, and so we'll kick off soon, but just allow yourself time to stretch. Thank you. Music, please. And I'm so sorry I have to break up the fellowship so we can get started. So we are live at the platform 35.2 right here at the Covenant Temple, Lekki campus of the Covenant Nation. And we are at the platform with the team, Wealth Builders. And this particular seminar is Women in Business, Women in Tech. Please, can we have our seats? Can we have our seats, please? After this event, we're going to have a time of networking out at the foyer. So at that time, we can do all of this. I know some of us have not seen each other in a very long time. And some of us are seeing people that we greatly admire. But we just have to get the show running. So we're going to get started. Please take your seats as we get ready for the next speaker to come up on stage. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is the platform 35.2, Wealth Builders. This is Women in Business and Women in Tech. And we've had 3 amazing speakers already. And we've got 2 wonderful women lined up. And so we're going to get started soon. Please have your questions ready. I'm very sure that it's been so informative and educative that you'll probably have a question or 2. Have your questions ready. Immediately after the next 2 speakers, we're going to have a chance to ask the questions during the panel. So have your questions ready. Don't forget them. So the best thing to do is to just have it written down. And once it's time during the panel session, you can do that. Please remember, hashtag platform NG35 and tag someone, tag everyone you know, and everyone, let's ensure that the platform NG35 is live on all of our social.
Now, to put yourself forward. And I said, here I am. Yeah? I will make the children's clothes. I make clothes. I will make the children's clothes. And that's where we started Rough and Tumble. She said, what sign are we putting up on the canopy? In those days, there were canopies. We went to all the bazaars of the churches. And she said, what name is she going to put? What are you doing exactly? I am making clothes that children can rough around in because I'm tired of stuffy clothes and stuffy children. We want children to have a sense of playfulness and childhood. And she said, I will draw a drum with children tumbling out of it to show the playfulness. And I said, that's the name, Rough and Tumble. And that's how Rough and Tumble was formed. So there was no big strategy session. There was no big consulting firm to found the name Rough and Tumble. So Gatimo Limited is the holding company because Rough and Tumble is a brand. Yeah? And under Gatimo are the different brands, the Betty O School of Fashion, which I started in honor of my mother, who really made me the woman I am today. I grew up with a woman's woman. She's not Nigerian by birth. She's Scottish by birth, but lived in Nigeria for 50 years of her life. And she taught me that in this society, as a woman, your financial independence is not negotiable. It is non-negotiable. So you can choose to be a stay-at-home mom, and whatever the consequences, you live with it, or you can choose to have some money in your pocket. So you can live the life of your dreams, the life that you were destined to live. Because if you live in England, you will be a number and a statistic. But if you live in Nigeria, you can be anybody, anything, be, do, or have anything that your heart desires. That is the country we live in. That is the Nigeria that we live in. The other brand under the Gatimo label is the Gatimo Apparel Manufacturing Company, and I will tell you a bit about that later. Then there's Timotiwa, which I absolutely love. That is our Afrocentric brand. So all the Ankara you see in our stores is actually under the label Timotiwa, still belongs to Rough and Tumble, still belongs to the Gatimo Apparel. And then, of course, social impact I share because I care. I got the hang of this now. I'm not that bad. Well, I thought I did. I pressed it. Nothing happened. So let's give it another press. Help. SOS. Okay, so it takes a little while to respond. I love this picture. This photo. It was taken probably, I don't know, some 20 odd years ago, when we were trying to get into Abuja. And this picture was actually taken in my garden, and Zuma Rock superimposed on it. But I love the flag and the way the flag is flying. You know, I can't have been anything other than who I am. This country allowed me to be that person. This country gave me the opportunity. Nigeria gave me the opportunity to be the woman that I am today, to start the businesses that I started today. I don't know what would have happened if I was anywhere else. All I know is that I owe who I am to this country, Nigeria. So I am very proudly Nigerian. Now, I like to do something. I like to show where I'm coming from in pictures. And honestly, this is where Rough and Tumble started. And what I would say to you is, despise not your humble beginnings. And where you are coming from will never, unless you allow it, dictate where you end up. It is a beginning, but there is an end that you have in mind. But who you become in between and on that journey is up to you. Yeah? So, I listened to the vision that God set upon my heart, and I chose to begin with what I had. I chose to begin with the small amount of money that I had. Not every business needs to begin with millions of dollars or millions of naira. You have something, just start. Just begin. Somebody is waiting for you. Somebody is waiting for your actions to help them take action on their lives. So don't wait for perfection, just begin. From there, we went to this little store. Oh my goodness. I didn't want to own stores. I wanted to be a manufacturer because I just love manufacturing. I love making things. I grew up in an environment where we made things. And I loved to produce things. So I wanted to retail the children's clothing. What happened? Nobody was ready to buy things that were made in Nigeria. People were telling me that because it's made in Nigeria, it will not be of good quality. Hello? Are you not made in Nigeria? I mean, come on. Yes. So by default, what you are actually saying is that you are not good yourself. So when are we going to learn to trust who we truly are and believe that we are capable? And so I decided to open my first retail store. I tell you, this store was literally 4 meters, the size of this space. Literally. This is not even 4 meters, it's like 3 meters or 2 point something. It literally was 3 meters by 6 meters. But it was a beginning. I didn't care what anybody thought. I was on this mission. It wasn't even just a journey. It was a mission now. It had become a personal mission to prove that all good things can come out of Nigeria. It was a mission to prove that Nigeria can be synonymous with good quality. You can be synonymous with good quality. It is dependent on what you value, your belief systems, and what you believe is true for yourself. So, this first store sold in one day that it opened what Pack and Shop was struggling to sell for 3 months. So should I still have been waiting for Pack and Shop, we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be telling this story. Make a choice, make the decision, make the move, trust yourself and go for it. From there to here. And I call this eyes wide open, not wide shut. A lot of people are walking around and they can't see. They don't see because they are distracted. And I was coming back from the Lagos Business School one day, and in class that day, the lecturer had said, are you going to be that small business that everyone comes back 30 years later and you stay the same? Do we know businesses, neighborhood businesses like that? They just stay the same. It was as if she lit a rocket up my backside. I thought, no. I mean, she painted such a graphic picture that I thought, I'm not staying in that small shop. We're moving to the next level. Whatever the next level is, we're going to find it and we're going to do it. And I was so used to being focused on looking at the store when I'm coming back from Lagos Business School that I completely did not look on the left side of the road. And this day, I looked on the left side of the road. And what did I see? To let. And I stood there and said, you're my next level. I'm coming after you. So called the number. Anyway, cut a long story short, paid for the first time in my life. I signed a check paying 5 years rent for a building that wasn't mine. I can tell you my hand was shaking. Truly, because I was asking myself, do you really know what you're doing? But then again, I learned to quiet the voice of doubt in my head. And I learned to raise the voice of hope. The voice that empowered me to dare. The voice that encouraged me to dare. The voice that said to me that I can be, do, or have anything in this land, so long as I am willing to do the work, I can do it. So self-belief, self-trust, the choice is yours. I will keep saying those things. And so from there, I remember even here when I was trying to raise money from the bank, and they all looked at me like, but you're selling children's clothes now. So, I mean, what is the big deal? Ask Oga for money. I have never been so insulted in my entire life. I am coming to you, having fastidiously paid all the money, everything, the turnover through the bank, and you are telling me, go and ask Oga for the money. What I pay to you? Honestly, because I was so infuriated. But you see, that negative energy became positive energy because it propelled me to now prove that, you know what, you will see me. Just wait and see. My mother always told me that success is the best revenge, especially when you come from a polygamous family. You just go out there and be successful. Everything else will be fine. So from here, and having the belief that it can't just be this, there has to be more. I'm pressing it again. Okay, it has delayed gratification. Good lesson. So, to going here, to borrowing 200 million naira in a business that the industry was unstructured, there was no information about the industry. There was really, I was literally building the industry as I was going along. So walking into a bank and saying, I bought this land on Isaac John, I want to build it and I need 200 million. What are you going to do for me? And I went to 6 banks and they rejected me. But every time I was rejected, I realized that there was something missing in my presentation. And from every single rejection, I learned to rewrite the story in a way that made it possible for one bank to finally say, we will support you. It was a big thing at the time because the building itself was the asset. The land was the asset. They asked me for collateral. I said, if you all keep asking me for collateral, this is the collateral. So when we're done with this, you can hold the papers of the house till I finish paying you, and then you can give them back to me. Know what it is you want, and don't be afraid to ask. 6 rejections later, the bank said, we will support you. Boy, I almost fell off my chair, to be perfectly honest with you, on that day. But what I learned also was that I was good at the commercials in terms of the branding, in terms of the product, in terms of the customer, in terms of all those soft things that make the business possible, not the finances. So by the time I got to the front of this other bank, I had a finance guru. He spoke the language the bank wanted to hear. They had stressed the figures. They had stressed the numbers. I'm a creative. I like numbers because I need to survive and thrive. But my natural instinct is not about the numbers. It's about the creativity. It's about innovation. And I believe that those things also have a very powerful place in the life of any business. So, was it a risk? Yes. It's valued at 3.6 billion naira today. If I didn't take that risk, we would never have that. We would never have it. So who really are we? We are a lifestyle brand that is serving and connecting generations across the world. Now somebody said to me that she used to buy rough and tumble. Just here today, I can see you. Yes, you did. And I said, we're waiting for your grandchildren. That's the next generation. That's the generation I'm in. I'm a grandma in waiting. Yes, and that's what you are, a grandma in waiting. So the next generation of customers are waiting for grandmas who are not paying any more school fees to come and shop and spoil their grandchildren. Yeah? Our mission is to provide superior designs, good quality products, and exceptional services while we're creating memorable experiences for children, families, and communities. The values that have upheld us are innovation, teamwork, respect, service, integrity, and excellence. Excellence is totally non-negotiable. You have to have a set of values that define who you are and what you want to do, both in your professional life as well as in your personal life. But we'll get to that. So, where are we now and who are we now? So we're this group that is Gatimo Apparel, that is Rock and Tumble, and that is Timotiwa. We have 14 brick and mortar stores. We have over 300 employees. We have 24, I beg your pardon, 24 functional business units. We have an e-commerce platform, and we have a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility for school uniforms and workwear. Now, the thing is, what kind of a mind, given the challenges that we face in Nigeria, what kind of a mind does an entrepreneur in Nigeria, or anywhere in the world for that matter, need to have? And for me, it was about seeing what was invisible. The vision was a vision. It was invisible. It was not tangible. My journey was to make it a reality and to draw the realness, make it real, if you like. To believe in what was impossible. Nelson Mandela always says, it's always impossible until it is done. And I am an eternal optimist. I refuse to give up. I believe in myself and I trust myself. And then to trust the X factor, the unknown. You don't know what will happen. You don't. Nobody does. You can line up your ducks in a row and one may decide to go south. But that's what happens, and you embrace the unknown, believing that life happens for you, not to you. Because when you say life happens to you, it's a victim mentality. When you say life happens for you, you see the opportunities that arise from whatever the challenges are. And so you position your mindsets to be able to take charge of those opportunities in the challenges. And what I learned along this way is that to conquer the world, you must first conquer yourself. You are the biggest investment you are ever going to make. You are the investment. You are the asset. Your mind is the most powerful tool that you have as a human being to be the truest, the highest form of expression as God intended you to be. You must realize the power that lies in your mind, the power that you carry in your being as a spirit being, the power that has been implanted in you to become a useful, purposeful, dynamic, impactful human being. Woman. So, to lead others, I had to first learn to lead myself. And self-leadership is self-discipline. If you have no discipline, you are not going to get far. Success doesn't know gender. It doesn't. It doesn't know whether you're a man or you're a woman. It doesn't even care. It doesn't care to know. All it cares to know is that you are connected with the vision, you are committed to it, you are consistent, you are driven by excellence, you have the desire, a compelling desire to be, do, or have what it is that God has set upon your heart. Everything else falls in place along the journey. But you must first take ownership. You must first lead yourself. And we tend to think of discipline as punishment. Does anybody understand what I'm talking about? Yeah? You don't realize that actually Self-discipline is the highest form of self-love. It's the only way you can actually truly love yourself is to discipline yourself. It is not punishment. So one of the things I learned in life was to reframe the way I had been taught that discipline was. When I had discipline, I thought of my father. I thought of my school teachers. I thought of the red marks on my school papers that showed failure, where you got 1 out of 20 instead of 19 out of 20 that your parents wanted you to get, or 20/20 that your parents wanted you to get. So we can get frozen in fear because we think that discipline is punishment. And because we think discipline is punishment, what we tend to then do is we procrastinate. And you know what happens? How many cheap procrastinators? I hope there are no procrastinators here. Oh, you're working on it. I'm always working on it because I'm a human being. So I like to deal with my own humanity and admit to myself. My mother used to tell me, unto thine own self be true. You can lie to the world, but you must never lie to yourself. Well, I'm not saying lie to the world, by the way. Yeah? So in reframing discipline, you realize that is the highest form of self-love. Then what do you want? What do you want out of the gift of life that you have been given? If you do not know, your life is a gift. Of all the human beings that could have been born in all creation, you, woman, you have been born. You have been born as a vessel. You have been born as a channel. You have been born as a nurturer. You have been born as a builder. What are you going to do about it? What do you want to do? What do you want to use it to do? The question is, who do you need to become to release that power that is within you? There's something that I teach that is called present state and desired state. And present state is where you are. Desired state is where you want to be. In between the two of them is self-discipline, is procrastination, is everything, every excuse that you need to overcome. As they say, success lies beyond the tasks that you refuse to do, beyond the goals that you refuse to set, beyond the meetings that you refuse to hold, beyond the phone calls that you refuse to make, beyond the first steps that you refuse to take. Success is on the other side of that. So it's important to define the habits and the routines and create the process. There is a system. Anybody who tells you and cannot explain a system to you of how they became wealthy, don't listen to them. In fact, run as fast away from them as possible. Yeah? And material possessions does not always equate success. There are many people who are driving very expensive cars, wearing very expensive clothes, wearing very expensive watches, who are miserable. So you need to know what you want and define what success looks like for you. Then you take that and you refine it as you progress, because the different seasons in your life, you will keep redefining as you grow. You will not be the same person you were a year ago, or stick to who you were a year ago. You are evolving, because that is what we do as human beings. We evolve. And anything that is not evolving, what happens to it? It dies. It just dies a natural death. There's no need to stress over it, because you know that it's just going to be buried. And as I said earlier, success doesn't know any gender. Yeah? So what are these habits and these values? I don't play with my spiritual practice. I'm not a church-going somebody, and I'm not a religious person. But I'm a spiritual being, made in the image and likeness of the God who created the heavens and the earth. So my spirit is connected to God. I don't need an intermediate. I don't need an intermediary. I like to think of myself as a mini representative of God on earth, doing incredible things. And your spiritual practice is what is going to help you harmonize all the different moving parts of your life, especially us women. There are so many moving parts for us in all the different seasons of our lives. I don't believe in work-life balance. I never have done and I never will. But I believe in the harmonization, having identified the 7 pillars. 7 is a number of perfection, is it not? Having identified 7 pillars of life, I believe in the harmonization of those 7 pillars to serve me, to enable me, be of service to humanity. Now, those 7 pillars are a different class, but I will tell you just very briefly what they are. Your spirituality, of course, is one. Wealth, it's non-negotiable. You gotta have your own money, yeah? Your career, growth, your health, you have to look after yourself mentally, emotionally, physically. It is your responsibility. Lifestyle, how you choose to live. A 5-star life, a 7-star life, or a 1-star life. The choice is yours. Family, Yoruba people say, family is not only blood. They're people who become your family by virtue of the values and the values that you share and the belief systems that you hold. Very, very important. And of course, lastly, community. You cannot be blessed and not be a blessing upon other people. Yeah? So, overcoming yourself, controlling your perspective, the words, these words, I had to go back into the dictionary to learn the meaning of the word commitment. Am I committed? Or am I just, do I just like what I'm doing? What does commitment mean? What does it mean to be consistent? It means that no matter whether it's raining or not raining, there are no excuses. There can be no excuses. You find a way. To be resilient, what does it mean? What did it mean to me to be resilient? It meant that nothing was impossible. Persistent, never give up. You have to have a clarity of purpose and intention, because in your intention is your purpose. In your purpose, you will find intention, or you create intention. The power of your focus. I cannot emphasize this point. The power of focus. To avoid distraction in a very distracted world. Where are you focused on? What are you focused on? Are you focused on the outcome, the North Star, where you want to go? Or are you going to let all the speed bumps on the way, are you going to let them hold you hostage in your mind and turn you into a procrastinator? Be open to learning to listen and learning to hear, like learning to see. Because there are many people who are, it's almost like a daze. And they're just on this treadmill every day. No, you need to pull yourself out. You need to go into your quiet space. That's why your spirituality is important. You need to hear God. You need to hear yourself. You need to trust that he who says that he has set before you abundance and lack, that you should choose. He says that you should choose. He gives you the power to choose. So what are you focused on? Are you focused on a Nigeria that doesn't work? Or are you focused on a Nigeria where you are part of the solution? Where whatever your gift is or whatever your service is part of the solution to bring Nigeria out of where it is. Is that your focus? Yes? Yes. I like that very loud yes from there. So I learned to be an eternal optimist. I learned to grow where I am planted. I learned to grow where I am planted. I learned to submit myself to the process. I learned to submit myself to the process of life. Now, this is the mind that you need to go into a business with. And I put this next 3 slides for one reason. Because people think that you are just selling children's clothes, so what's the big deal? But that's not what it is. I am a fashion entrepreneur, and it is a business. It's not a hobby. To pay 300 people every month. Wow. Oh, 39 seconds left. Okay. So, anyway, let me fast forward all of this that is business. What really, I'll just mention the top things. Your product, yeah? Customer or consumer. For us, we're both. The customer is the child. The the consumer is the child, I'm sorry, the consumer is the child, the customer is the parent. So somebody is paying, somebody is using. They're not the same people. So we have to find the language to speak to both. Yeah? People. It's about the right people, the right talent, with the right character, with the right competencies, with the right capacity to work with you in building trust, in building the team, learning to communicate, to cooperate, to collaborate, and it takes a lot of training to do that. You can't run a business without systems and processes, without SOPs, without audits, without, okay, delayed response. Okay. The next thing is technology. From our support center, we have CCTV cameras. We use an ERP solution called Odo. We know what sale was made in each state, and we're pan-Nigeria. We know what sale was made in which state, at what time, by whom, and when. Yeah, and what they bought. Yeah. We use technology to analyze data. People say, how have you sustained your business? We use technology to analyze data. What do customers want? What are customers buying? What do they need? It's not about me, it's about the customer. It's about focusing on the customer and meeting the customer at their point of need and making them emotionally attached to you, believing that when they come to you, you solve all their problems. Finance, money as a language. If you don't know the language of money, go and learn the language of money. CAPEX, OPEX, all those things used to drive me nuts. I'm a creative, EBITDA. Oh, I wasn't interested. But I had to learn the language of money because therein lies your sustainability. Yeah? Social impact. Every year we make 500 sets of uniforms for children around Nigeria, around our neighborhood, rather. And we give them school shoes, brand new school shoes as well. There's nothing that gives me more joy than when I see these children in their new uniforms. You see when they receive it, you see when they're changed. There's a big difference. Then in honor of my mother, Betty O, the school that has impacted over 500 women in sewing, learning how to sew so that they are financially independent. Now, out of COVID and seeing the challenges and the opportunities, I'm pressing it, as you can all see. Yes. 2017 devaluation. You know, sometimes we're looking outside for solutions when the solution is right under our noses. Yeah? So 2017 devaluation, what we did was to come together for a strategy session and said, what do we have that we can sweat to get what we want so that we can continue to thrive? And we realized that we were sitting on this factory, this facility, that had only Rough and Tumble as a customer. And it's like, come on, girl, wake up and smell the coffee. There's customers out there who want uniforms. There's customers out there who want other things apart from what it is that you make. So we set aside some money to retool the entire factory, rethink the business model, and lean on those existing assets. And then COVID happened. And when COVID happened, it was like we have a facility. It took me a day, but I made that 1-minute video. 1-minute video that went viral that said we could make cloth masks in Nigeria. The rest was history. By the end of COVID, we had made 1 million masks. I've never made 1 million of anything before in my life. We had made 1 million masks. If you like, don't clap. Me, I'm clapping for myself. I'm so excited and thrilled that as a Nigerian company in the garment industry, we made 1 million of something. Oh boy, wow. So as an entrepreneur, your ability to pivot, your mindset, having an open mindset, a mindset that is open to learn.
A G7 Impact Task Force and the Global Steering Group for Impacting Investment, GSG. She's a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and served on the pioneer board of the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Her recent recognitions are the 2020 Forbes Woman Africa Chairperson Award and the Beta Gamma Signal 2020 Business Achievement Award. She's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative, Aspen Global Leadership Network, and a recipient of 4 honorary doctorate degrees. She's married happily to Mr. Abiodun Awoshika, and they are blessed with 3 wonderful sons. Let's make welcome our gift to Africa and the world, Mrs. Ibuku Awoshika. Okay.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. A big thank you to Pastor Poju and Pastor Toyin for the invitation and the Covenant Nation family. Okay. I saw Yvonne, so I just wanted to wave. It's a few familiar faces in the house. Well, congratulations to Covenant for yet another platform and for the unusual structure for this year. You know, separating the girls from the boys in some ways, you know, and all that. But it's okay, because after you've done a lot of national mind setting, there's room for you to start dealing with specifics. And I think it's the right strategy, in a sense, so that people can find themselves in the midst of all. We've talked and talked and talked and talked. It's time to work with it and all of that. So to all the amazing women who have spoken ahead of me, thank you. God bless you. I mean, Nikki and I come a long way. We always laugh. I remember the days on flights when we would stay at the back of the plane and sit by the door and gist throughout the entire flight about all our issues as manufacturing girls in this land. But they're quite a club of us. But you know the funny thing, so you would know the girls are tough. For every type of industry where the girls and the boys started, in most cases, and no disrespect to the men, I'm a mother of only boys, so I'm not against the men, and I'm married to a great guy. But the girls survived where many guys did close shop. So there's something about the girls that tells you when they mean to do it, they get it done. And once they're committed to it, they stay with it and they fight the many battles that are required. Now, I sort of have a wrap-up assignment, in a sense, when I think about it. And I'm glad that I listened to Nike's story, because as a manufacturing girl, I can do many markers in it. And every one of us that's built companies, I've been in manufacturing in Nigeria for 35 years. Yes, because we started very early. I was in my 20s when I started. So we grew in the middle of all the crises of Nigeria. I can tell you many landmarks. But we're still here. So that tells you something. So what I'm going to talk about is leading an organization through change. In Nike's story, she's already given you some life stories of leading an organization through change. So I'm going to take you through a scenario because I want you to understand, if you build in a nation that is as dynamic as Nigeria, your mindset has to be prepared to respond to situations as they occur. I remember one time, I think it was 2004, I was in business school in Spain, and then government had a change of policy that critically affected my business. And one of my Spanish business partners, the guy flew from Bilbao to come and meet me in Barcelona. And he sat down with me and said, Ibuku, explain to me how your government changed policy just like how many weeks ago, and how you're already telling me this is what you've decided to do, this is what, how can you turn around so quickly? I said, well, I'm a Nigerian. I go to sleep every day expecting something to happen. The only thing I've also learned to do is when it happens, I don't run away from it. Is how we lasted this long. I find how to respond to it in order to move forward. So we all, in our different ways, as Nigerian entrepreneurs or people in business or in our careers, we lead change in different ways every day, but we do not recognize it and give it the value of what we do. Now, one more thing, I want to put a gender dimension to it, because I want you to understand that there are peculiarities about women when it comes to leading change. And there are peculiarities that work for and against women based on how we are. In terms of the fact, when you need change, you're going to have to give up something. You're going to have to commit to changing ways. Sometimes you shut some things down completely. Sometimes you let some people go. Sometimes you detach and separate yourself from some people. Because we're emotional beings as women, we tend to be less able to do it than our male counterparts who are more, aggressive about just cut and paste. You cut, you're working, you're good. You're not, you're out. But we are touched. Our heart is in most things that we do. And that in itself can become a vulnerability as change agents. However, that same nature combined with other things about us as women, because we're nurturers, we're builders of community, we're connected, we like to manage relationships, we like to have our heart in it, they also become powerful tools for managing the process of change. As I go along, you will understand some of the things I'm pointing out now, because in managing change, you have a lot of people's emotions, lives, situations to manage. And the way you manage that process can determine whether you're able to succeed with your change process or not. So I want you to come from your feminine side and recognize that the things you do every day, they are your assets. They're not always your liability. Okay. There's nothing permanent in life except change. Every time. It's easy. Just go and look at your picture, at least for those of us that are a little older. I can look at my wedding picture and I'll see this skinny, tall girl that got married. And then I remember right now, she's got some heavy backside and she's carrying it well. But that's how we are. It's life, transformation, things happen. And you look around you, you look at neighborhoods, you look at pictures, you see the changes in the pictures that you were shown by Mrs. Ogunlesi, and the changes and transformation to where they are now. For all of us, across the pathway of your journey, there are seasons of change. Even in weather, dry season is different from raining season. That is life. Nothing is permanent. And in your life, in your career, in your journey, you must accept that there will always be need for change. So why should you have a mentality that gets stuck? You need to unbundle your mind and unwind it and open up for the fact that sometimes the change that happens around you is not against you, it's for you. However, every change can be against you if you do not have the right mindset. If you do not have the right approach, if you do not take it on and decide. I remember that same story I was telling you about this Spanish guy that came. Government announced in network news, 2004 January, I can almost remember the date. Change of government policy that literally was going to wipe away 15 years of my work, building my business. So there were two things, two options. Either decide to continue by becoming a smuggler, which will destroy the value system with which I had built my business and the value system that I believed in and that I wanted to build going forward. Or that I would have to rethink my business and think of how to maintain who I am. So in the process of change, it's important that before you even get there, some things are not negotiable. Change does not mean everything about you changes. Change requires that you understand the things about you that define who you are. The things that speak to the strength of your person, your character, your personality, your personal brand. What will you die defending? What are the non-tradable parts of your life? So when it happened, it was easy, become a smuggler, bring everything in and be selling and use Nigeria and government as an excuse. Or remember that I said to myself when I was starting my business at 25 going on 26, I will never pay a bribe and I will never sleep with a man to get a job. And therefore I had a responsibility, even then, growing as a Christian girl, which I became a Christian just before my 28th birthday. I was raised a Muslim. But growing as a Christian girl, the values I had imbibed through my faith that I considered important to me, was I going to fight to maintain them, or was I going to betray them now that I had a challenging situation? So it's important for you to spend some time with yourself. Define who you are. Define the things that are non-tradable about you. At that moment of that trial and that changing situation, I knew there were certain things I could not do. So I was not going to become a smuggler, because then I'll have to say to God, thank you for the times things were good, but now I've got to survive. And your values cannot help me to survive now. Now, I wonder what I would have done when the next trouble came, because then I would have abandoned God on the way. So in making those decisions, be sure of the things that do not change. So the message here is, change happens, but there's some things in your life that shouldn't change. Pay attention to the things that shouldn't change. Just because you haven't been promoted at work, do not sleep with the guy who has the power to control your promotion. Because it's still a temporary situation. It will pass. And somewhere along the line, maybe the guy himself is the one you are going to have to consider for promotion somewhere else. You never know. So just make sure that you are doing the right thing. So if you are leading change in an organization, one of the first things you must do is define who you are as an organization, even as you define who you are as a person. Define, you are a change maker, you have a strategic mind, you are innovative, you are an effective leader. Be confident about who you are. I always say to people, I know who I am. I know my biggest asset. I haven't walked through 35 years of working through building enterprises and working within corporates at board level in different ways. I know that my biggest asset is a strategic mind. I also know that I'm self-assured and I would stand for that which is right. I know I will fight for integrity and values no matter what it costs me. And as I've learned, even in the last short while, it was worth fighting for. Sometimes you pay a short-term price of pain for the right things, but ultimately time proves you to be right. And time always tells its own story. So do a review of where you are as an organization at that point. Understand what the issues are so that you know what you need to change and what you mustn't touch. Because in the process of change, it isn't everything. When Nika told you the story about them pivoting during COVID, she told you it was about using the assets they already had. The assets were not discarded. The workmen were not discarded. Their processes were not discarded. The quality that they were committed to was not discarded. What they pivoted to was the application of those resources to something else. And the retraining of the minds of the people to say, look, the attention to detail for a medical tool is different to one for just clothing. But there are values that are transferable across all lines, and there are values that will be specific because of that particular thing. And that is what you pay your attention to. Okay, I'm jumping. Now, go back. Okay, it's not just you. But I know what I'm doing. I think it's the system. So I'm going to go on my laptop, on my iPad, on my phone, and move faster than waiting for it to come. You guys can follow the screen. I will follow my own slides on my phone. Okay. So now, organization change is the process through which, is the process through which a company undergoes any transformation, internally or externally. So you can find yourself subject to change, not because you created it. If you don't create the situation, you still have to respond to it. Like I said, government made a law, it impacted me. I had to respond to it. I didn't create it, but I have to respond to it. So that's the external. Sometimes it's internal, because things happen within your company that make you realize that the strategy you were following or the way you are going is not working anymore. However, because of our general nature and emotional attachment, sometimes we hold on to a dying strategy without making the change on time. The tech industry is full with a lot of casualties that happens in that industry because of that. I mean, if we go as far back as the difference between a VHS and a Betamax was about making a choice. The market made a choice and one was gone. Well, the difference between VHS and CDs was market making a choice. Change happened. Whether you liked it or not, it came and it happened. And then all of a sudden, between CDs and what? MP3, any of those things, all the technology. You don't even know, you have to keep up because the speed of change is so fast that it's not under your control. So your mind must always think about the fact that you do not control the factors that lead you to have to change. So in your business, it means you must be educationally aware of what is going on. You must know what your industry. As a young woman in furniture manufacturing, it was important for me to go to all the major furniture fairs in the world. I would save my money for that. Why? I had to know what the thinking was. I had to know what design lines were being pushed. I had to know what products were being used. I had to know what lines of solution were being introduced in the industry. And sometimes that's the difference between me and the competition on a deal. Because you're bidding for a project. I remember one particular insurance company. They were building their new head office company, and we were trying so hard to get the job. In between that, I knew I was pregnant. So I was leaving to go and have the baby. I'd gone and gone and gone. They weren't ready, to execute the bid at that point. So I said, okay, I'll keep track. But at a point, they said to me, okay, you know what we want? They described something that didn't exist. How was I able to solve the problem? Because when I go to the fairs and I collect material, I have ideas of what is going on. I locked myself in the house for 2-3 days, had papers spread all around from the different companies and the things I'd picked at the fair. Started looking for options of how to put the things together to create a solution for them. I went back to them and said, this is what you're looking for. They said yes. I said, okay, I'll come back to you. I got on the plane, went to Italy, and went to companies to say, will you sell me this component from your line? Will you sell me this? If I buy your whole thing, I can't deliver at the price that my client can pay. But if you sell me this part, if you give me the right to reproduce this part locally in Nigeria with a welder to create an internal structure that I'd have to pay a lot of money for, and if I use wood to create these panels here, but you give me the top and this material, I will create this solution. The company found it funny, but then they agreed, sold me the right and the finishing covers, and allowed me to reproduce, and then sold me the other components. I came back to the company and I said, this is what you want. This is how we'll produce. I can deliver at this price. They looked at me. I said, yes. That's how I got the project. And I remember that on the day they were opening this building, they had all these big people. And I think the chairman of the company then was one big Alaji from the north. And then they introduced me that this is the girl that did the building. The girl looked at me, yeah, as in this girl. Yes, age is irrelevant. So do not let anybody despise your age. Innovation, response to change has nothing to do with your age. It has to do with your knowledge. So you must educate yourself. You must keep yourself engaged. You must be on top of what is going on in your industry. It's part of the only way you can be proactive. Because if you have foreknowledge of industry shifts, you can make decisions ahead of the game. You can position and realign your business. You can make the right relationships. You can see where the market is going. That allows you to make decisions for yourself, to find the right alliances, to cut off things and move. When I started my business in furniture, I was producing home and office. But within 2 years, just from looking at the landscape, I realized, you know what? I really don't like doing home furniture. It's too tedious. In your sitting room, what do you have? 3-seater sofa, 2-seater sofa, single, your side table and everything. They're all different. But I need to make all of them work together. How? And this one, your dining table has different chairs. I don't want. Chaise lounge. I decided that what I'd like is to produce large numbers of the same thing at the best quality and deliver to the market. That pitched me for office furniture. And I took a decision that we're just going to be an office furniture company. We're not going to produce. Everybody thought I was stupid. Because they said to me, how can you give up one side of it? When one side is not selling, the other side will be selling. But you must know where you're going enough to stand by your decision of pivoting. Because at that point, I decided, and we became the first office furniture focused company. That gave us miles of advantage. Because for me, in fact, I was as specific as the fact that I was not really interested in the chief executive or the DGM, AGM tables. Because how many? One MD in one company, 5 AGMs, how many? Count all of them, maybe like 10. Even give them 50. How many workers work in a bank? So I'd rather produce your 5,000, 10,000, 2,000 ones multiplied as you open the branches, I'm the one running with it, than producing just a few people at your head office. I'm not interested. But you have to have understanding in order to make critical decisions that allow your business to move in a certain direction as the market itself moves for you. So educate yourself, empower yourself, have all the information that you need. Your vision must be clear once you make the decision. But if you have that clarity of vision, you must be able to communicate it to the people that work with you. They're not going to get into your head. No. So you need to find a simple, honest way to communicate your vision to the guys who work for you. You cannot be a superhero when you're leading change. Because no matter how much you know, there's so many facets of change that you do not know. There are many missing points and there are gaps that you need other people's knowledge. And which is part of where women are strong. You know, we're community builders. We bring people together. We're nurturers. So you can be open to, you have listening ears for your children. The same skills you use in building your home, take them to work. It makes you a strong leader of change. Because you have to tolerate in-laws, sons, house elves, you know, neighbors, all sort of people that we need to tell. Your husband can work with you, hello, and not answer people. And you keep making excuses for him. But you are the one that manages everybody together. It's a strong tool when you're leading change. Because the least person in your organization might be the one that has the missing link. And you need to be a listener. You want to listen to everyone. You want to encourage them to voice their opinion. You have to explain the change plan. You must show them the short term, the long term, the medium term side of it so they can follow you. Within your team, you must pick those who are responsible. Pick leaders within the value chain. Give others responsibility of power. Don't hold all the power to yourself. Because if anything happens to you, then what happens to the plan? So you cannot be the all-knowing. You know, part of how we lost a lot of industries in this country, many great businesses that were built over time, is because we used to have macho leaders. Guys who built amazing companies, but they controlled everything. The decision point was just one point. It's whatever they said. They had people who respond and act on their instructions, but were not trained to think about how to give the instructions. And once they died, the businesses died with them because they didn't build a pipeline of leaders. They built a pipeline of followers and people who just receive instruction. We can't afford to do that. We're a different generation. And I'm not the one pressing. Somebody is pressing and something is changing. I didn't jump, but it's jumped me to somewhere I haven't gotten to. Anyway, change leader, competent management. Do not be afraid. When you realize that you're in a process of change and you define what the change agenda is, sometimes you're going to have to let some people go. And you're going to have to find some new people. Because every time, it's like growth within an organization. Every time you get to a new level of growth, you actually have a new company. You do not have the same company. Because the tools that got you there will not take you to the next place. And sometimes you must have the courage to look people in the eye and say, thank you very much. You know, either you reassign them to where they can still be relevant, or you help them to move forward, and you must do yourself the service of finding the right people for where you are. It is where the emotions of women can become a weakness. But it is where the kindness of our heart can become an asset. Because you can disengage people kindly, and you can do it badly. So there are two different ways. So always try to use the things that are natural to you in the best way. Develop employees. Investment in your employees will always be for your benefit. Empower your employees. Give them real power. Don't give people responsibility without power. You make them very vulnerable. They can't do much. Make change visible. Let people be able to envision what it is that you're envisioning. They must be able to see where you want to go to and go with you and think with you and help you to build the future that is possible. Now, your change can be accidental, as I said earlier. It can be forced. Law can force your change. So it doesn't matter. It can be deliberate. It doesn't matter what leads to your change. What is important is what you do with it, and how you respond to it, and the actions that you take. Just know that whatever your beginning is, you must know where you're trying to get to. You must have a sense. I always say a sense of it. Why do I use the word sense? It's because along the path of going from where you are to where you want to go to, life can happen as well. Realities can happen that will require you to make changes to your change plan. And therefore, you must be flexible and responsive to it, which means you must be humble. You cannot be arrogant. You don't know everything. A child will tell you, a customer will tell you, people who work with you will tell you, and you listen to others. For those who are Christians, the Bible says in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. But counsel is information. It is what you do with the information that makes a difference as to where you go to. Because you can have all the information, but if you make the wrong decisions, you will not achieve what is your goal. Now, as a leader, if you don't know where you're going, how can others even follow you? And how can you get there? Because getting there is about making the right decisions to be able to get there. Now, to lead organizational change, what do you need to do? You must communicate it. Okay, you're there. You're riding with me. Thank you very much. So I'm going to drop this. Just follow me. Once I call it out, you change to it. It's faster for me. You communicate the vision and go vividly. Be transparent, be trustworthy, and lead by example. How? Show the roadmap. Don't assume it. Don't leave it to suggestion. Have a clear roadmap. And as much as you can, follow the roadmap and make the decision to amend the roadmap based on factual situations and a decision that is collective. And then everybody is instructed on how. Then who? Invite the right people to participate, whether they're consultants, whether they're employees. Find your right team for where you want to go to. Your old team might have been good for where you are, like I said earlier, but you need to be sure that for where you want to go to now, what is your right team to do that? And you need to make that change. Like during COVID, a lot of companies had to find how to survive. And finding how to survive included restructuring your staff strength, included having some areas, disengage, having some people leave, reorganize what your focus is in order to survive that season first. And coming out of it, certain businesses have changed forever. Ask the real estate people right now. Office space and all of that in some parts of the world, they're having problem letting out the space. Because why? Work nature has changed. A lot of people are working from home. Companies need less square meters to keep people. What about people that build thousands of square meters of space for companies to use? Now companies need half of that. How do they pivot the businesses? How do we change the whole environment of work? When we're used to clustering together to think, can we really think effectively virtually? There are gaps there. So obviously, hybrids are being created. Why? Because we realized that first we all went, it's all virtual, and then we found out, actually, it's not working. I don't think I can survive a fully virtual world because I like the energy of human beings, and I like the conversation that we have. And I think there's a lot that is unsaid, unspoken, when people meet that you gain from engaging with each other. And some people, what keeps them away from depression? Coming to the office, meeting with other people, encouragement, smile, feeling valued. So we didn't realize how tangible it was until we don't have it. And then you realize a lot of people are actually in trouble because of that. So that has increased around the world. Now, let's go to stages. Thank you. Now, you must accept what the issue is. When you accept it, adapt and adopt where it is necessary. As you go along implementing your change, you must adapt and you must adopt. Refine over time. Take stock in between at every stage that you're moving. When you take stock, revise from time to time, measure the progress that you're making along the way. And if it's not working, sometimes, no matter how much you have put into it, you have to understand that you need to let it go. And you must be able to make that hard decision. But you must also do it smartly. You know, there's one of my saddest stories is a friend of mine, brilliant, she's a professional, built a company in creative like Nike, did amazing things with her hands and stuff like that. And at one point she was so frustrated with the business. So all the issues and problems that come with the business industry. And she just decided, you know what, I'm done. I said, okay, you're done. She gave her staff all sorts of the things she was doing, allowed them to go, said you can continue the business on your own, shut down everything and walked away with nothing. When I found out, I said, are you insane? Because you invested so much of your time to build this business. You're the best in what you do. People value what you do. Why would you just walk away? I don't mind that you say you're tired of the business, but at least sell it. Take value from it. Or if you're not going to sell it, get somebody else to run it. Yes. So you see, if you don't program your mind for change, when change happens around you, you can have drastic reactions. And I've watched women in particular take drastic reactions with businesses they have invested in. She just literally gave everything away. You know the funny part? A few years after, she came back to restart again. Yes. Because she was amazing at what she did. And she destroyed value when she took that decision. I almost killed her the day she told me. I'm like, why? Couldn't you have just spoken to someone and asked? She said, I was just tired. That's your emotions. Who cares? When you're tired, look for right sense, which is why you must have the right tribe around you. You must always have a support system that keeps you in control. So that when you're exhibiting the madness of the moment, there's a voice that says, do what? I better go and sit down. At least they would stop you from taking the action until it's necessary. She literally destroyed her own business by herself. By the time she came back, all her customers had gone to her staff that she gave. And she gave them all her tools as well. Yes, it's true. The only thing is they can't take her creativity. They could only produce to the point of where she stopped. But she could pick up from there and create new ideas. And she did. But I think where she is now compared to where she should have been is she moved. It's also why you need knowledge. How does business work? How does business work? I'm tired of business. So there are options. Do I sell it? I went through this process with somebody else of recent. Brilliant, amazing, committed, built a great business. But she was at a point where all the pressure of change around was getting to her. She was tired. She was really tired of the business. She just wanted to get away from it. And then because she was tired and acting like that, her husband, she was frustrating him as well in her action and her reaction. And then he called me and said, we're coming to see you. So they came. We sat down. We talked about it. At that point, she was talking to some consulting firm who said, okay, you know what, we'll take the business from you at zero. We will work it to produce results over the next 3 years. By the 3rd year point and all of that, we will return this kind of value to you. All the value they will return to her would have been generated from the business that she built. What were they putting on the table? Nothing. What was the basis of the reaction? Her emotions, her frustration, her tiredness in a process of change and the pressure that Nigeria can sometimes put on you. She was responding to it and it had gotten to her. Now, understandably, there are days we just don't want anything to do with business anymore. But you don't run away because change will always happen. So eventually what she's done, a beautiful thing now. So at a point I just put my foot down and said, no, you're not. You're not. I mean, this, you will cry in a short while when you realize that this is the biggest mistake of your life if you make it. That's so I do not permit you to sign this contract. Because they had a contract, they had a presentation. I said, you will cry. This is going to make you so sad. You feel stupid if you do it. And then she walked through. I told her, go and pray. Go, just take some time off. Don't go to work. Don't do anything. Sometimes in the process of change, detach yourself from the situation. Find the right voices around you. Talk to them. Find your support system. Find your tribe. Let them lift you up. and help you through. Find people that have experiences in your industry. If you're in fashion, go to Enike. She will tell you 5 stories, 10 stories, 20 stories of moments when it felt like she should just walk away. But she didn't. Find whatever the industry is, find them, talk to them, lean on their experience. And then find how you walk yourself out of it with value. Never to destroy value. At the end, now, she's handed over to a CEO to run the business. She's going to focus on what she's best at. You know, the part that she's tired of, somebody else can take it off. The company is going to do so well. I am confident of that because of the structure of change and the process that is ongoing. It can happen to you too. So I need you to understand that you must adapt, you must adopt when it's necessary. At every stage of your business, refine over time because things happen around you. How you feel about your business can change. Refine your decision concerning that. Sometimes, I want to be MD till I'm 70. Okay. If you get to 50 and you're tired, just know that you need to get out. But the business doesn't need to go anywhere. Just find somebody else who is happy to be CEO at that point and let them run it. And then you can go on doing other things with your life. You know, I told myself at 31, I was going to get away from my business when I'm 50. Now at 50, I will not want to run my business anymore. And I started planning it since that when I was pregnant with my second son, and at a point I just said to myself, I want a life. By 50, I do not want to be responsible for this business. I want somebody else to do it. But I want to watch the transition so I'll know if I made the right decisions and I can adjust it. At 48, I invited a firm and said, help me to put all these companies I'm building, put them together. That's how we set up the group structure. Find all the elements of leadership within and outside. And please, the only thing I want to be is a customer to the business, strategy, and new business. And let me look from the outside in. For all the things I've done in the last 12 years is because I've been free from my own business. Because I had made that decision ahead. Not that I could see the things I then came to do. It was just that it was a desire in my heart and I got myself out. And even now, there are many times that you feel tempted to want to jump in again. And I made sure I never did. Why? Because if that business doesn't work well when I'm not there, I've wasted my life. And like I said, it's been 35 years of my life invested in it. So I do not want it to be considered as waste. Revise from time to time. Measure the progress along the way. Sometimes you're going to have to sell. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes your partners will change. Sometimes the kind of investment you're taking. Because, you know, especially for those of you who are in tech, everybody's excited by, I'm doing round B, I'm doing round C, I'm doing round D. Is it for free? No, it's not. So be sure why each round, what you're doing there. Be sure what you're building. Because sometimes people don't really know what they're building. They know I'm building a business and raising fund is funky. Yes. What is your long-term vision? What is your end game? How do you want to finish? Is this just a way to build a name and make money and get out of it and go and start again? If that's what your plan is, that's fine. But if it's not, then make sure that you're using the right strategy. It's not enough to just be, we're raising this. I always laugh half the time that, well, good for you, as long as that's where you want to be. Oh, sorry. Okay. So in that, define your success. But when I'm talking about you defining your success, you guys change your slide yourself. When I'm talking about you defining your success, it's because you want to know what your end game is. As an entrepreneur, how do you want to finish? Nika, in telling her story, told you at the end, it was about the transition. How she would transition. Because when she transitions, the legacy of Rough and Tumble will be standing. When I left, the Chair Center group is still there, and they're still running. And I hope that long after I'm gone, they're still there, and they're still running. Because I've spent my life doing that. How do you want to finish? What does success look like for you? Because if you do a SWOT analysis right now, between where you are and how you want to finish, it will guide the decisions you make. It will lead you to make the right decisions. The story of your life or the story of your business is about the accumulation of the decisions you make every day concerning that business. It's about the opportunities you choose to take and the ones you do not. Because some opportunities are toxic for you. They're toxic for your long term. You do not. There are investors that have money, but their money will poison the pot of your business. depending on where you want to go. Is every money good enough? Or you have a value system that drives your standards and the things you will not touch? Are you proud to say that I'm building a company that no matter where the investors come from, the values of my company will pass the mark? Why? Because we're doing the right things. It's not just about the numbers. When we do the right things overall at the end, our numbers will speak. Somewhere in between, it might look like we're slower than others. That's one more thing I learned in building my business in 35 years. There were moments when it looked like, you're slower because of all these values and all of that. Ultimately, it worked for me. Ultimately, it speaks by itself. 3 years ago, when we had, from my work at First Bank, when we had the battle with Emefiele, it looked like we were insane. We couldn't speak because people didn't understand. In a sensitive industry, you don't talk anyhow. There are positions and roles you occupy that require restraint. And for the sake of a nation and an institution, you will not speak. Because it was more costly for you to do that. So you let it pass, and you let people that know, people that don't know, everybody talks what they talk. But you know that at the right time, the truth will speak. It didn't take too long. It's spoken so much in the last 1 year. You know, so you must decide who you are. You must decide what you want your legacy to be. You must decide how you want to finish. You must decide what truth you want to live by. Because things will continue to change around you. But you cannot afford to change anyhow. Because that makes all the difference. Because circumstances, it was interesting, she's on this global thing, she's on that global. Let me tell you, all that drama they did then, I had to answer for it globally. I had to. I had to face panels on a global level to answer to it. Painful, because you know the truth. But you know, my 19-year-old son said something to me. On one day when I had one of those calls, and I finished and I was mad. I was really upset. My son saw me, what's wrong, Mommy? And I said, you know, I'm so mad. I live my life a certain way, so I never have to answer to certain kind of questions. My son said to me, Mommy, don't worry. By the time they finish their process, as in all these international people that we're going through a process, they think they know you now, but by the time they're done, they will really know you. And when they really know you, it will work for your advantage. My son was a prophet. Because ultimately, that's what happened. I went through two major ones, one on the American side, one on the British side. And by the time they were done, I sit in some places that I sit now because those things worked for me. So ask yourself how you want to finish. What does success mean to you? Bank balance, if you do what you do well, you'll always have the bank balance. A good name, your reputation as a child of God, your family name, the legacy you hand over to your children. Life, things will change around you, but some things must never change about you. And that is the most critical thing you must hold on to remember that change is part of life, but life, you control it by the decisions that you make. Go to the final slide that says, failure is not fatal. No, thank you. Failure is not fatal, but failure to change might be. So sometimes you will mess up. Sometimes you will miss it. That's fine. It's a transit point. My attitude to failure is meaningless. It's you deciding on the final situation of something when you're in the middle of it. How can you tell how it will end? There are points in your life that are meant to teach you things. Those things they teach you are valuable for places you will go to later. There's no other way to pick it up. I cannot replace some of my learnings through the battles. There was no other place. So I remember there's a board that I chair internationally now, and we're having some crisis situation, and I had to manage all sort of their investors and all of that, and we had a situation. And by the time we were done, all the guys on the board came to me and said, Hibuku, how could you manage everything like that? I looked at them and thought, child's play from where I'm coming from. Yeah, it was child's play to me. I've been trained through the toughest seasons. And those seasons have shaped character in me. The Bible says the trial of your faith does what? Worketh patience. The things you will go through, whether through your change process or your building process, will define and nurture who you are. but they won't kill you. Failure is not fatal. Things might not work, but they're temporary situation. The only time you can know if you failed is when you die and you haven't accomplished the things you set out to. Control your end narrative. This is the remote control of your life. Never hand it over to anyone. Make sure it's permanently in your hands. And how do you control your life? Your decisions. Every day. Make the right decisions for you to be able to get to where you're going. And we will win all of the time. Thank you.
Practices which are not in policy, but which define how the system works. I think most people understand that. So in my mind, cracking the glass box means navigating the world of corporate policy, the lay down rules, in such a way that you're able to shape culture, which becomes accepted practice, and then which may or may not ultimately lead to a change in policy. So, what glass boxes are we cracking? Cracking the glass box also means being entrepreneurial. Think of the image of the glass box that's cracked. In fact, if you think about it, entrepreneurship can be so potent that it starts to shape and define culture. So much so that policy almost becomes secondary. So let me give you a very simple practical example. Imagine a woman who wants to go on maternity leave, and there's a stated policy that maternity leave is 3 months. That's a statutory policy. But here comes along a corporate innovator who breaks the mold, manages to get a new type of thinking around maternity policy that includes additional months for women who desire it. That person has set and shaped a new culture which may not exist on paper, but has now become practice. So I also want you to think about entrepreneurship almost like a force field. It's almost always in resistance to something or a set of practices. But guess what? It doesn't actually break the box. So, what are these cracks of entrepreneurship that I discovered in that post-2019 era? I'll take you through 6 of them very, very quickly. The first one, the first box that I cracked, or the first crack in that box, was the idea that you can carve an unconventional career path for yourself in a structured corporate environment. I currently work for a highly, highly conservative banking brand. Anybody who knows the brand I'm talking about, right? Very conservative banking brand. But somehow today, I have a work structure that on Saturdays allows me to host a weekly business program on Arise News called Business Week. Right from the very beginning of the conversation, when I was being headhunted in March 2023 with key principals of the bank, the MD and the chairman, I was very clear about articulating my value and what I brought to the table at the onset. And that gave me some negotiating leverage as far as my work structure was concerned. I wanted to be able to run a 9 to 5 and still have time to pursue my interests in media and communication. Now, I have to be clear, this is not about having a side hustle. So back in December 2022, when I got the opportunity to anchor this program, the light bulb moment came. What better way to express one of my core talents and skills, talking about business and economy, anchoring a business program, and telling African business stories, which was a clear passion of mine, and then combine it with a role that was ultimately market-facing. But in order to be able to do this successfully and allow my very conservative banking brand to find this acceptable, there were 4 things or 3 things I needed to be aware of. The first one was around alignment of my passion or the problem I was solving with corporate objectives and strategy. I work in an investor relations role, which is very outward facing. You're constantly communicating with the investor community, articulating the company's equity stories to the capital markets and global and local investors. I can't think of a better complementarity between my media endeavor and this 9 to 5 role. But to do this, you have to embrace and understand your corporate objectives and value proposition. And if you think about those corporate objectives and value proposition as a glass box, that's the first way to crack it. The second part of it is really around seasonality and flexibility, recognition that the black box may need to take priority in specific seasons and at specific times where your deliverables are at stake. This may also mean being willing to play by some rules as trade-offs for some cracks. Are you following me? And the other thing I soon discovered was that you should never say in a personal capacity what you might not say in a professional capacity, which brings me to my final point on cracking the first box, brand ambassadorship. Acknowledging that while this serious non-work endeavor is being done in a personal capacity, by virtue of concentration, I'm still a representation of my 9-to-5 corporate brand. And so what I do or say can be taken out of context or attributed to that brand, even when I'm not functioning in that capacity. The second crack is this idea that you can redefine 21st century corporate identity. The box naturally assumes that corporate identity is static, but the crack doesn't. The lone entrepreneur who's bold enough to stand out, step out, and define culture is reshaping both how senior executives and external parties perceive a typical staff member. And then this is one I really like, the third crack. The fact that when you solve problems as an entrepreneur, you're not only delivering solutions, but you're connecting people and resources. Entrepreneurs actually create new systems. They create value, whether that's connecting people, connecting resources. They have to steward, they have to be accountable, they have to think out of scope. They have to allocate scarce resources. They have to create opportunities. About 3 or 4 years ago, when I joined my previous employer, a subsidiary of ARM Group, they didn't have a corporate women's network. Drawing on the energy and passion of a young, mostly Gen Z crowd, and seeing the need to give this demographic ownership of an initiative that will make them feel empowered, I led the establishment of the first Mixed Africa Women's Network, and it held its first event in March 2021. And 2 weeks ago, I received a message from a member of the Women Committee, which I had set up, saying, for IWD, the Women Committee planned a week full of activities, and we ended with a celebration today. Just wanted to let you know that your legacy still lives on in women. Thank you, and we missed you today. The fourth crack is really around demystifying and navigating hierarchy. Entrepreneurs should be excellent at navigating hierarchy. Remember what I said about policy. There's a stated policy and a stated way to do things. But entrepreneurs understand that the levers of influence are always not so apparent. And there's subtle ways you can do this. When I joined my highly conservative banking brand, they put me in this corner office, which was very nice, but I realized that there was a risk of me building a sort of enclave as a new member in a team that generally did not bring in outsiders. So one of the ways, God-given wisdom, I must say, that I thought I would navigate this was to pursue a literal open door policy. And I remember the very first day I did this, everybody thought there was something wrong, and people kept coming to my office to close the door. And I had to keep telling them, no, I left it open for a reason. And that was very important signaling, because the message it sent out to people in the environment around me on the open floor was that, feel free to walk in. And then the fifth crack is really competing to collaborate. Collaboration, as they say, is a new competition. We all know that entrepreneurs are never always the smartest. They've learned to collaborate to achieve optimum outcomes. And I think this is an important one we all need to build. And by far, one I think is the most important is embracing process, not just outcomes. There's a dictionary definition of entrepreneurship, the Cambridge definition. The first one says, an entrepreneur is an employee who takes direct responsibility for turning an idea into a new product or service. But there's another definition which I actually prefer. It says an entrepreneur brings entrepreneurial thinking and skills to build within the structure of an existing organization. As a society today, we have a tendency to be obsessed with destinations and end goals, looking for the product that made money, the new venture that broke the internet. that we often fail to daily bask in the process. And if you think about it, how many times do you hear of entrepreneurs that their startup failed? But guess what? Through building that startup, through going through the motions, through hiring people, they go through process. And here's an even more radical idea. What if you are the product? Another short story, still at my previous employer. There was a customer appreciation gala that they wanted to put on to say thank you to customers who had bought into our projects. And they were looking for content around the appreciation gala, something that would captivate the crowd, and we were putting all these ideas. And I had another light bulb moment. At the point, it was only my immediate boss that knew I was a piano player. So I went to him and I said, Mr. Ali, what do you think about me performing with the rest of the band? And he was like, great idea. And you know what I said about the beginning, about my 2019 moment, where I thought I would thrive in an environment that also leveraged not just my hardcore technical skills, but also my soft skills. That customer appreciation gala was one of the most successful we had, and it actually allowed us to deliver significant sales on one of the major projects we were launching that day. But before I wrap up, there are just a few red flags I wanted to talk about, and here are a few pictures of that client appreciation gala. Maybe we can move to the next slide. The first red flag is the flag of high visibility. High visibility entrepreneurs are a double-edged sword. You risk taking your eye off the ball when your brand is bigger than your corporate brand, for instance. And a typical feature of high visibility entrepreneurs is that they have high internal visibility, which may also translate to high levels of external visibility. And some would argue that visibility is a great thing because it positions you to get involved in projects that are likely to be strategic, and so on and so forth. But watch out. The second red flag is the disillusion around the pace of change. Entrepreneurs tend to underestimate just how long it may take to change in a structured corporate environment. So frustration sets in, dashed expectations, you feel misunderstood, you feel not seen, not heard. And then the myth of clarity. We live in a VUCA world. VUCA worlds were created for entrepreneurs. This is how we thrive. I mean, I work in the banking sector now. This is the stuff that we're made up of. And then one I get a lot of questions on, managing up. Don't forget to help your own leader or boss achieve their own goals. Carry them along. Give them a sense of ownership. Humility is key. The realities of hierarchy and who calls the shots ultimately always comes to bite. And then one that I think is very interesting and a lot of people can relate. The risk of becoming a serial job hunter. See the people who are laughing, they're in that bucket. A major red flag of unbridled entrepreneurship is the risk of becoming a serial job hunter. But entrepreneurship, like entrepreneurship, is a long game. If you go back to my point about process, think of your career like a map. There are no exact destinations. So in career one, you can start to learn the art of collaboration. By role two, you're tested on it, which further deepens your collaboration skills. By role three, your collaboration skills have been tried and tested. Now you can lead an impactful collaborative project. But how many of us actually stop to take stock of our growth and progress on the things that have worked for us? Notice something else about the box, how the cracks let in the light, right? That light is the development of character. It's resilience, it's agility, it's entrepreneurial thinking. And then maybe you're asking yourself, when will the box eventually break? When will I start my own business? When will I quit? How long is this journey going to continue for? Corporate entrepreneurship is not just about outcomes and progress. It's like prayer. It's not intended for God. It's intended to change you. It's intended to change people. It's intended to change their perspectives. One day, you might smash the box and claim your prize, but for now, just learn to enjoy the process. It was Dr. Miles Monroe that said, True legacy is in people, not just projects, programs, and buildings. And I thought I would end this presentation on my alternative view to corporate entrepreneurship by asking a very pertinent question. Why do we need this model of entrepreneurship today in our country? Many of you will be able to relate to the parallels with our country. Investing in and doing business in Nigeria is a long game, right? It's a long and painful game. We've seen a very real and live example of it recently on our coastline. Intrapreneurs understand this. Our big national corporate champions, the Dangotes, the Boas, are facing a dearth of talent. So creating opportunities as an entrepreneur will be absolutely key. And I would argue that corporate entrepreneurship provides a microcosm of what is possible at national level and in our public sector. In a high inflation, credit tight, high rate environment, the ability to solve problems in the face of scarcity and limited resources is absolutely key. So the entrepreneurship model is the most ideal for nation building. And since this is a platform, why not? Let's go back to the glass box. Look at it again. In that glass box, what do you see? Innovation within structure. Its purpose within service to a higher power. Its frictions, its cracks, but ultimately unity. Its brinkmanship, as Nigeria is so often wanting to do, but ultimately stability. Its scarcity, but ultimately ingenuity. Its raw talent, but ultimately the future. Its competition, but ultimately collaboration. It's a celebration of culture that never negates the rule of law. It's practice, process, and people and prayers that maybe, just maybe, will deliver results. If Nigeria was this box, all of us should be corporate entrepreneurs cracking it. Thank you.
I'm certain that we can do better. Just wow. That's all I can say. And I hope we're taking notes. Before I bring on the next speaker, I'd like to share a quote with us. This was about 3 US consul, I believe, to Nigeria ago. Please don't hold me to it. Thereabout. But, you know, the quote again is paraphrased, so not exactly, but something to that effect. That in order for Nigeria to attain its potential, we need at least 10 million mentors. And in my experience, those who thrive in that role, 99% of the time, are entrepreneurs for exactly the reasons Ms. Philanis shared with us. And on that note, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring on our second speaker for Wealth Builders 35.1. The Ikeja Summit. And his name is Osi Ibeneme. Osinachi Ibeneme is a seasoned finance executive and inspirational leader with over 20 years of corporate experience in multiple finance domains. He's currently the Director of Financial Reporting and Control at IHS Towers, Osi started his career at PricewaterhouseCoopers, where he led several engagements providing assurance and consulting service to large multinationals across different sectors, and at General Electric, where he spent 10 years and held several senior finance leadership roles, including Director, CFO Africa. He was also Commercial Controller Africa and Regional Controller Africa.
Products, services, markets, and processes. And so you ought to be able to find yourself doing one of these things. Maybe you'll say, but I'm not very good at innovating a new product. That's okay. Maybe you can innovate a new service. Maybe you can think of new ways of expanding the market where you operate. Or maybe you can think about how to improve processes within your organization. And maybe before I proceed a bit further, let me just lay some principles, not necessarily lay, but maybe re-emphasize. The first principle that I'd like to re-emphasize this morning is the principle of sowing and reaping, giving and receiving, input and output, basic fundamental principle of life. And the second one, I want to say that everybody will not be an entrepreneur. You need to understand this. Now, I know that you may have listened to some motivational speakers who may have suggested that you can't achieve your potential in life unless you start a business. You cannot change the world. The only way to change the world is to build a business. I want to tell you that they were wrong. That is not true. That is so not true. You can change the world from where you are. You can make an impact in this world from where you are. You don't have to resign your job to go start up your company before you can change the world. Everybody will not be an entrepreneur, but everybody and anybody can be an intrapreneur. So before you take that step to follow your passion and resign your job to go start a business, you better be careful. Because passion alone is not enough. You can be passionately hungry. You can be passionately lost. All right? So it's important that you don't make any mistakes. All right? What is important is what value do you bring to the table? All right? And so there is a fixation on titles in Nigeria. Everybody is a CEO. CEO of a company of one. He's the only person. Chief Executive Officer. Now, being a Chief Executive Officer suggests that you have other executive officers. But you don't have any, you don't even have officers. You don't even have staff. And you are CEO, you see. So we need to be careful about it. He said, but what am I going to transfer to my children? What legacy would I give them? I want to build a business so I can transfer something to them. If I work for an organization all my life, what am I going to give them? No, that's where you miss it. What you transfer to your children, the biggest legacy you can give them are values. The values of hard work, discipline, compassion, care, integrity. Those are things that will last them a lifetime. You can transfer a company to them, 5 years down the line, it's shut down. So we need to be focused on what is most important. Now, when we talk about entrepreneurs, I mean, history is replete with entrepreneurs who innovated products that not only changed their organizations, but changed the world. And you see some of those examples on the screen, from the PlayStation to Macintosh to Post-it notes to Amazon Prime. These are all products that were brought into this world by people who were working within an organization. They didn't need to leave to start something to do what they did. I mean, if you look at PlayStation, for example, this was led by a group of employees led by Ken Kutaragi. And you know how far this has gone. When he brought up the idea, initially it was shut down, but ultimately he went on eventually to become the chairman of Sony at some point, and so on. Amazon Prime, the same thing. Today, Amazon Prime grosses over $19 billion. This was an idea brought up by an employee. So where you are within that organization, there is a lot, so much that you can do. Now, innovation drives wealth. But I sat down to think, so what drives innovation? Where does innovation come from? Because sometimes people say, I'm not a very creative person. Not exactly true. There's something that drives innovation. And I've come to the conclusion that all of innovation, from ancient history to date, all of it is founded on one word. All innovation is predicated, is grounded in this one word. And that word is the word care. C-A-R-E, care. It is care that drives you to think of new ways of making life better for this world. It is care that motivated the person who thought people are walking distances to get to several towns and to their farms. How do we make this easier for them? How do we move people from one point to the other in an easier fashion? That's care. And that's how the bicycle came into being. Well, the bicycle was good, but it wasn't good enough. How do we move more people? Because you can only pedal so long a distance. How do we move more people in an easier way? The car came to be. And from there, we moved on to the aeroplanes. Because all of that is driven by care. You have a 10-story building, and people have to climb all the way up. And somebody's thinking, how do we make this easier for people? You bring in the elevator. That innovation comes. But it's founded from care. That's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. You go to the bank, for example, today. Many years ago, some of you may not relate, some of you might be Gen Zs, but many years ago, there was a time you had to get a teller, you had to get a ticket to wait your turn before you could take your money from the bank. And you spend hours in the bank. But when you care about that, you say, how do we make this easier for people? So today you can use your ATM card and you make withdrawals. You can transfer in a minute. All of that was driven by care. And so the challenge before us as employees is then I ask you, how much do you care? How much do you care about your organization? You're not going to be able to innovate anything unless you truly care about yourself. Now I'm talking about your business. You have to literally take the business of the company you work for as though it were yours. You take it upon your head. Now, and it's in different forms. Like I said, you could be talking about fixing processes. Sometimes there's a way you take on the business of the organization. And people ask you, what's your own self? Is this your father's business? Now, that's where the problem is. You see, the person who's asking that question doesn't understand. There's a quote that has shaped my perspective to work for many years. I came across that quote many years ago. And it kind of governs my approach to work. And that's the quote. That quote says, if you're not faithful in what is another man's business, who's going to give you your own? Very powerful, profound statement. If you don't treat another man's company, another man's business, as though it were yours, you're not going to have yours. And it ties back to the first principle I laid today, the principle of giving and receiving. Every time you come to work, you're sowing a seed, and it will surely come back to you. So as much as you have your dreams and visions of building your own enterprise and your own company, how you engage today in another man's business will determine how far your business will go. It's just as simple as that. And that quote is from the Bible, by the way. Okay? So we have to show more care. We don't have too many caring employees. We have hardworking employees, but we have very few caring employees who care about the business. And it's even in little things. You're in the office, somebody sends stuff to the printer, and it's printing tons and tons of paper. Waste. And you just walk by. It doesn't touch you. You lack care. Because it's not yours, it's not your money. I audited for many years, and during the course of my audit, sometimes you audit people's expenses. If you see what they spend on food with company money, you wonder if it's a medical condition. How can one person eat all of this? Would you spend your money this way? You see, because people lack care about the business, so there's no way you're going to be able to innovate and think of new ways of doing things. And so the cycle of wealth, what I call the cycle of wealth, it begins with care. When you show care, thoughts start to come to your mind. You spend time to think about how to move this organization forward, how to build value. And in the process of that thinking, innovation comes. Ideas, concepts come to you. And that is where wealth is now generated. And so, I want to ask you a few questions this morning. First question I want to ask you is, what do you contribute to your organization's bottom line? How much do you contribute? And do you even know what bottom line is? Okay? I'll change the slides by myself, don't worry, I'll be fine. But leave it there, that's fine. That is an organization's P&L, profit and loss accounts, okay? Profit basically is revenue minus cost, keeping it simply. Don't mind accountants, we like to make things complex. It's not more complex than this. So let me tell you a secret, this is between you and I, okay? Don't tell anybody. We make the P&L very complex so that you will not understand it as accountants, so that you continue to pay us to be relevant, okay? But really, your profit is revenue minus cost. So the only way to grow profit is either you're increasing your revenue or you reduce your cost. As simple as that. And so what is your contribution to any of these lines? How many of you even know how well your business is doing? How many of you have read your business annual financial statements? When last did you see it? Or you could not be bothered? You see, we are not concerned about the financial well-being of the organization. You do not care. But 25th of the month, we don't miss that one. That alert must drop. If it doesn't drop, you start a looter in the office. You see. But, you see, and I said, a lot of employees do not care. A lot of employees care about their jobs. A lot of employees care about job security. Only very few care about business longevity. And yet, it is in the longevity of the business that your career can be assured. But he said, what's my own? If the business closes down, I'm off to the next one. See, that's the people Rolake called, what do you call them? People that shop from job to job. Exactly. Briefcase employees, you're moving to the next. You know, I have one unconscious bias, let me just be honest. And maybe it's conscious now because I know. When I'm hiring people and I look at your CV, 5 years, you have worked for 4 companies. I'm worried. To be honest, I'm worried. Because it tells me something. Why are you moving up and down? Not that it's totally wrong, okay? But it concerns me because there must be a reason why. Maybe you're not sure what you're looking for, or you just don't have the patience. Somebody upset you there and you've resigned, you've gone. No staying power, no character built. So I can't deal with a toxic environment, really. Really. Especially this new generation. Very low tolerance for anything. Positive vibes only. Only. In which world? What are you talking about? You've got to have negative vibes. How are you going to build character? You see, I can't, my mental health. No. You've got to build resilience. You've got to build character and stop jumping around. Okay? And so, this is what you should ask yourself. What do I contribute? And that takes me to what I call the Value Contribution Index, which is basically a measure of how much you contribute to an organization. And the next question I ask is, are you an NVC or an NVT? What do we mean by NVC? NVC basically means a net value contributor. And an NVT is a net value taker. Are you contributing more to the organization than you're taking from it? When you contribute more than you're taking, you're an NVC. But when you're taking more than you're giving, you're an NVT. There is a value exchange that goes on in the office every day. Each day you come to work, value is being exchanged. You're giving and you're receiving. The challenge is, are you giving more or are you taking more than you're giving? And our target should be to give more, because the giver will always be superior to the taker. All right? So you give more. So you ask yourself, am I giving enough to justify even what I'm taking? By the time some of you answer that question, you might be refunding some of your salary. You know that you owe the organization. All right? And it's a call to a mindset shift. Moving from being an employee to an intrapreneur. You know, this is about deploying our minds. The biggest, you know, the human resource we have within an organization is so powerful. And the main capital that is locked up in organizations is the ability of human beings to think. But we are not challenging ourselves enough. We are not extracting that value enough. It's not about what you do on a daily basis. It's about the capacity of the individual to think new thoughts. We are not stimulating that thinking enough in our organizations. So we are sitting with huge capital. You realize that there are some problems organizations are going through. The solutions lie within the employees in that organization. And they may not be senior people. There might be junior people sitting somewhere. They have the solutions. But because they haven't been stimulated enough, you're not able to extract that value. When you have 500 people in an organization, can you imagine the mastermind that exists there? The capacity of people to think new things. But we're not tapping. And this is a challenge to human resource HR. HR needs to transition from just being human resource management to human resource optimization. How do we milk the value that we have with us? How do we unlock that capital? How do we challenge people to start thinking and applying themselves to finding solutions to what the organization is facing? So we begin that transition to becoming an intrapreneurs. How do you do that? First thing, think growth. Think growth. How do we grow this business? How do we expand this business? And you can get ideas even from the streets. Bring those ideas. No idea is silly. Bring those ideas, but think about growth. Think solutions. There are so many problems. Some people are experts in problem analytics. They can define the problem. They can talk about the problem. They can tell you 100 ways it will not work. What about the solution? We need more solutions than analyzing the problems. And then you can also engage entrepreneurs. Get closer to entrepreneurs so you understand how they reason and you can think like an entrepreneur who has an ownership mindset. The corporates also, we have a role to play as organizations to drive critical thinking and innovation within our organizations. What can we do as organizations? Encourage collaboration. Collaboration enables people from different units to come together to share ideas. Encourage that. Let's have more of those conversations. Encourage critical thinking. I understand, I was going to ask you earlier, but I understand in Google at some point they gave 20% of time to people to just work on something outside of your normal jobs. Critical thinking. We need to drive that. Reward and recognition. Reward those who bring up new ideas, fresh ideas on how to take the business forward. Set up competitions. A competition of ideas on how we solve the problems within the organization and make sure it's rewarded so people are motivated to do the same. Provide the resources and support in terms of time and finance that people need. This is so important for, because you know why? About 88% of companies that were on Fortune 500 about 50 years ago are no longer there. They've died because they did not innovate to move into the future. So this is why this is so important for us to make sure we're driving those conversations within all of our organizations. And so I want to start bringing this to a close. There's a question that we always ask, which is an important question. And we ask the question, what do you bring to the table? How many of you have heard that question? It's a very common question. What do you bring to the table? It's a very important question because it challenges us to ask what contributions we're bringing. But I think there's an even more important question, which we're not asking, and we should ask. And that question is, who brought the table? Who brought the table? What you bring to the table suggests that there's a table in the first place. But who brought the table? That's when you begin to think like an entrepreneur. Because that table is the platform where all of us bring our skills and contribute to growing wealth. But if we had more tables, if we could expand that table, then we will multiply the wealth. And that's what we should start thinking about, beyond what we bring to the table. And so I conclude again by saying that care is the bedrock of all innovation. It's driven by care. It's not enough to just do hard work. Do you care enough about the business you work for? Do you take it as though it were yours? Do you care enough? How much do you contribute to your organization's bottom line? Do you know what your organization's bottom line is? Are you an NVC or are you an NVT? As we begin to ask ourselves these questions, what happens is our mindsets begin to shift. We move from focusing on human resource management to human resource optimization. And we start to think like intrapreneurs that want to grow wealth for our organizations. And beyond asking, what do you bring to the table? We move from being table servers to becoming table makers. It's been a great honor sharing with you this morning, and thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you.
I am tempted just for my mouth to be in a permanent posture of wow. And just from one to the other, it's amazing. And to think that we have how many more to go? Is somebody looking forward to this? And let me say that we have the opportunity to listen to every of the speaker again after they've spoken, because it's going to be a panel session. And we would have the opportunity to interrogate some of the ideas they've put forward and, hear deeper insights from them. Because again, questions have a way of drawing. I mean, the things they thought about this morning when they woke up, but wasn't part of their presentation, they didn't unpack that. And so we're going to hear that. Don't forget, you can help to amplify the brilliant nuggets that are being shared here through the hashtag, the platform NG35, hashtag Wealth Builders. Now remember that the platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Right. So this is right before I bring on the next speaker. I'd like to share one more quote with us, or thought. He says there's typically in every workforce, the productive labor, those who are engaged, or there's productive labor and there's unproductive labor. All labor are not the same. People who engage in productive labor constitute the productive force. And those that engage in unproductive labor constitute the labor force. Very fitting on Workers' Day, right? The productive force are the entrepreneurs, while the labor force are the employees. You have to make up your mind which one you are or are becoming. Are you an entrepreneur or are you an employee? And with that, it is my pleasure and my privilege to bring on our next speaker, Mai Atafo. Are we ready? Mai Atafo. Gone? Hello? Okay, I think it's back. All right, so Mai Atafo is the head, People Organization and Communications, Middle Africa at Novo Nordisk, a leading multinational pharmaceutical firm. She's responsible for leading and driving the implementation of the people and organization, as well as the communication strategy across Middle Africa, an organization spanning 49 countries across sub-Saharan Africa. As head of the P&O team, Mai serves as a strategic business partner and coach to the senior management team. She has strong capabilities in executive coaching, strategic management, and leadership, coaching, learning and development, performance and change management, gleaned from years of experience in the multinational environment, banking, FMCG, and life sciences, sciences/pharmaceuticals, while working across various functions, such as sales, marketing, supply, logistics, and operations. She also has she's also a certified HR business partner from the Society for Human Resource Management, US, and has dual certification degree of Master of International Business Administration from Eton Business School and a postgraduate advanced diploma from Cambridge International Qualifications, United Kingdom. Please help me to receive Mai Atafo as she comes to share her thoughts with us.
So I'm going to take Osi's challenge. Has challenged those of us in HR. And I take it very personal on behalf of as many HR professionals are here. How many HR professionals are here? So we are here to redefine human resources. I would like to start by putting forward a disclaimer. So what I'm going to share today is my personal story. I'm not sharing any blueprint for you to say you must follow it like this. I'm just sharing my personal story. If it makes sense to you, pick whatever makes sense to you and use it. It's my personal story. I'm going to attempt to compress a journey of about, I would say 25 years into 20 minutes. That's what I'm going to attempt to do. Again, like I said, it's a personal story, my personal story. I think it will be interesting to hear the story of a young, and I say young, ignore the white hair, there's some white strands of hair on my head, girl from Ekiti State. I'm actually from Ekiti. I've heard the Ekiti people in the crowd. I'm going to attempt to share that story with you guys. I've lived and worked with the company I work with now for 9 years plus. And it's interesting that Rolake and Osi also mentioned this about serial job hunters. I remember when I was joining this company that I work with now, I said very, very clearly, I'm going to work here for 2 years and I'm done. And this is me 9 years after, and I'm still with the company. But I don't think I even want to leave now, not because it's the best company. Even though just a few months ago, the company was declared as the most valuable company in Europe above Louis Vuitton. I don't work for a fashion company, by the way. I work for a pharmaceutical company. But that just tells you the size of the organization I work for. The company also turned 100 years last year. There are very few companies that have lasted for 100 years, and they are performing as my company performs now. Again, it's a personal story that I would like to share. So I will go into this very interesting, I don't know if you can see my slides now, this very interesting picture. I don't know how many of us remember seeing this picture at some point in 2020. COVID happened, right, in 2020. I moved to Nairobi December 2019. And when COVID happened, I was stuck in Nairobi because I just moved to Nairobi, right, in 2020. And I was stuck there till June 2020. So for about 6-7 months, I was without my family. So my kids, my husband, my mom, everybody was here in Lagos, Nigeria. I was in Nairobi, Kenya. And I remember TCN had started the community groups at some point. And just randomly, I decided, let me join one of the community groups. Now, I've never attended any TCN meetings. I used to listen to Pastor Poju a few times, but I just thought it would be nice to join. And I joined. And I joined the Nairobi community group. And we're 3 on that group. Till now, we are 3. But I can tell you for sure that that is one of the closest groups I've been in. There are 3 of us, myself, Osato, and Titi Olajide. And I remember, and the reason why this is so profound, and I'm going to try to connect this to the story of intrapreneurship. It's really nice to hear some of the reflections from Rolake and Osi, but what I want to emphasize here is the power of relationships. Joining that community group, I would say, has transformed so many things for me. Building that connection with these 2 colleagues that I've met at that point. There's this quote that I have that says, we don't have to do it alone. We were never meant to. And that's one thing I learned from the COVID experience and joining the community group. A few months ago, Titi reached out to me, I think it was sometime in February, and said, oh, by the way, Pastor Poju is in Nairobi. Do you want to meet him? And I was like, oh, okay. It would be nice to meet him. And we went out, met him for coffee for about 1 hour. And a few weeks later, I got an invitation to speak at the platform. The rest is history, they say. But just sharing the power of community, the power of relationships, an experience I had randomly from Instagram, joining the community groups, and how that has transformed my life today. I'll share a bit more. Thank you. Now, the first thing I want to tell us is, again, I remember Rake shattered a glass, in a sense, but it's sort of like breaking a table, right? Osi also like shook some tables. I also want to attempt to do that with my next slide. And the first thing I want to tell us about entrepreneurship is this. Nobody owes you anything. I have learned that in my short career of about 20 years that nobody owes you anything. So when you hear about entrepreneurship, intrapreneurship, a lot of people think, okay, I need to get something. I need to make money. And again, Osi mentioned this a lot where he talked about giving. Nobody owes you anything. A few years ago, I think it was my husband's mentor was talking, and he was saying that companies will train you for where they want you to go. You will train yourself for where you want to go. I've worked in HR for quite a bit, and I've taken a lot of daggers from colleagues who say that give feedback to HR. HR doesn't train us. HR doesn't invest in us. And I smile. We try to do what we can. But what I've learned from my own personal experience is, like I said, the company will train you absolutely for where they want you to go. But you need to make up your mind and decide that where do I want to go with my career? And that is where you train yourself. I'm proud to share that a lot of the developmental opportunities I've gotten in my career, yes, some of them came through my company, but I've been very, very intentional and be very deliberate about what am I doing for myself. I would start by telling you another story. I used to be in a drama group, by the way. I used to do stage performances when I was in university. I studied human physiology from the College of Medicine. I did that and I dumped it immediately I finished school. And I had my first career at, interestingly, I worked at a bank. I think it's maybe one of the biggest banks now. It's Wema Bank. People are giggling when I say one of the biggest banks. And I think it's really, I mean, when you make payments these days, a lot of the banks use Wema Bank as a platform. And I say this because one of the things I learned there from Wema Bank, just fresh out of school, was the power of just being intentional and listening. And I'm sharing this because, again, from HR, people need to learn to listen when you work in organizations. As an entrepreneur, don't get yourself to a point where you feel like you've figured everything out. So I started my career at Wema Bank in 2005. And I think it was during the time I was at Wema Bank, I was in Oshogbo then, interestingly. And my husband reached out and said, oh, by the way, do you know Guinness is recruiting? I said, no, I don't know. Do you want to apply? And we agreed and we went ahead to apply for it. And I joined Guinness in 2006. I joined as a graduate trainee. And through the graduate trainee program, what they typically tell you is that you get to experience 3 different departments. And then when you finish your 2-year program, you decide where do you want to go. So I worked in HR, I worked in corporate relations, and I worked in marketing. And I remember that the plan was that my primary function, which was HR that I showed interest in, I would spend about 9 months there and then the others 3 to 6 months. When I went to the marketing department, I did my first 3 months, and I remember my boss then, Tayo Salami, said to me that, baby, you've done fantastic in marketing. I think you should be in marketing. Let us work together. And she extended my stay in marketing. And in my head, I had assumed that I was going to build a career in marketing. So when I finished the 2-year program, Guinness was launching the SAP. How many of us know SAP platform? And they needed somebody to manage the training. And they said, you know what, baby, you finished your 2-year program. What do you want to do? Do you want to stay in HR or do you want to move in marketing? Marketing for me felt like, and I want to be very honest with you, the only reason why I felt HR would be the decision for me was because I felt it was going to challenge me. I felt like marketing was something that, yeah, I enjoyed it, I had fun, and my husband is a marketer anyway. I don't want both of us to be talking marketing at home. That was the only reason why I decided HR. But I can tell you for sure that that is one of the best decisions I've taken in my career. Because with HR now, I can tell you that I've seen the world. I've actually seen the world. One of the things I also decided when I was working with Guinness was that with a background in human physiology, coming from the bank, I needed to invest in myself. So one of the few things I did with the mindset of an entrepreneur was, how do I build my skills as an HR professional? And so I decided that I needed to get some theoretical knowledge in HR. So I started with the certifications. We had SHRM, PHRI, and CIPD. That for me was like laying the foundation for HR for me. I think Guinness is one of the best places to work, if you ask me, because I spent 8.5 years thereabouts at Guinness. But during that period, I got an opportunity to explore different departments. And when I say different departments in HR, from total reward to performance management, business partnering, and everything. And then sometime in 2014, December, random email from LinkedIn. Someone from Novo Nordisk reached out. I know one or two colleagues from Novo Nordisk may be in the crowd here. And there's this joke we have where we say, people used to confuse us with Novartis. How many of us know Novartis here? How many of us know Novo Nordisk? Not too many. But Novo Nordisk is much bigger than Novartis, I can tell you that for sure. So when they reached out and then they put a call through to me, they said, do you want to work for Novo Nordisk? And I was like, is that Novartis? Imagine, error. I thought that was the end. I wasn't going to get that opportunity. But they clarified and said it's Novo Nordisk, leaders in diabetes management and the rest. Would you like to come work for us? And I did. I agreed. And I remember then one of my colleagues then, his name is Ishola, he called me and said, Bemi, they're going to send you an offer. You may not like it, but I can tell you, you will experience, the exact words he said, a life-changing career with Novo Nordisk. And I took that bet and decided, okay, let's try it. I'm moving out of my comfort zone, being in FMCG for over 8 years, to pharma that I knew nothing about. Even though it did feel like going back home, because, I had a background in biomedical sciences. So I took that plunge, and I took on responsibility for English-speaking West Africa, mainly Nigeria, Ghana. I did that role for about 18 months. And then I remember my boss then reached out again and said, by the way, I think you need to take on more. And this is from a mindset of being an entrepreneur. Sometimes, again, going back to what I said about the company training you for where they want you to go, you training yourself for where you want to go. There are so many times I hear, maybe not the Gen Zs, but people generally complaining, oh, my plate is full, I'm doing 3 people's jobs. From the HR perspective, I do recognize that we need to do more in terms of building capacity and making sure that we spread out the responsibility, hire as many people that we need to hire. But there's also the place of balancing the bottom line, where you can't just go gung-ho and just hire randomly. But I also believe it's an opportunity for us as entrepreneurs to take on responsibility. And I'll give you an example. I remember when I was at Guinness, when you work in different departments in HR, there are 2 areas I hate in HR. The first one is recruitment. I know it seems strange as an HR person. Thankfully, I have a large team. So when I need to recruit, I delegate. And then when it gets to the easiest part, like, okay, now it's time to review the top 2, I go into it. I don't enjoy interviewing. And then total reward, because it has to do with a lot of numbers. I don't like numbers, but I have to deal with it anyway. And I remember when I was at Guinness, one of my managers was the reward manager for Guinness. And she used to give me some responsibilities, let me help with this, do this with reward statement. When I was going to interview for Novo Nordisk, my business case was simple. Design a total reward plan for the Nigeria business. This was a responsibility that on a good day, I didn't want to do it. But I always went into some of these tasks with the mindset of take on more, build capacity. And so it seemed easy, and then I got the job, but it was through pain because I don't enjoy total reward. I don't, but I do it because I know I have to do it as part of my job. As being the head of HR, I need to review total reward. I need to design policies around total reward, and I do it. Same with recruitment. I don't enjoy it, but I do it because I have to do it. So I'm just sharing that sometimes you need to take on responsibilities and tasks that you generally are not comfortable with when you're trying to be an entrepreneur. Again, just putting some of my deliberate acts to try and improve myself. Again, when people come to me as a coach and they're saying, what can I do to build my career? What training should I do? The first thing I tell them is that don't go for a training. In fact, when people ask me, what course should I study to be an HR person? I said, don't study anything. You need to try and get your hands dirty first before you now go and get the training, because that's the way I've seen it work. So gradually, as I was building my profile as an HR person, I realized now to be managing a team at some point, how do I build capacity as a leader? And even though I was trying to manage a team, I realized I needed to go for some formal training. And so I reached out to Cranfield University, registered for a program called Women as Leaders. And I went for the training. I came back, and I think it was a few months after I came back, my boss got another job. And then she called me one random day and said, by the way, have you applied for my job now that my job is vacant? And I was like, no, I've not applied for it. And she said, why? I said, I don't think I'm ready. She said, no, go ahead and apply. Again, cut the long story short, I got this role as head of P&O in 2018. Now, if you remember when my profile was being read, it says I'm responsible for Middle Africa. So when you look at the map of Africa, take away North Africa, take away South Africa, the 49 markets in the middle, the 49 countries in the middle is what I'm responsible for. That's also why I have more gray hairs these days. Because, so the countries that you typically see in the news on CNN, the Sudans, of course, Nigeria, and a few other countries, those are the countries that I manage. And I remember that the office for Middle Africa then was based out of Dubai. And my first project as head of P&O was to move the office from Dubai to Nairobi, Kenya. And that for me was learning the job. I took on that responsibility, I ran with it, took that opportunity, and then when it was time to move, I had to take that call. Do I need to move? We had a conversation with my husband, and we just decided, yes, let's move. And so I moved to Nairobi in December 2019. The third part of the story that I would just like to share here is, remember that I took on responsibilities for Middle Africa in 2018. Sometime last year, again, one of my bosses reached out and said, yes, you're comfortable where you are, but we still feel you need to take on more. And it's interesting when people come to you and feel like, when you feel like you've maxed out, and people just come and say, you need to take on more. Sometimes I ask myself, is it that I'm not working? Or do people think I'm idling away? I've also realized, especially for people with the intrapreneur mindset, people always know. They always know when this person can take on more. They know when this person can take on more responsibility, and so they bring those responsibilities. So currently, yes, I head Middle Africa, but at the same time, I'm also driving leadership programs in an area called Middle East, Africa, and the Commonwealth of Independent States. So Commonwealth of Independent States would be the former Soviet states like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, countries that you've never heard of. I get the opportunity to work with them, but I do think it's a big privilege that I get that responsibility. In addition, with the mindset of an entrepreneur, I started as head of P&O. There was an opportunity to drive sustainability programs in the organization. I took on that responsibility sometime in, I think it was 2020. 2 years after, in 2022, they created a department called Communications. Thankfully, I'd already started to drive internal communications from my own place as HR. And so when they created the department, it's communication. So that's how I got to become the head of P&O and communications. I'm just trying to share this story about my own personal career because I feel it's nice to read books and hear some of these stories, but I also believe that you can connect with someone that, again, an Ekiti girl that you see somewhere around. I'll just put some reflections as I start to round up. There's a book I would like to recommend, actually a few books I would like to recommend that would help as you reflect on entrepreneurship. The first one is How Will You Measure Your Life? I don't know how many of us have read that book. That book is a transformational book. And there was something it says in that book. It says you can talk all you want about having a strategy for your life, understanding motivation and balancing aspirations with unanticipated opportunities. But ultimately, it means nothing if you do not align those with where you really spend your time. How do you spend your time? People say time is the ultimate currency. I've revised that to say your energy is the ultimate currency because you can have the time and supposedly use it, but what type of energy do you invest in some of the activities that you engage in when you are working for companies you work with? The other thing I would like to encourage us to think about, especially as a coach, is that the power of, remember I talked about community and relationships, the importance of coaches and mentors in the lives of you as an entrepreneur. I'll just share briefly about some of the coaches I've worked with. The first person I'll talk about, her name is Ngozi Adebiyi, who actually was my first manager at Guinness. And currently she's one of the coaches I work with, herself and Malini. And there was a day they asked me a question when I was having a coaching session. And I remember very clearly, Manini particularly asked me a question like, Gbemi, you are the head of P&O. What is holding you back? And that question hit me because, I mean, I'd been head of P&O for almost 3 years. But she was just asking me some reflective questions, like what is holding you back? Like, put your foot down, make the decisions you need to make, and those reflections are some of the things I will tell you that has transformed my life critically. The other person I would like to talk about is, his name is Ken, one of my managers that I've worked with in my organization. And in 2021, he had nominated me for a program. It was also a coaching program with some Harvard professors. Both of them are called, one of them is Anne Morris, the other one is Francis Frey. I also remember during one of the coaching sessions, one of them said to me that the way you describe yourself, you're not necessarily just an HR person. It's almost like a GM or a chief operations officer role. Because I consult, and I tell you that those are some of the reflections of having that mindset of being an entrepreneur. It is when you approach your responsibility and your role from that perspective of, rather than saying, don't give me more, it's 5 o'clock, I need to close. Yes, we need to recognize work-life balance. Again, back to the Gen Zs. I don't believe in, COVID transformed our lives and said, yes, we can work from home, flexi work and all of that. But I can tell you that there are times that the work will place a demand for you. And as an exception, without people telling you, you need to take a step and say, okay, I need to do this differently for this time, and then go back into the work balance and do what you need to do. No, you shouldn't be the one telling people that, oh, it's work-life balance, I can't take more challenge. I can tell you genuinely, the organization will find the people that can take more, give them the responsibility, give them the opportunity, and they will take it. Again, on behalf of the organization, I do believe that organizations need to take work-life balance seriously and respect people's personal time. But I'm also saying as entrepreneurs, we need to be reflective and take on responsibilities, making sure that we explain and clarify them very clearly. Some more reflections I would like is that lead through sustainable leadership. In one of my master's theses, I remember writing about sustainable leadership and how it's important that for us as leaders, we need to reflect and think about what it means to lead sustainably. Now, don't think about leadership from the perspective of, I manage a team. Don't think about it from that perspective. Think that in my position as an entrepreneur, I own the business. I lead in the role where I am. How do I lead sustainably? You need to learn to challenge the status quo. Make sure when you're reflecting, you don't just take things as they are and say, it has always been done this way, and this is how it will always be. Always learn to challenge the status quo. Live urgently. Remember, I talked about time being the ultimate currency. I also believe that your energy is very, very important. How you channel your energy, how you invest your energy is very important. There's another book I would like to recommend to us. It's called Think Again by Adam Grant. And one of the things I've learned from that book is the power of not knowing. True entrepreneurs learn to say, I don't know. How can I know more? When you feel like you've known everything, you have everything figured out, you are not going to lead sustainably. So you need to learn to think again. The other thing I would like to mention is being present. Another book, Atomic Habits. There was a part where he said that it's not so much about setting goals. He says your goals will always fall to the level of the systems you've put in place. So you show up every morning, you already have a schedule, you already have a plan of what you do. Focus on those things rather than thinking of, I want to become the next CEO. I want to become the next HR director. How can you focus on the little things you are doing one step at a time today that will build up to where you're going? And then the last thing I'll mention is stretch. Remember I said that for a lot of people who say they are truly entrepreneurs, you will always find yourself in places where you need to stretch beyond your place of comfort. There's a question I would like to ask, and it says that if you were not toning it down, how would you come across to people around you? If you've ever heard from people saying that, what is your own? Exactly what Osi was saying, that why did you carry this thing on your head? Like, is it your father's business? Tell them that, yes, it is my father's business. Because remember I talked about the organization I worked for, about succeeding 100 years over. There are very, very few companies. And I think it's the power of the kind of people that work in those organizations. As I begin to round up, let me just take it to the last point. I'll skip this one. Remember what I said about no one owes you. No one owes you It's very important that we learn that. Organizations will train you for where they want you to go. You will train yourself for where you want to go. Remember that you have to own your career, you have to own your role, and you have to understand that this is where I am and this is where I'm going. Do not wait until the organization says this is where you need to go. Just to emphasize on the power of staying in a place. I'm also one of those HR people that when I review CVs and I see that you've jumped 4 roles in 5 years, I have questions. It doesn't mean I won't talk to you or interview you, but I have questions. Because I do believe in the power of staying, being resilient, and then just focusing and concentrating on one thing. So as a roundup, remember that as entrepreneurs, we are leaders. Don't wait until you lead a team on your own. Remember that actually, no one owes you anything. Thank you.
By now, I expect that our heads are spinning. And I wonder how you are keeping pace. But just so you're not selfish, consuming this loan, please put the thoughts out using the hashtag platform NG35. The last speaker alone, I'm not sure how many quotes she dropped. And I have to say, I'm feeling a bit intimidated. I came up with one more quote, but there's so many quotes. So put those out, hashtag wealth builders. And remember that we're also broadcasting for those who are at home, or for if you have anybody who is not on the hall and would like to stay in touch with what's going on here. We're on YouTube and broadcasting as well on channels. But on channel, we'll be attempting to cover, we'll be covering, as a matter of fact, the 3 summits. And so this is the platform, 35.1, the Keja Summit, focusing on entrepreneurs as wealth builders. And it is powered by the platform, by the Covenant Nation. So let me bring on the next speaker. His name is Olumide Balogun. Thank you very much. Let's put hands together for him. So Olumide Balogun is the director of Google West Africa. But just in case you notice, Google is working a little better today. Now you know why. Where he spearheads the company's strategic growth and expansion in the region, with almost 2 decades of experience in the tech industry, he is differentiated by an uncommon complement of consumer solutions expertise, marketing communications, and a keen understanding of business dynamics. Before his tenure at Google, Olumide led teams for global tech brands like Microsoft, Nokia, and HMD Global across a variety of roles from product strategy, technical account management, developer, and ecosystem development to business strategy and marketing. Olumide holds an MBA, and now I do. Olumide holds an MBA from Imperial College Business School, London, a certificate in sustainable development strategies from Harvard Business School, and a BSc in computer engineering from Obafemi Awolowo University. In 2012, he was selected one of 12 top leaders by African Leadership Talent Program of Gordon Institute of Business Science, Pretoria, South Africa. Platform 35.1, Ikeja Summit, join me in welcoming Olumide Balogun. So that will put a bit of pressure on the protocol people to fix his mic. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Let's do that again. Good morning, everyone. And happy Workers' Day to each and every one of you. I want to start by saying, sending my deep gratitude and appreciation to Pastor Poju and Pastor Toyin for the platform. I mean, it's been 17 years. Just take away 17 years from your age so that you understand just how much. A round of applause. Let's do that properly. Let's do that properly. I also want to thank them for the opportunity, to speak to the world. Really, I feel from the bottom of my belly like I have something to share with everyone today. So hopefully you've been taking some notes. I want to appreciate the previous speakers. I feel like they've done an incredible job. I feel like we can all go home. But a few more speakers to go. And finally, I want to acknowledge the brilliant and beautiful Mrs. B, who is here with me today, my wife. Please help me appreciate her. She was going to be in the Women in Business session, but she knows how inspired I am when she's around. Inspiring me since 2008. And I just want to thank her. Thank you very much, love, for spending time with us. She's also here to make sure that all that I say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The thing is, usually when I get an opportunity to speak, I think about, and I know speakers do this where you're like, do I want to be admired? Or you ask yourself, do I want to be liked? And none of those two things mean anything to me today. Maybe the like a little bit. The most important thing is I want to be heard. And I want you to consider the thoughts that I share with you today. And I want you to put some of them to action. So that when next we run into you, you can say to us, oh, there was such and such a thing that you said and I applied it and I can see the results. So I'm hoping today that I am heard, that I am clear and I am understood. Please permit me, let's say a quick prayer. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to work. Thank you because you've blessed us with something to do. And for those who don't, thank you because it is on the way. Thank you for the ideas that we will share here today, that it will be a blessing to us, to others, and to our nation. In Jesus' name, amen. The topic on wealth builders, I want to start with, what is wealth? Because it's important that we come to an aligned position on what we are building before we start to build it. So I want you to take a moment and actually ask yourself, what do you see? When the word wealth, when it's spoken, what do you see? And I want you to take a few seconds and actually write something down. Write something down. If you will, please. What is wealth? When I have conversations with people, some of you might have said health, because health is wealth. Some would have said it's power or it's position. Every sample that is taken tells us over 70% of people say wealth is money. Ego. Kalakala. And I think that we stereotype wealth. Because none of that is wrong. But in words of Chimamanda Adichie, she says the problem with stereotypes is not that they're incorrect. The problem is that they're incomplete. So the single most important thing that I want to share with you today is that wealth is a mindset that produces action, results in a skill, and it impacts the world. Let me say that again. It is a mindset. And that is why you can see that there's people who win the lottery and they go back to being broker than they were. Because they didn't have a mind that had the capacity to hold the wealth, to retain the wealth. So the question that I want to put to us today is, do you have the courage to think about wealth as more than money? Because that is a critical part to you even starting to build it. And whenever I talk about this, I always have people say to me like, oh, you know what, like Olumide, it's because you have money now. In 2008, when I finished from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, he left it out, it was there. Prestigious. I was looking for a job. And I want to cut the long story short. Eventually, I landed an offer with one of the big software companies in Lagos. I can remember talking to the MD at the time, and he also had finished from IFE many years before me. And he said, really, you're a guy that you understand tech, but you can also sell. By the way, everyone is a salesman, just so you know. You're all selling something. He said, you're a salesman. So made me an offer, and I was looking for a job that they could retain me. And at that time, the salary was 120,000 naira a month. In today's money, it's 550,000 naira. So I'd gotten the offer and I was excited. But then I was posted to a place called Nokia Siemens, NYSC. And for those who are in other parts of the world, it's a compulsory one-year program that you do after university. So I ended up in Nokia West Africa, which was the mobile phone business, not the network business. And one thing led to another, and then I was in a room with a man, Manoj Changrampat, amazing manager. And he asked me questions. It wasn't even about tech. It was about music, and then he made me an offer for a job. I remember I already had system specs, 120K. And he said, how much do you want to earn? For some reason, I said 50K. Till today, I still don't understand. Long story short, they gave me an offer for 66,000 naira a month. About that time, I had just read that Nokia had just sold its 1 billionth phone in Nigeria, in Computer Village. As a boy who grew up in Ogba, it blew my mind. I said, you're going to give me a job where I will work on web validation for a product that touches that many people? I will do it for free. I took that job. I won't talk about mindset today. Because the rest, as they say, is history. I was 28 and I was the youngest chief marketing officer of any global company at Nokia. By the way, it was a contract job. I didn't even add that. So I left a 120K full-time job for a 66K contract job because I was not thinking about money. I want to share with you 4 mindsets today. 4 things to help you cultivate your mindset around wealth. The number one thing is, everyone who worked at Google, they know I talk about this. Do hard things. If you want to build a mindset that creates wealth, do hard things. It's very easy to be comfortable. It's very easy to want to stay in your safe space. The problem is that if everything is always convenient, you will never increase your capacity. You must understand that growth comes from the moments where things are hard. I'm looking at all of you today, and I want you to start thinking, what are the hard things that I can do at the company where I work right now? The hardest thing. Wealth builders don't do small things. Because Africa has big problems to solve, and we will have to solve it ourselves. Hard things. I was flying back from Kaduna yesterday. Everyone says that the north. I told the team, we're not a Lagos team. We're a Nigeria team. 3,400 girls we just trained in AI. You need to hear the stories of these girls. Win. There's insecurity. There's insecurity everywhere. There's school shootings in the US. Everybody still wants to go there. We have to solve problems. And we have to be ready to do hard things if we have to solve those problems. Because I have news for you. Nigeria needs you. Africa needs you. You know, I talked about money, and the problem is that when we go into companies, everybody goes to extract. And we point at leaders and we say that the leaders are not doing the right thing. And yes, you do have a point sometimes. But Albert Einstein said that you cannot fix a problem with the same kind of thinking that created it in the first place. Extract. So you work at a company, extract. What problems are you solving today? It's not my job, oh. That's not what they brought me here to do. If you do not do more than what you are paid to do, you will never be paid to do more than what you do. Let me say it again. If you do not do more than you are paid to do, you will never be paid for more than what you do. When you do hard things, you build resilience because you're going to need it. Things will not work all the time. I had a manager that told me, Olumide, you have 10 ideas, only one is going to be taken, and I'll go for that. I'm here for that. Small, consistent efforts over time to significant results. So you build resilience, you build a problem-solving acumen, and also you build confidence. So do hard things. If you're finding it difficult, break it into smaller chunks. You want to do something that's big, break it down and start gradually. Take it step by step. Number 2 mindset. Number 2. Seek significance, not success. And I know you may say, Olumide, what does that mean? What's the difference? Significance is about making impact. Success is about personal gain. And there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that you are never going to have sustainable happiness. It's just not going to happen. Success is often defined by external achievement. So don't just desire to make a living, desire to make a difference. Make a difference. I couldn't sleep. Oh, even gone to university, is now building dashboards. I couldn't sleep. I told Bayo, my friend, Dr. Bayo, I said, how can we get more girls? That's what technology is about. I know people talk about Google. We have 250 products at Google, 250. We have 9 products with over 1 billion users. We have 3 products with over 3 billion users. There's 7 billion people on the planet. But that's not the cool stuff. The cool stuff is the stories behind what those products do. And that is why I do what I do. That gets it in the morning. What gets you out of bed in the morning? Other than the paycheck. Find it. Number 3 mindset. Have a mind to collaborate, not compete. See, competition is not for well-builders. See, a well-builder is somebody who is looking for other people like him who are going in the same direction, to the same destination, thinking about how they help each other accelerate. So to build wealth for society, organization, and self, have a mindset that is geared towards working with others towards a shared goal. I turned on Twitter, and then 2 people are fighting. I'm not going to call names. And I thought, this is not good for us. Collaborate. Who can you collaborate with? What company can you collaborate with that's got the same vision, that other than money, that you can accelerate each other's efforts? You combine expertise to deliver solutions, innovation, and execution. Think about what you are not great at that the other person is great at. It was wonderful to see Gabriel share about coaches, and I loved seeing women there. I really want women to help more women. I don't want to break any table. Collaborate. Work together. You are going to need it. It's a tough gig. When I get my products team in country, and I'm doing, the first thing I tell them, I said, I'm Africa's #1 seller, but Africa is hard. I'm not going to, it's hard. But it's hard for a reason. It's hard because there's a lot of yet made. How excited are you about that?
But you're going to need people that when it's hard, you can work together, encourage each other to come through the tough times. There is a lot that you can achieve when you are not thinking about who gets the credit. Let me say that there's a lot you can achieve when you are not who's going to be in the spotlight. Because if you're about impact, what does it matter? The stories is what you want to see. You don't have to be in the limelight. If getting credit is more important to you than delivering impact, you are in the success business, not the significance business. The problem with the success business is there's no longevity there. You'll be here today and gone tomorrow. I'm not saying literally, but there'll be no legacy. You know, every day what drives me is I want to have stories to tell when I'm 70. When Nigeria is one of the top 10 economies in the world, and how I contributed to it, what my role was in it, what stories I can tell my children, my grandchildren. Isn't that a fun picture? Isn't that an inspiring picture? The only person you should compete with is yourself. Be better tomorrow than you were today. And maybe the problem statement. You're competing against the problem. We're competing against gender inequality. We're competing against non-inclusion. Why should somebody have to learn English to get on the internet? Those are the things that keep me up at night. That's what we compete against. Finally, to be a wealth builder, you need to have the mindset of an owner. We talked about this. Jimmy talked about it as well. It's not your father's business. That's why you're not. That's not, you can be that, but that's not what wealth builders do. They think big picture. Nelson Mandela once said, there is no passion to be had playing small. Big picture thinking. They manage company resources. Every money that is spent, they think about it like it is their own. You have to think like an owner. They're always thinking about the customers that they serve and how they can improve that. Do you know that a satisfied customer is no different from an unsatisfied customer? Research. Customers want you to exceed their expectation. So you have to be thinking every day about how you solve problems they don't even know they have. Hey, you have a problem. Hey, I have the solution. Impact. The value will, the money, the least, it's only a tool. It's not an end. To senior level managers, very quickly, I need to do a census at the start, but I skipped it. To senior level managers, I want to talk to you. You have to start a culture of innovation. When I sit with my team and we do year plans, I say, what risk are we taking this year? I've seen all the stuff, that's great. Tell me about the risks. Because if you don't help people think about taking risks, they will not innovate. Because innovation in itself is a risk business. You have to redefine failure. It is only a step on the way to success. I used to tell someone in my team, she said, I don't like hearing failure.
Good. If you are not failing, it means you are not trying hard enough. If your scorecard is all green, it means that you weren't really stretching to start with. So I tell leaders, when you pull up and you have all green and you're happy, you weren't stretched to start with. Invest in developing people. Invest in developing people. Invest in developing people. Be clear on what skill am I helping them grow. Not for your company, for themselves. It's fine. If they want to stay, they stay. If they go, they go. Because then if you do it for you, you are also extracting. I want to conclude. The theme is wealth builders. Building anything of note takes time and requires effort. Think about the things in your life today that you're proud of. Didn't you require effort to get there? Didn't it take time? So why do you want to do the next thing? So apply yourself. Give yourself time. I always say that you can't have a baby in 1 month by getting 9 women pregnant. Some things in life just take time. So apply yourself. You may be thinking, why do I need to do all of this? Why do I need to take an altruistic approach to wealth? When I'm still trying to come up, I'm still trying to find my way. A trick, it seems, is to think of your job as refining you into a person of a certain kind or quality. In the end, who you become has always been more important than what you achieve. Who you become follows a different set of criteria. You admire people with integrity. This isn't free. A solid character will cost you friends and money. You admire people who hustle. They work hard to create the conditions for things to happen. You admire people who call it like they see it. No sugarcoating. They speak in stories and numbers. You admire people who work with gusto. You can feel their energy even in a video conference. You admire people who think about others first. They're kind and they build others up. You admire people with high conviction vision. This comes with a nice side benefit. They're usually optimists. You admire people who continually improve. They come at things with a beginner's mindset. You admire people who are grateful. They know they have been warmed by fires that they didn't build. If you find people moving along these directions, take note. Find ways to be around them. Remember, true wealth is not just about what you or the company achieves. It is much, much more about who you become. Thank you very much.
All right. Now this time, put your hands together for yourself. You've been a great audience, and we're glad you could make it and you're here. So we're about to bring on our penultimate speaker, and then we'll get into the panel session. But just to prepare us for the panel session, assuming you have a question, a point of clarification, or something you want to dive a bit into, indicate very discreetly to the ushers around. They'll hand you a slip, and then you can write it, we'll collate it, and we'll ask it once the panel session is away. How many people have been inspired, motivated, and have decided to pivot on account of the things you've heard so far? Let me see your hand, of course. That's right, that's the point of this whole thing, right? And I like one of the questions. I mean, I had several, I wasn't sure which one to ask. So who are you becoming? That's a great question. Who are you becoming? And, you know, another thing that sort of came through to me is that it is not just that creates an abundance mindset or a certain mindset. It is, in fact, the mindset that creates the what? The wealth. And, you know, something that I've observed and known for very long now is that whenever we're holding like a National Day event or celebration or whatever it is, you notice that we don't necessarily bring in the same of, the same type of people. You don't invite typically, say, all the traders and all the CEOs of one-man companies, all the lawyers and all the doctors and all. You know, that's not how you do it, right? You invite the best in every discipline. And that's really what counts, is the best in every discipline that gets to the place of honor. So who are you becoming? So those words that inspire you, please remember to put them up using hashtag the platform NG35. Also hashtag Wealth Builders. We're simulcasting on YouTube and channels. Channels is organized a bit differently. Now at this point, I'd like to bring up the inimitable Ndidi Ukaonu. Ndidi Ukaonu is a transformational leader, a career professional in the finance industry, serving 12 of those years in senior management of an African multinational bank franchise. She currently serves as CEO at Parthian Capital, author of the book Power of Work, and the lead mentor at the Warrior Initiative. Ndidi is an alumni of the Lagos Business School. Or should I add prestigious? Lagos Business School. AMP program, and has trained at Harvard, Wharton, Pennsylvania, Spain. She's a chartered accountant, fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration, member of the Institute of Bankers and the Institute of Taxation. A keen volunteer, she has served proudly as governor of the New Managers Community of the Covenant Nation Community Group Initiative and an active participant in its teaching circuit. Platform 35.1 Ikeja Summit, join me in welcoming Ndidi Ukaonu.
It's okay. Olumide said you do the hard things. Hello, platform. Really excited to be here. Truly, truly excited to be here. Especially our first platform Intrapreneurial Summit. And we have to thank Pastor Poju and Pastor Toyin for the brilliant job that they continue to do with this nation. And now they're putting the spotlight on not just entrepreneurs, but on intrapreneurs. Beyond the entrepreneurs, beyond Pastor Poju and Pastor Toyin, I want to salute the team behind the platform. 35 editions. I expect your applause to be louder than that. 35 editions. And what is so beautiful is how they pull it off with excellence each and every time. We salute you. So it's an incredible honor for me to be invited back to the platform. And really, I don't take it for granted. This is an incredible stage. This year, we saw the theme, Wealth Builders. And what this did for me was to bring top of mind some of the conversations I had been having with myself that I would not dare voice. But guess what happened? About, in the space or span of about a year, one of the questions that I asked myself privately, someone asked me openly. Laugh, because I'm about to ask you the same question. And it just seemed to open a gusher. So I want to open your own gusher. Okay? Where is my pointer? Okay, does it work? Okay, there. Is Japa a product? Let's go. Before you start to think and say to yourself, how dare you? How dare you suggest this? We need help with this, please. Tell about this book, and I'll recommend that you do read it. The Mystery of Capital by Hernando de Soto. This book was published in 2000. I happened to read it about 4-5 years ago. But the summary of what he says to me is captured in this picture. An architect has set the landscape for a space. He has set footpath properly, and one crazy guy decides he will walk on the green. But if you look closely at this picture, what you discover is this is not the only person who has been walking on the green. They have walked on the green so much that the grass there is suddenly what? Dead. But you know what our typical response is? We dive in and we say, put up a signboard. Anybody who sees here, 25,000. Say, no, leave that one, who will be monitoring it. Let's just get wrought iron. Let's build around it so that nobody will pass. Seemingly correct, right? But Hernando says to Ndidi, if everybody saw the footpath and chose to walk on the green, what is the message that they are sending? Is there a lesson here? Is there something we can do better? Stay with me. And so, with that kind of thinking in mind, I continue to approach that question. And as I think about that question, I'm reminded of the Philippines. That's a country that experienced Japa. 160 million people, about 10% of their population in diaspora. $38 billion annually in remittances. Remittances are essentially the money that your people abroad send back home, and it's part of what helps development, contributes to your GDP. But this is what is very interesting about the Filipinos in diaspora. Their area of concentration is their nannies, domestic help, nanny nation. They rank 4th on the remittance table. And then I'm still thinking, Hernando says, disrupt your mindsets. And then I confront India. Problem, though widely known, or if you think of it as a problem, it's not as bad as the Philippines. India barely has 3-4% of their people in diaspora, 1.4 billion people, 32 million estimated in diaspora. Number 1 for remittances, $125 billion going to India every year. And what are these guys known for? Tech and medicine. So if you know a lot about the Indians, you know that they own the medical space, the NHS in the UK, correct? A lot of what people don't trace back is, how did that come about? These people, like the Filipinos, they actually did transit into the UK, and if you remember, they started to own the corner shops in the town. And it is those corner shop owners that trained their children with a particular preference for medicine, and years later, what did we find? They have owned an industry in a foreign nation, correct? Stay with me. But what's the story about technology? The story about technology for India started in 1950. When India decided, I used to think that this school was 1 school, 2 campuses. The Indian Institutes, with an S, of Technology, they decided to designate schools that were focused on training for engineering and technology. What is so interesting about IIT is that the Indians consider this and rank it higher than the Ivy Leagues, Harvard, MIT. They believe that you only go to MIT if you don't make it into IIT. It's not a shocker, because this school has produced some greatest of the greats. The current CEO of Google is an alumni here. One of the co-founders of Infosys, and if you work in the bank, right? Infosys is the one producing Finacle, the software that a lot of banks use. Former president of SoftBank is an alumni of this school, and we can go on and on and on. So I ask you, Nigeria, you will give me my time back or calculate the time for pressing. So I'm thinking, what then is Nigeria's strategic advantage? What can we be deliberate about? And remittance, the usual go-to for measuring the success of the people in diaspora. But let me tell you one of the things that people do not see or talk so much about. China started by, you know, when we used to say made in Taiwan, and when we said made in Taiwan, we meant inferior goods. Inferior goods became superior goods. Superior goods made so much money for that nation that nation is acquiring American corporate assets offshore. You see how that money that they made, from first being looked down on, they're emerging to take over even Africa. I understand that they were in the bid to take over the public forum. Today, the Chinese own the largest theater network in America. We've talked about the Filipinos. We've talked about India with tech and medicine. And I'm saying, Nigeria, how can you be deliberate? Easy, easy, easy. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. Okay. So, is Nigeria Arsenal? Is Nigeria, you remember when Arsenal used to take these young boys and train them, and everybody would come and buy from Arsenal, and they were never winning a trophy. No, Pastor Poju said, let's use Liverpool. But I'm saying, like the Indian example, perhaps we need to look at Japa as a product. They built this technology thing knowing that the people would travel, but understood long-term the benefit. Can we be a bit more deliberate about Japa and see it as a product? Behind Japa is Jakpada. And if we build the Jakpa product properly, Jakpada will come back, if we become the training hub, and train the people who are left, and we have a good cycle. Maybe in the future, we too, like the Chinese, will start buying up half of America. But that's not the one that is bothering me today, really. There is a core, the impact that Japa has on us as a nation today. The center of most corporate organizations is brittle. You know, a lot of times we hear there are no jobs anywhere. Most people outside, young people will tell you, I cannot find a job, I have been trying. The people within organizations say, we cannot find people. What you are hearing is that the core of the organization, the middle management, where we pass culture, where we pass experiential knowledge, where we pass all sorts, where we groom the next set of leaders, is failing. And we are not churning out as we should. But guess what? Even having this problem, we are still losing people and saying, oh, you know, people have to retire at 65. We already have a claim, and we are letting people who could address this issue exit the system. Let me position this properly for you. Do you realize that major corporates today are responsible for over 40% of your nation's GDP? If this breaks, we're in trouble. So, what are you then saying? What can we learn from entrepreneurs? Okonjo Iweala, one of Nigeria's more celebrated finance ministers. She's 69 today. At about 66, or she'll be 70 this year actually, at about 66, 67, this woman battled to become the CEO at the World Trade Organization. Colonel Sanders, that's the gray-haired gentleman, is the founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken. How many of us know that brand? All over the world. He founded KFC at 65. Mae Musk is the mother of Elon Musk. She is a global supermodel. She's currently about 72. Walked her first runway for Vogue at 67. Alan Greenspan, the equivalent of the CBN governor for Nigeria, chairman of the Federal Reserve, exited that role as CBN governor at the age of 80. And then there's a picture there, and people want to ask me, is Pastor Poju an entrepreneur? We will own him by force, but I will prove it. You're in great company. I will prove it. Did you read that scripture that said, what I hear my father I do not do of myself? He's an entrepreneur. God owns the church. He's working for God. But let's focus on what we can learn. I think we've heard bits and pieces about the Covenant Community Group. Honestly, the next time they advertise it, join, it changed my life. I have to tell you, it did. And I'm not promoting it because of the Covenant Nation. It's one of the most significant things, if not the most significant, that happened to me in the last 10 years. And I was asked by, and interestingly, he's here, my friend Bukumi. He invited me to speak to the Middle Managers Community Group on a topic called Career GPS. And that's how this model was created. I will speak quickly to this model, and then we'll rush to round up. For the benefit of the people in the room. So your career really is in two halves. What is very strong about this model is your first half, my dear, you are a sower. The way people dive in to go and take money, somebody has spoken about it today, want to chase? No. You are sowing to reap. You are getting more from the organization than you are giving. Calm down. And in the next half, you are dictating your pay, because the organization wants the skill that you have. But what I think you must hear, if you hear nothing about this model, is what I call work currency. We often go to work with the sense that we go to exchange skill for money. It doesn't quite work like that. Especially Osi said it. What do you have to offer? At the entry point, you don't have anything. What you have is humility. You exchange, I mean it. You exchange humility for skill. You exchange humility for skill, and then skill for money. And Adam Grant, the celebrated behavioral psychologist, he says, nobody came to take your self-esteem. Humility is just awareness of your strengths and your weaknesses. But very importantly, the first rule of improvement is you recognize room for improvement. So take note of that, and then we continue with our model. So today I want to focus on you can see what is blinking. And I want to challenge some stereotypes. Our career is in two halves. The second half, we think of it as sloping down into retirement. But the truth is, retirement is not a must. It's a choice. We sell it like it's a must. But the examples I have shared with you, all those people, maybe except Pastor Poju, would have retired by the time they founded anything. And so we will not have Kentucky Fried Chicken that we have today. We will not be enjoying certain things that we're enjoying. There are three things that are the possibility in your second half. Retirement by choice is fine. You can get to a peak and coast like Okonjo Iweala, who is still going strong. Or you can get to what you thought was the peak and realize it's an anticlimax like May Musk and just take off on a new tangent. And I'm not just speaking to the old. If you're young today, you need to start to take that decision. I've started to hear people say, much older people though, I will never retire. And that's something that I embrace. And I will explain why. Our children are well due, but you see how she's still doing her own. You know, when my grandma, now I figure she was probably 55 or less, she looked like this woman in the picture. I beg, see 60-year-olds now. Iboko Awoshika, Moabudu, and these women are powering. Then you want to tell me that these people have only 4 years left? My nation needs them. They have to stay in the game. And when you think about it, you know, the more I researched this, it was very interesting what I found. Harvard Business Review. This one I will quote. People who are 65 or older now represent the fastest growing segment of the labor force, by far. Companies will need to think in creative new ways about how to engage these workers and make the most of what they have to offer. I don't think I need to add any commentary. It's Harvard Business Review. It's not me. But here is what Indeed is going to say to you. Think about it. People are at the peak of knowledge, at the peak of experience, at the peak of skill. They will argue about disposable income, but they don't have new house they are buying. They finished training their children, most of them. So I dare say disposable income. And then look at the yellow line. We're about to exit them from the workplace. I think these are our new generation wealth builders. New generation means the dispensation in time. It has nothing to do with your age at the point in time. So, what do I say to the people who fall in this bracket, who have been saying to themselves, what have I done with my life? I'm about to exit the scene. I say, no, your nation still needs you. Especially now that Japa is almost breaking the middle. Transcend and reinvent. That is how you stay relevant. Data still supports my point. And I hear these days that 30-year-olds, 30-plus-year-olds are crying that they've not achieved anything in their life. I don't understand you people. At 30, you probably have 40 more years. Okay, I agree, right now you have not achieved. But I'm saying to you, there is still more to do. Nigeria's KFC still needs to come out. And data says to me that startups, the age of the average startup founder is 45. Now, these are startups of the fastest growing companies. And the older entrepreneurs are more likely to succeed when they set up a business. You've taken my slide. I can't see it anymore. Okay, so you're looking at the right thing. So you will find value in your second half. Don't collapse. Next slide, please. You will find value in your second half. Don't collapse. And why is that? Even, I'm always quoting Maslow, right? Maslow, after his death, additional work was published where he moved the peak of the pyramid from self-actualization to self-transcendence. And what is self-transcendence? I think Olumide was speaking to this when he spoke. It is when you start to walk where your life is making meaning for others, and it's no more about you. As I begin to close, I want to pay ode to Molade Fasheru. Molade was my colleague. Molade's funeral was a master class for Ndidi. Molade passed at 46. But at her funeral, then it emerged that Molade had created something she called the Grace Ladies Initiative. And she was impacting women all over the world. had been invited to speak there once, and there were women from America, Canada, London, everywhere. Mola personally took over an orphanage and catered for the children till she died. We only heard these stories after her passing. So what am I saying? You don't want to wait till you're old to start to exercise this transcending mechanism. Work has provided that opportunity. Start today. And finally, people say to me, oh, you know, what are you, should we be working? We should continue working until, what are we making money for? I mean, you're finished training your children, then what next? And I say to everyone these days, I'm living a lie. I'm living for legacy. I'm living to be an example to my children, and by extension, everyone who calls me mama. You still have so much to give. An African proverb says, the time a man wakes up is his morning. So if I have spoken to you today, regardless of your age bracket, if you're one of those people who've been mourning what is not lost, you are exiting the work, you still have so much to do. Permit me to say to you this morning, wake up, it's morning. You are the one who says it's time. You are the one who calls time on yourself and nobody else. Thank you.
Wow. Very many interesting data points. I'd like to advise us to please relate to all the talks. You know, in my experience, you heard barely 20% of what each speaker said. Trust me. Even if you're in this room or you're listening online, you will be amazed at what you didn't hear when you listen to it again. And that is how the lessons, the nuggets, and the things that have been shared will stay with us. And thankfully, available for free. When you go on, and I believe just trying to pull that out now. When you go on YouTube, the platform energy, and I believe that channels would probably have something on the YouTube channels as well, where you can listen and relate to this. The data points that have been put out by Ndidi are very many and very powerful. How many of us in the room know that as of today, India colonizes, same as us. So colonization is no longer an excuse for us to be where we are and to remain where we are. And the engine for growth for India has largely been what? Outsourcing. And somebody asked a question, how did the outsourcing gig miss Nigeria? There's a difference, and as you know, and we can make up our minds, and I like the models that have been shared. Indeed, it could be that, I mean, there's a model by which you're exporting services as against people. Because there's no river on earth into which you can empty 170 million Nigerians, or 200 million Nigerians, or 130 million Nigerians, depending on what demography you're calculating. Yeah? So we have to think of another model that engages our talents, our potentials, and the opportunities that we present, and to be able to take that even into the market. But just before I bring on our last speaker, I'd like us to do something special. and that is to give a standing ovation to the convener of the platform, Pastor Poju Oyemade and Pastor Oyemade. You may be seated. Thank you very much. For some strange reason, as I listened to everybody speak, I just asked myself, how does he do, choose people, select them, put these things? How does he? I mean, I have to say that even though I've heard the term and expression intrapreneurship before, but I have never really seen anybody focus on it as a concept, and especially now in the manner in which it has been framed as wealth builders. And yet, that is a critical component of wealth creation and the journey that we go through. And we're very grateful, sir, and Ma, for the things that we have been able to do. So on that note, it is my pleasure and my privilege to receive the last but not the least speaker for this afternoon now. And that is Funke Shoeton. Funke Shoeton is an accomplished commercial and business executive with over 23 years of relevant experience in oil and gas and power sectors. She's an alumnus of Harvard Business School and the prestigious University of Lagos, with proven track record in business transformation management, leading cross-generational teams, and mentorship. She began her career in the aviation sector before joining Sahara Group in 2009 and started SO Aviation in Nigeria, prior expanding the company to Ghana as Vice President, downstream West Africa. Her work at SO Aviation increased the company's market share and improved its ranking from 7th to 3rd position. Funke is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Ikeja Electric PLC, the largest electricity distribution company in sub-Saharan Africa. She is a transformational leader and an advocate of leading with empathy, but so that we would hear from her and not only of her. Join me in receiving Funke Shoeton.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I like the clap. Thank you. Please clap for me. All right. It is indeed my pleasure to be here today. Pastor Poju reached out to me last year to be part of this platform. And when I got that call, I was surprised and shocked because last year, I was at the platform supporting one of my very dear sisters, Taradu, Tue, and Ndidi, who was invited to speak at the platform. And I thought, wow, what an audience, what an opportunity to impact. So when he called me, I felt deeply honored. So I want to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to Pastor Poju and Pastor Tony for inviting me to speak and share some of my own experiences on entrepreneurship. I would also like to thank and acknowledge the different speakers that have spoken before me. I mean, you must agree with me, they did a fantastic job. The problem, however, and I said to OC, is literally everything I'm about to speak about, they have touched on. So I'm thinking, and I'm sitting down there and cross-correcting, and that is actually entrepreneurship. What am I going to do differently? How am I going to match or recreate some of the things they've said? I was going to say, one of the things that I know they said, and I thought, oh God, I looked at my team member. I was going to say, you know, there's a saying that says, because I've gotten that a lot of times, is it your father's company? That I was going to say that, and it was supposed to be my icebreaker. Being said, right? I also thought, oh, when I saw Pastor Poju walk in, I would ask everyone to get up and clap for him. That had been taken as well. But I'm just going to go into it. And what I'm going to try and do today is talk to you about intrapreneurship. But I'm going to look at it from the perspective of encouraging middle managers and senior managers to try and ensure you understand the importance of intrapreneurship, and then you take the responsibility of creating entrepreneurs in your organization. So, my side moving. Okay. If you look at this slide, what do you see? Does anybody recognize anything in this slide? Please, can somebody just shout? What do you recognize? PlayStation. Remember, somebody put it up. When I saw that, I see, slide again. But who do you see beside in that picture? Does anybody recognize the person in that picture? Okay, his name is Ken Kutaragi. And Ken Kutaragi is an electronic engineer. Ken Kutaragi is also the visionary behind PlayStation. Ken joined Sony Digital Research Lab in the mid-1970s. And his reputation as an excellent problem solver and someone that is forward-thinking quickly grew within the organization. In 1989, Kutaragi bought his daughter a Famicom, what's it called? A Famicom Nintendo console. And he noticed that while his daughter was playing with this Nintendo, the quality of the sound wasn't very good. And because of his experience as an engineer, he decided very quickly that he would build a sound chip that would improve the quality of the Nintendo sound. And as he did that, and that improved that particular Nintendo, he got the idea and he saw the opportunity that Sony could take advantage. And he very, very quickly approached his bosses at Sony. And he said to them, we could do this. We can deploy the sound chip that I discovered to improve Nintendo and sell it to Nintendo. But at the time, the vision and the plan of Sony didn't align with what he identified as an opportunity, so they discarded it. However, he was driven by this passion, and he continued to build that particular chip. And even though he was still a staff of Sony, he was consulting with Nintendo on the side. And his job, he almost lost his job because Sony found out that he was consulting. But what happened was his boss at Sony quickly recognized the opportunity and decided to support him. And what did that happen? What happened? Ken began to lead the charge internally in Sony. He worked with different stakeholders internally to try and develop this chip, which was something they were going to sell to Nintendo. Unfortunately, even though they got a contract with Nintendo, that's Sony, it fell through and they didn't do it. But what then happened was that they decided at Sony to develop that particular gaming application in Sony. And in 1994, Sony officially revealed the PlayStation at the Tokyo Game Show. And this singular act revolutionized, I beg your pardon, the gaming industry, and Kutagari's persistence and the fact that he saw an opportunity to make a difference obviously impacted his company. So let me put that in context for you. As at 2022 financial year end, PlayStation 5, PS5, as you all know, delivered $26.9 billion in revenue. And they had at that time sold about 19 million units of PS5. The PlayStation hardware sales contributed 31% of Sony's total earnings for that particular year. As at March 2023, a total of 38.4 million cumulative sales had been made of PS5. Just process that. He's a staff. He eventually obviously grew to become the chairman, I think the CEO of Sony. But how did he achieve that? What are the lessons here? There are many lessons you can take from here, from a Kutaragi's perspective, from the middle manager or senior manager's perspective, from the corporate organization's perspective. So some of the lessons I thought I would share. It is important that we think beyond our industry norms. Innovation often lies in intersections of these cross-disciplines. It is key to believe and be resilient at the rate of conviction, because sometimes that persistence and conviction usually turns skeptics into believers, which we saw in this particular case. It's also important to promote interdisciplinary collaboration among our team members, because you never know what we see and what I have seen in my own experiences. Great ideas usually come from diverse minds. So it is important as middle managers, as leaders, as senior managers to create an environment that encourages that. And lastly for me, it should also see the importance of calculated risk with regards to being able to drive innovation. It's very key. We should not be afraid of disruption. In fact, we must embrace it. Very important. See, I don't like the slide thing. Okay, everyone jumped. Okay, I'm just going to speak. Thank God I have the paper here. It's important for us to understand again what is entrepreneurship. And I'll just say it like this. Imagine today you're working in a company, but you have this really brilliant and cool idea that you think will really make a difference or even make things better. But you are not the boss. You decide to act like one on this particular idea. So what do? You decide to take charge. You decide to identify the different people that are stakeholders within your department or your unit or other department. And you meet with them, you sell the idea to them, and you start to drive collaboration amongst these different stakeholders to come up with, to at least deliver on this idea. That, in essence, is entrepreneurship. Because what you are doing, literally, is trying to develop an idea, even though it is not your organization, you don't own a company, but that idea would make a difference to the performance and the activity of that organization. So when I think about entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, they're literally the same thing. The only difference is that the entrepreneur owns the business. With entrepreneurship, you are doing it within the organizations. And certain skills that come to mind when I think about entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they are innovators, they are solution-driven, they think of value. All they're processing and thinking about is value. How can I make a difference and how can I add value? When Oyemade was speaking, he spoke about how he took a pay cut to make a difference or to solve a problem. We've heard about care today. And that is what is driving you to make a difference. So, what is the value of entrepreneurship today? The reality today is that many companies move with times, and we try to adopt the more progressive approaches in running our organizations. However, a lot of them still operate in the traditionally structure rather than the progressive structure, and as such, growth is sometimes stifled. So entrepreneurship is useful in kind of bridging that gap, and it usually gives room for innovation to sustain a business. So what is the importance of entrepreneurship? It brings about fresh ideas. Entrepreneurship come up with the new ways to solve problems that they've identified. And it doesn't have to come from the boss. It also helps to find opportunity and take advantage of opportunity. Also, their financial benefits. The entrepreneurs are able to identify ways to improve operational efficiency, ways to streamline process, ways to reduce waste, or even develop more cost-effective solutions that ultimately save the organization money. Employee engagement is also something that is very critical for entrepreneurship. It helps employees feel connected and valued, thus boosting motivation of people that work in an organization. And of course, it also enhances the brand of a company. A company that is known for fostering entrepreneurship is seen as an innovative and a forward-thinking and attracts top talent. But like I said, there is progressive and traditional structures in organizations today. So what are the characteristics of some of these traditional organizations? I would say for traditional organizations, they are risk-averse. The emphasis is placed on stability rather than predictability. New ideas are often scrutinized. They're heavily calculated risks that are applied. They have long decision cycles. They're hierarchical in structure. They have a way of having specialized approaches to the things that they do in the organization. And they have fixed organizational boundaries. Whereas with the progressive organizational structure, you find that risk-taking is encouraged. The willingness to take risks, to experiment and try new things. This is often as a result of also encouraging failure. And failure, as we've heard and established in the course of the presentation today, is something that is good for anyone that wants to grow or make a difference. Progressive organizations also, they are very agile and they're adaptable. The ability to be able to adapt quickly is essential for any business to succeed today. So it is critical and important that we encourage an environment that is progressive and encourages people to think outside of the box. Also, with progressive environments or structure, we see exponential growth strategy. This involves implementing initiatives and processes that usually enable rapid and scalable expansion. And I can give examples of where I work today, where we have consistently just leveraged on technology to improve our operational efficiency in the business.
Channels Television, your home for the news. And you've been on to our live coverage of the Platform 35.0, an annual conference on national development brought to you by the Covenant Nation Church, Igomu, Lagos, now in its 35th edition. And this signals the end of the broadcast as we now continue with the rest of our programming of the day. Stay on with Channels Television.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Research is the foundation for scientific knowledge expansion and is at the root of every national development, particularly in health and technology, as established in the developed nations. A nation's ability to conduct quality research is directly linked to the quality of healthcare provided for its people. And so, in the quest to advance public health and improve the lives of Nigerians, the nation's foremost institute of medical research, the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, NIMR, was established through the National Science and Technology Act of 1977, with a vision to be a reputable point of reference in basic, applied, and operational research for the promotion of national health and development in Nigeria. The Institute collaborates with several national and international institutions to fulfill its set goals and objectives. However, quality research is capital intensive because of the personnel and equipment required in the process. For an institution which had to compete with several others in the country's budgetary circles, ensuring the sustenance of its mandate would require thinking out of the box. This and the understanding that investment in health research has payback in health outcomes must have propelled the management of NIMR in February 2020 to establish the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, NIMR Foundation, and to reach out to several eminent Nigerians from diverse walks of life to pick up in advancing the course of medical research. Under the chairmanship of the immediate past Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, SCN, the private not-for-profit organization has the mandate to build and expand capacity for translational research among early career investigators and promote innovation, development, and commercialization of homegrown medicines, vaccines, and technologies to address the health problems of Nigeria in particular.